bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics, and all the latest trending things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So if that is a show for you, definitely stick around because we have an action-packed show today, including we got to talk about Nicholas Brendon. We lost another actor from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and his cast members have sent their heartfelt tributes. We also got to talk about the box office. Project Hail Mary obliterated everybody over the weekend. We'll get into the box office numbers and all that stuff. Plus, with the success of Michael B. Jordan winning that Oscar for Sinners, word on the street is that Miami Vice reboot might be in danger because of the salary he's commanding to do the film. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to get into more tea regarding insiders revealing the real reason behind Justin Bieber and Usher's little feud that happened at the Oscars, where they almost came to blows. I mean, we kind of touched on it. I feel like me just speculating, but child, the people's now confirming my speculation. So we got to get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Nicole Scherzinger's brain malfunction, and when they asked her, why is there only 3 members of the Pussycat Dolls when you bitches started out with 6? So we'll get into that. We'll play the clip. I might have to do some finessing with the clip so we don't get, demonetized or whatever. But so we'll get to that. Plus, speaking of struggles, ABC may be having a struggle to cancel the Bachelorette because of that situation that happened with that lady, The Secret Lives of Moron Wives. And, that show, she's from there. Apparently she got a problem with her damn hands and her tone, her attitude. And she like putting her hands on people. Well, that stuff is resurfaced. People are pissed. They scrapped the whole show. There's backlash. Suations might go on with some of the contestants. It's a mess over there at ABC. And they may have to eat $30 million on a loss because they're not going to air the season. But child, you made your bed, you're going to line it. We'll get into that. Plus, we got to get into them inbreeders known as the Duggars. The drama going on with them. What's his name? Josh Duggar over here fiddling with children. And his wife was also arrested, probably because she was a co-conspirator. All them people over there nasty. I'm telling you, when a woman pushing out 80 damn babies on her own, and it got to be all kinds of pedophilia, all kinds of abuse, all kinds of nastiness going on with them damn people. But we'll get into it and we get to that story. Plus, speaking of problematic, we got to talk about this old nasty raggedy bitch, Chappell Roan, or as I like to call her, Chappell Groan, because I'm glad that the chickens have finally come home to roost on that old tired ass, tacky wannabe drag queen. And the way that she treats people. But she wants us to think that we're all lying out here, that an 11-year-old will lie on her name. Anyway, we'll get into the tea when we get into it. Plus, we got to talk about William Orbit, who's out here saying that he created a sequel for Ray of Light. And Madonna has left him on read and don't seem like she's interested in doing the sequel. So we'll get into that. Plus, a couple of other past producers decided to throw Madonna under the bus and throw a little shade. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about this Chitlin Circuit actor by the name of Xavier Smalls, who's over there on one of them Tyler Perry productions, who decided to go in on the gays, and the gays dragged his ass through the mud, and now he want to backpedal and apologize over what he said. But the internet is not falling for it. So we'll get into that. Plus, we could shout out to my girl T.S. Madison, who scored herself a victory with that old lunatic the DL Whisperer. We'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about we lost someone within the homosexual adult cinematography community, where they a twink model or whatever. We'll get into that story. Seth Peterson. We'll talk about that. Plus, we got some drag race news. A lot of drag race news. We got to talk about this recent episode that I fell asleep on, but I caught up. The Jane Don't paying tribute to her makeover co-star, who we found out after production passed away. So she did that. Plus, we got to get into Discord Adams going in on Laura Roach over some of them comments that he was making towards her during the critiques. Plus, there's a big story going around that Drag Race, and I was wondering about this because what was been going on with Paramount and the whole shakeup and everything with David Ellison and all other stuff. I almost said Barry Ellison, but Barry Weiss is over there too. That's why I was thinking about that old four-eyed bitch. But anyway, so we got Barry Weiss over there ruining the news aspect, the news portion of Paramount, and now we got David Ellison who's running Paramount into the ground. They've been losing money left and right. Their stocks are in the shitter, and now they're trying to buy Warner Brothers. We already went through all that. We don't need to recap it again, but the whole situation is saying, I always wondered what is going to happen with Drag Race because Drag Race is owned by Paramount. And will the fact that DI, woke, all this other stuff that they've decided, white people have decided to hijack and turn it into their own little agenda for their own financial gain and get all the racists riled up. Now they're saying that Drag Race their future is uncertain because of the whole corporate shakeups and stuff that's going on. So we got that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those crazy, messy topics, if you have not already, if you can please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash that notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I know I was going to say, I don't know if I look tired, but I found the energy to get through the show because I am exhausted. I told her I did Gaga, FKA Twigs. Then I did a double yesterday. It was a Rangers and a Rangers game, a Knicks game. I'm just like, child, I don't even know if I'm coming or going. But I managed to catch up on a little bit of sleep last night into the morning. But yeah, I've been coming and going this whole week. March Madness, they didn't call it that for no reason. It literally has been madness for me this past month. So, and also we have super chats, we have super stickers. You can become a member. You can do all the good things. But if not, as Jennifer Lopez like to say, hello don't cost a thing. It won't cost you a thing by hitting that like and subscribe. So please do that. Definitely helps push a small little independent channel such as this one out into the ether so we can get more eyes on it, more people subscribe, and all the good shebang, shabiddle, shagiddle, shamiddle stuff. If that made any sense. Okay, so let me hit that. What was it like hearing Cellophane perform live? Let me tell you something. I was living for FK Twigs. One of my friends, Seth Winarski, went to go see it, I believe, yesterday. I forget where she went. It might have been Boston or whatever the case was. But a friend of mine went to see the show yesterday. He said that he hates the slow stuff that she does. He says this like nails on a chalkboard. I actually didn't mind it. One thing I will say, that was a loud ass concert. Like, I cannot tell you how many people came up to me asking me for earplugs. Yes, on Saturday. But I'm like, damn, it was loud. Honestly, I didn't get to see the show. I got to see it on a screen because I was posted outside of the actual arena, meaning that I was outside posted on the floor, South Entry, in the garden. So that's when people coming out show me tickets, wristbands, all of the stuff. I tell them where they got to go. But luckily, behind the bar, where I was an outline of, they had a screen on which was videoing the entire concert. So I was like, thank you, Jesus. I could actually watch it that way. And then one of my coworkers was like, do you want to go see the show? She let me go peek in a little bit. I watched like 10 minutes. The dancers ate. The dancers ate down. I was definitely living for the performance. Drums of Death, I was living for that performance. Also, when they started voguing, and it was like, literally, I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm at a ball up in here. A couple of my coworkers was bitching and complaining, but I was like, because I don't know nothing about culture. You know, y'all type of music is Bruce Springsteen and Billy Joel and all that other stuff, which is not an issue because I grew up on that music and that's a different type of musicianship. But I hate when people work certain events and it's like, y'all got issue with the type of events that we do. I'm like, it's part of the job. So, but it was good. I did kind of find some of the performances. I mean, so I did find a lot of the slow stuff she was doing. I was like, okay, girl, I need you to pick up the speed a little bit. But, and Gaga was Gaga. It's literally the same damn show I've seen like 8 times already. So I don't need to talk about that. Cleveland's in the building. I am from Indiana. Well, shout out to you. You said productivity with humane. Interesting name. But yeah, it was a good show. I'm gonna say, FK Twigs is a cute person. Funny people was like, I don't even know who this girl is. I'm like, well, cause I don't know nothing about music. And I was like, 2 days in a row, I was surrounded by homosexuals. The Gaga concert and FK Twigs. Funny enough, FK Twigs, she brings up more the alternative girls. So you see a lot of, oh, you saying you from India? Okay. Well, shit, don't start taking my shit and turn it into AI. What was I gonna say? Okay, so there was a lot of alternative kids up in there. And then not only alternative kids, but it was a lot of black girls up in there and black boys. I was like, okay. I didn't know who the demographic for FKA Twigs would be. I guess because she's racially ambiguous. So yeah, she did pull a lot of those performances out. Like you said, but that's what I love about Twigs. She can make you feel like you're at a ball 1 minute and at an opera performance. It was very much performance art. One of my coworkers, Lucy, she loved the show. She was sitting in one of these boys, Pedro, who I'm like, he got a cute little ass at work. He started doing a little gay show. I was like, oh, let me find out. Anyway, so this girl, my job, Lucy, she was like, I loved it. She loved the performance art, all this, and that's what it is the juxtaposition. 1 minute you get like performance art, next minute you get like the more bold choreography in sync type thing. So that's what she was doing. The show I'm really looking forward to working, and she's doing multiple dates, so I'm sure I'll probably get one of them, if not both. I'm really looking forward to the Rosalia concert because some of the bits that I've seen of the show online, I'm like, oh my God, I definitely need to see that show. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I think that's in June. But yeah, that's like one of the shows I'm really looking forward to seeing. And one of my coworkers was actually in the pit because she told me she was coming, but then I actually came in my section. I was like, she had a little wristband and everything on, sent her in, and that's that. Trans girl. Yes, we have trans people that work at the garden. In case y'all be thinking that they all out here sex working. No, a lot of them carry regular jobs too. So. Anyway, let's get back into the show. Well, start the show, actually. I said get back into it. We didn't even start yet. Let's hit the banner. And without further ado, let's get into topic number 1. And let's bring on some sad news. Now, I was shocked to hear this. I think this came out, I think when I did my last show, which was like Thursday, Wednesday, or something or another. Right after, sort of online, whatever, Nicholas Brendon passed. I'm like, God damn. And it was something that came out a couple of days ago that regarding, I guess he was erratic or something at an airport or something or another. I remember seeing that story. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, well, no. All it says is that he passed. But it's saying that, oh, wait. So was the cause of death revealed? Because they said that he passed in his sleep. Anyway, the other situation neither here nor there. A lot of times I don't like to be like how this media is, where they want to focus on the negative aspect of, well, someone passed, but they were strung out. I guess we'll do it when Shia LaBeouf leave the earth because he's a pain in the ass. So we'll do it with him. But when it comes to Nicholas Brendon, let's get into the tea regarding this. So, a lot of celebrities, who worked with Nicholas, or as they would call him, Nikki, basically paid tribute to him. Now, Sarah Michelle Gellar shared a throwback photo of her and Nicholas following the Buffy the Vampire Slayer alum's death at age 54. On Saturday, the actress who starred as the iconic Buffy Summers in the hit series took to Instagram to pen a heartfelt goodbye to the actor who played the lovable Xander Harris. So she said, they'll never know how tough it is to be the one who isn't chosen, to live so near to the spotlight and never step in it. But I know I see more than anybody realizes because nobody watches me. I saw you, Nikki. I know you are at peace in the big rocking chair in the sky. Well, you made it sound like he was old. Talking about some rocking chair. Now, co-star Allison Hannigan, who played Willow Rosenberg, also posted a heartbreaking message. And the one that she posted was a picture of her where remember the episode when Willow went dark? And basically Xander was the one to bring her back to Earth. And she basically, because, she was fucked up over the fact that they done killed Tara. And, we hated that. I hated that season. I hated y'all had to kill Tara. But yeah, this was the picture. And it was like, my sweet Nikki, thank you for the years of laughter, love, and Dodgers. I will think of you every time I see a rocking chair. I want to know what this whole situation, this rocking chair thing is all about, because this is the second post that y'all talked about a damn rocking chair. Now, I think there was also one from, hold on, wasn't there another one? Yeah, Emma Caulfield. I was like, I know I wasn't bugging. Now, Emma Caulfield, played Anya, his love interest on the show, wrote on her stories that she has no words yet, while David Boreanaz, who portrayed the beloved vampire Angel, reflected on their time together. And he basically says, some people leave a mark without trying. And so that's what he wrote in the post. Now, Brendon starred on the Vampire series alongside Gellar, Hannigan, Caulfield, Boreanaz, Charisma Carpenter, Seth Green, and Anthony Stewart Head from 1997 to 2003. And in 2022, he revealed that he experienced a heart attack and was subsequently diagnosed with a congenital heart defect. The actor also battled Cotta-Aquina syndrome, for which he underwent multiple spinal surgeries. So he's been going through a lot physically post, the show. Now, his family announced news of his passing away in a statement shared with the Hollywood Reporter and said the following. They said, "We are heartbroken to share the passing of our brother and son, Nicholas Brendon. He passed in his sleep of natural causes. Most people know Nicky for his work as an actor and for the characters he brought to life over the years. In recent years, Nicky has found his passion in painting and art. Nicky loved to share his enthusiastic talent with his family, friends, and fans. He was passionate, sensitive, and endlessly driven to create. Those who truly knew him understood that his art was one of the purest reflections of who he was. While it's no secret that Nicholas had struggles in the past, he was on medications and treatment to manage his diagnosis, and he was optimistic about the future at the time of his passing." Well, they're saying that. They're saying he was on medications and treatment. Was it bipolar disorder or something? Was something mental going on? Can we get Shia LaBeouf on some of the medications? Because he out here screaming at people in Italy, and a girl sitting there at the table minding her damn business, and he's sitting there screaming at her. He better be lucky that she didn't knock him out like them gays did. But anyway, so they said, "Our family asked for privacy during this time as we grieve his loss and celebrate the life of a man who lived with intensity, imagination, and heart. Thank you, everyone who has shown love and support." So, yeah, condolences go out to him. Damn, I'm like, the Grim Reaper is on a rampage this year. Like, he's been going after everybody. A lot of celebrities, we've been losing them left and right, so it was kind of sad. But I'm sure, like, who knows? Maybe when the Emmys roll around, they'll put his name up there in the in memoriam alongside Eric Dane and who was the other one that passed away that they ignored? And basically, Shonda Rhimes said what I said. Shonda Rhimes said that the reason why that he wasn't included, well, Eric Dane wasn't included in the Oscars in memoriam is because he was a TV star. He wasn't a movie actor. He wasn't a movie star. So yeah, movies like to stick with movie people. TV people stick with they're very old school where they want to separate everything and everybody from all the things. And I'm like, it's like, whatever. As long as they give them the flowers that they deserve when it comes around to, TV or whatever the case is, when the Emmy Awards roll around, then we'll be all good in the hood, I think. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Nicholas Brendon? I was like, damn, it's like, it just gets real when you start to see people that you grew up with watching on TV and they end up passing away. I'm like, well, damn, he was old playing a high schooler. But then again, that's what they did back in the day. That Gabrielle Carteris, wasn't she like 30, damn near pushing 40 when she played Andrea on Beverly Hills 90210? So they always did that back in the day when they were high. If you looked young enough, then you could portray a high school student. Plus, they could get around that loophole that if we need to do 14, 16-hour shoots, you can't do that with an actual kid under the age of 18. So if you hired somebody that was 40 who could play a 16-year-old because they 5'2", then you can pull it off. So that's how they got around those things in those days. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what are your thoughts on this story? Whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. But that's what I love about Twitch. Oh yeah, I read that part already. The girl from Supernatural. Yeah, I heard about that, but I wasn't really familiar with who she is. And I watched Supernatural, but I'm like, if you're not somebody that was a recurring character, it says so many people have passed away so frequently. Hello, family. Robert's in the building, and the creator of OnlyFans passed. Yeah, I heard about that. He passed from cancer, and Republicans are basically cheering. I'm like, really? Because y'all be the main ones that be putting, that be wearing out, the OF in content. Do we need to check y'all bank statements? Because I'm sure that y'all subscribe to them, especially the chicks with dicks ones. I would not be surprised. So y'all want to come out here being cute? Oh, I forgot about that. That's what goes to show how long it's been since I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I gotta start getting back into watching that. We lost Louie, the cute Latin stuff from 1983 Madonna video, Borderline. This was everybody's just going up to the sky. Child, we don't give a fuck about Chuck Norris. He hated gay people. So, don't get me wrong. I liked a lot of Chuck Norris movies. I grew up on Chuck Norris movies, but his politics is what took me out. And so you being out here supporting Trump, you hating on gay people, you hating on anybody that's another, I don't got time for you. So rest in peace. He can. The rest of them rest in peace. You say he was just a year older than me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like 54. I was not expecting them to say 54. I thought y'all would have said like 48, 49. Like I thought you would say similar age to Sarah Michelle Gellar, because Sarah Michelle Gellar is 48. So he said, and when you bring a certain story, mention how there's more excitement. It's funny how he's like, when you bring up a certain story, he means the Pussycat dolls. That's what he's referring to. Yeah. Anyway, so now let's move on and get back into the show. And let's talk about the box office. So I guess congratulations to Project Hail Mary. Well, let me say one thing. Not congratulations to Project Hail Mary. I felt like the IP alone was going to get butts and seats. But I'd say let's give a congratulations to Amazon MGM because y'all finally got to hit the box office. And number two, let's give a shout out to Ryan Gosling, who finally got a hit at the box office. Because, excuse me, lately he's been doing a couple of movies and y'all ain't been seeing it for him. So, congratulations to him. And I'm glad the movie is doing what it needs to do. I haven't gotten around to seeing it yet because, I went to go see Ready or Not 2 or Ready or Not Here I Come. So that's what I went to go see. And I'll give you my overall thoughts on that movie in a minute, but I'm definitely going to go check out Ready or Not 2 this week. I'm thinking I might go in the middle of the week because I was going to go Friday, but then I remembered They Will Kill You with Zazie Beetz comes out this week and I'm going to see that. So I might go Wednesday or something, another early in the morning. I'm thinking I might do an early show or whatever just to try to catch it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get into the topic. So Project Mary, a space set epic starring Ryan Gosling, the one with the talent, Ryan Gosling, as a science teacher who is tasked with saving the planet, rocketed to $140.9 million at the global box office. Those ticket sales include a $60.4 million from 82 international markets, as well as $80.5 million in North America. It's the largest debut of the year, ahead of Scream 7 with $33.1 million overseas and $97.2 million worldwide, as well as the biggest start ever for Amazon MGM above 2023's Creed 3 with $41.8 million overseas and $100.4 million worldwide. Now, Lord and Miller, we don't got to say Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, Lord and Miller, that's who they're known as. But they created, they were behind movies like 21 Jump Street and the Lego movie, directed the $200 million budgeted film. So they're definitely going to make their money back because if you already grossed $140 million, the movie's budget is $200 million plus there's the marketing. So I think the movie will do really well. So basically, it says it follows a former molecular biologist who unwittingly embarks on an intergalactic mission to salvage the world from extinction. The story is adapted from the best-selling novel by author Andy Weir, whose other astronaut adventures, The Martian, was the basis for Ridley Scott's 2015 blockbuster starring Matt Damon. Now, that film ignited to $54 million domestically and ended its box office run with a mighty $630 million globally, not adjusted for inflation. And funny enough, the movies were both written by there was the guy we just talked about him the other day. Oh my god, how did I literally just forgot his damn name? Now I gotta Drew Goddard. Now it comes to me as I'm looking it up. Drew Goddard wrote the scripts for both. And Drew Goddard is supposed to be writing a Matrix script, which he did talk about a little bit in an interview. They were asking what's going on with it. He said he's still in the writing process of it, and he can't confirm or deny whether or not Keanu Reeves is going to come back as Neo. And he even gave love to that last one. But I'm like, sir, I get it. You're writing the script. You don't want them to take it away from you, so you're going to say it was a good one. But Matrix Resurrections was utter trash. The fight sequences were horrible. It was poorly shot. I don't understand what the hell I was watching. I mean, I like the fact that they wanted to make Neo and Trinity kind of share the Matrix and do all those the duties of the Matrix. It wasn't just him or whatever. Like, I get that you were trying to put that up in there, but overall that script was horrible. So, but I get it. You had to be the political one, and you couldn't be like, oh, I hated that last movie, so I had to come in and write a new script and and make it interesting. Anyway, so he wrote both. So that's why it got me even more excited for this Matrix movie. So now they said Andy Weir's beloved novel gave us a powerful foundation, with Phil Lord and Christopher Miller have created a visual stunning, heart-gripping film led by the brilliant Ryan Gosling that demands to be experienced on the biggest screen possible together with a crowd, said Amazon distribution chief Kevin Williamson. Kevin Wilson, not Kevin Williamson. He directed Scream, the new one. Kevin Wilson. When you combine that with an exceptional critical response and strong audience reactions, you tend to find yourself a rarefied air. And it leaves no doubt that Ryan Gosling is a singular star that has the massive global appeal and charisma to anchor a story like this. Now, Project Hail Mary is shaping up to be the first commercial hit for Amazon MGM, which has spent lavishly in its quest to become a major player in the movie business. Nearly 4 years after acquiring MGM for $8 billion, Amazon is unveiling its first full theatrical slate in 2026. With 13 films on deck through December. And you got that other idiot over there, David Ellison, talking about he gonna make 30 movies. I don't know how. That's impossible. So, we had the flop Melania, which y'all can watch on Amazon Prime if you give a damn. And they spent damn near 80 million on the movie, but it only made 16 million. So then there was Climb 101, the Chris Hemsworth Halle Berry movie, which only made 65 million on a 90 million budget. So that flopped. So they haven't been off to a great start with the type of films that they've been putting out here. But their next big movie that will follow this up is Masters of the Universe in June. So hopefully that movie will, do well. I don't know. I'm a little nervous because so far the teaser that they gave us, I thought was okay. And I don't know if it's going to generate interest from people outside of the He-Man bubble, because I am a He-Man fan. I grew up with He-Man. I had y'all know I had all the action figures. I've talked about it many times on the show. So now they said that, okay, we don't need to get into more of this. Let's move on to see what other projects, the other releases. So Disney and Searchlight's horror sequel, Ready or Not 2, Here I Come, started slow with 2.8 million from 21 territories. The film opened at 9.1 million domestically for a global tally of 11.9 million against a nearly $20 million budget. Samara Weaving and Catherine Newton star in the film as sisters who attempt to survive another diabolical game of hide and seek. It's the follow-up to 2019's Ready or Not, which was a modest success with 57 million globally. Elsewhere at the international box office, we have Hoppers from Pixar, which added 34.2 million from 51 markets in its third weekend of release. So far, the kids' film has grossed 122 million overseas and 242 million worldwide. With solid week-to-week holds, Hoppers is on its way to being Pixar's first original hit since 2017's Coco. So Ready or Not 2 doesn't look like it's doing all that well. And I'm going to tell you something. I was fairly disappointed with Ready or Not. I felt like I liked seeing Sarah Michelle Gellar and Sean Hannity. Those are my childhood. She's from Buffy. He was from The Faculty. I loved him as Stan, the football player who wanted to be a D student. Like, I loved him in that film. And I love Sean Hannity in a lot of things over the years. He was I forget, he's been in a lot of TV shows. I think he's also, isn't he on that doctor show with Noah Wiley or something or another? I know he also was in, he's been in a lot of TV shows. So I've been kind of following his career over the years. But he hasn't found anything that sticks. I'm like, what is that? Animal Kingdom. That was the show that I used to watch him on, where it was like a bunch of surfers who turned out to be they were like bank robbers or something or another, and Ellen Barkin was on the show. I actually liked that show. Then it started getting on my nerves after the third season, so I stopped, because the nephew that they took in, he was just pissing me off. I was like, okay, can y'all do like Jax did to that old dude in Sons of Anarchy and just pow him in the throat, because he was getting on my damn nerves. But anyway, so I like Sean Hannity. I like seeing a couple of the characters in there. I thought Samara Weaving basically chewed up all the scenery, and she clocked in. From the time she clocked in to the time she clocked out, Miss Mama put in the work. So she was good. Catherine Newton, girl, I need you to find some range in your acting, because you literally be giving me the same fucking performance and everything. Same performance you gave me in Abigail, same performance you give me in countless other movies. You literally was playing the same part. I wasn't entirely sold on the sister dynamic, whether they had like some issue, beef, whatever. I wasn't buying it. It was underwritten. Problem that I have with Guy Busick and them over there, who when they write for Radio Silence or whatever the case is, a lot of y'all scripts just be weak on the whole family drama situation. We've seen it play out in the Scream movies, and then we see it in this, and it's just like, what are y'all doing? I would rather y'all just hire somebody, just use AI or whatever to write these scripts, because that's what it feels. I'm like, maybe an AI will write a better script than Guy Busick. He needs to not have, y'all need to revoke his Writers Guild card, because I don't know where he comes up with some of the diabolical dialogue and some of the underwrittenness of the characters. Sarah Michelle Gellar, love you, dear, but they underused you in this damn movie. So that kind of bothered me. And then the kills got a little corny. I'm like, why are we all waiting around to die? Like, there was parts like y'all arguing in like an open field where you could be shot at, and you had Nestor Cabanal, who I've seen him in 100 damn movies and shows, couldn't shoot a gun for shit. I'm like, what am I watching? Like, it was so annoying. And then y'all wasted oh my god, what's the actor's name? The one that decided to go rogue, and then you see him in the commercial, he blew up. I'm like, y'all gave that up. And when he went to go attack him in the hospital. So the script was it was a mess for me. I mean, there were certain parts of the movie that I thought was cute. It's a fun ride. I mean, you'll have a good time watching it, but there's certain things. I was picking the movie apart, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, when is this shit over? I gotta pee. That's literally how I felt watching it. We don't need a sequel. We don't need a part 3. Let this franchise die. First of all, you waited too damn long to put out the sequel. By the time the sequel came, I'm just like, meh. We don't need a part 3. The way that it ended, that third act took me out. So I'm like, this third act, this yet again another radio silence film with a horrible third act. I'm like, this shit is stupid. Until they started jumping in the pit after the ring, that was the part that was in that it got interesting for me. But other than that, I was just like, okay, this third act is stupid. I will say this. Elijah Wood was the best part of the movie. He was definitely giving you evil attorney, hail Satan, all that mess. I was living for Elijah Wood in the movie. But everything else, I'm just like, okay. And now this has got me worried about the Mummy, because they're talking about making another Mummy with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. They're coming back. I don't know if they're going to have their son in it or whatever the case is. I don't know what the script is about, but we do know that the main stars from all the previous 2 Mummy movies are coming back, and Radio Silence is going to be directing. It's got me worried, because Radio Silence, great concepts, but the execution, I feel like y'all just be so full of ideas that to conjure a fully realized script where it's like, I can enjoy your movie from beginning to end, I'm not there yet. And I haven't been there with any of their projects. Even with Abigail. Abigail was a fun ride, but there were parts of that movie that I liked and parts of that movie that just irritated me. So, and same thing with Scream. There were certain great ideas that they were putting up in there, but it just not a fully realized script for me. So it's like hit or miss with them, with a lot of what they write. But anyway, so the other day, congratulations to Project Hail Mary and Ryan Gosling. He's out here, finally got a hit on his hands. I know he's excited. I remember he was also talking to Josh Horowitz about there have been talks about him and playing Ghost Rider. Hopefully that works out, because we don't need Nicolas Cage coming back to play that character. But if Ryan Gosling wants to play Ghost Rider, I would love to see that. I remember once upon a time they said that Keanu Reeves wanted to play Ghost Rider, and there was talks about that happening too. But he might be too old, but I definitely think Ryan Gosling would be perfect for that. And yeah. And Ready or Not, good luck, because I don't see this movie doing all that well either. Maybe they're sort of like what do you call it? A filmmaking team that has a cult following. I don't think that they're able to break out into hits, because so far their movies have been modest hits or have a cult following, but I don't think they've had a hit. except for Scream, but Scream is a pre-existing IP. It's not an original idea that they came up with. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Have y'all checked out any of the movies that I mentioned? Have you seen Project Hail Mary? Have you seen Ready or Not? What are your overall thoughts? Are you actually happy and surprised about Project Hail Mary? I want to say, because I've heard people say it's a feel-good movie, and it's been a while since I've seen like a feel. I definitely want to see a fun movie where it's just like, you know what? We still got a little hope for humanity, even though some of the worst people are running this damn country. But we definitely need to feel like, there's a sense of hope and humanity, and see the good in people, even when people will continue to disappoint you. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay. I definitely said people will look at Project Hail Mary as like Oscar nomination. I think Project Hail Mary will be definitely in the conversation of Oscar, and not just the effects and sound and all that other stuff, like the technical stuff. I definitely could see like performances could get nominated, and yeah. But I don't know. Sometimes the IMAX screens don't be hitting it, so I don't know. I might see it in IMAX. I might see it in Dolby. I haven't thought about it yet. You said, yep, because Robin has a new album coming out this week, finally. Plus, Rocket the Alien has good chemistry with him. There was some funny and cute moments. But I heard the book is really funny. Well, there were quite a few Interstellar comparisons when I was checking out some of the reviews. Travis Kelce signs a $54 million contract extension with the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, that should be interesting. Saw the trailer for it before the movie. Wait, what trailer did you see? You said Jay Sean's iconic one-hit wonder down went RIAA. After how many years? That song finally went diamond. When that song come out, like 15 years ago? Ryan is doing the next Star Wars. Yeah, I know. Um, what was what's it called? The Last Starfighter or something or another? Star Wars Starfighter, something with a starfighter in it. I remember I heard. Yeah, I've heard about it. First of all, they said there's a direct. What is it? Tom Cruise directed one of the scenes. There was a whole controversy surrounding that. Of course I have. That's why it's in my headline, and that is why I also it's one of the topics. And you said Anaconda coming to Netflix on Wednesday. The new one, that's quick. I'll watch it. You know what? I think isn't the Bone Temple out too on Netflix? I heard something about that too. That they said they were going to put the new 28 years later on Netflix. Even though I already seen them both in the movies, that came out kind of quick. I'm guessing it's the new one with Jack Black. Look, if I ain't got to spend money to rent it, I'll watch it on Netflix. I'm already paying for it. I heard they're putting the AI version of Val Kilmer. Yeah, I heard about that, and there's controversy surrounding it. I don't know if he signed off on it, but I guess these Hollywood people could do whatever the hell they want, right? Radio silence gives me having grown out of fraternity style, but they can't make the Mummy rated R being PG-13. Indiana Jones was how butts got in the seats. Well, I am definitely looking for. Isn't there a Mummy movie that's coming out that's like got a horror tone? I definitely want to see that. That movie looks scary. But I'll check that one. This other Mummy movie that's coming out. Yeah, they tried to go dark with the Mummy with Tom Cruise, and it didn't work. Ready or Not 2 was fun for me and my daughter. We love to see blood. And yes, Tamara was chewing up the role, and the movie was hit or miss in scenes. Like they had the little fat Asian kid that was basically in the video game. I was like, he was annoying. Then you had Nestor's kids that were annoying. The little kid that was shooting the guns. That was funny. And then his dumbass sister. Oh. Okay. You said, what did you think about Sarah Michelle Gellar's performance? She did what she could with what she had, but I felt like she was underused. And then it was just like when y'all had the opportunities to take out the family members, y'all didn't do it. I'm like, what? So literally, it was that plot armor mess where it's like, oh, because Sean Hannity and Sarah Michelle Gellar, Ursula and Titus were their names in the movie. And they were twins. When you have them and in the when you have them in the film, and I guess based off of their they're known in certain circles, they wanted to put them in. They wanted to, I guess, stretch out their until we got to the part where they died. Spoiler alert. But it's like, come on now, y'all already know how Ready or Not movie is gonna go if you saw the first one. It pretty much repeats the same beats. Offensive Thoughts is in the building, all the way from South Africa. Into a. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our next topic. Hold on. You said radio silence and plot armor. What's new? Okay. Because they get on my damn nerves with that. All right, now. So now let's, as we said before, let's get to our next topic. And let's talk about Michael B. Jordan. So I'm sure we have talked about this on the show that Michael B. Jordan has been in talks to sign on and play the Philip Michael Thomas role in a reboot of Miami Vice that I'm hearing is supposed to take place in the 80s. At one point, they were saying that Glenn Powell's up for the part of that was played by what's his name? Dakota Johnson daddy. Don Johnson. I don't know how I forgot his name, but he was supposed to be up for that part. But I think after that movie he did, that was damn. What was the name of the movie that he did? The Running Man. After that movie didn't do all that well financially at the box office. Now they wanted to say that maybe he might not be getting in that role, and now they were looking at Austin Butler, which I honestly think Austin Butler would be a better fit because Austin Butler has like a sense of cool to him without trying, and he could definitely rock an 80s suit. We've seen him on the red carpet. You can get him a nice suit, white shirt, blazer, slacks, shoulder pads, and he would definitely look the part in the film. So, with all that being said, now because Michael B. Jordan won the Oscar over Timothy Chalamet, look, how you got the Oscar? You got the Oscar. I mean, it was well deserved. And I hate when people say that Timothy Chalamet gave a better performance. I'm like, in regards of who? Like, says who? Yeah, y'all saying that. But I'm like, unless you understand the true complexities and nuances of what a black man had to deal with in the 30s and slavery and working in Chicago with the mob and the antebellum South and all those things, unless you can understand those complexities, you can't sit up here and tell me that Timothy Chalamet playing an arrogant fucking ping pong player was a better performance than Michael Jordan playing two damn characters and playing multi-dimensional two characters, twins. So get off my line with that foolishness. Timothy is a good actor, but he got his ass humbled because he acts like his shit don't stink. And one thing about Hollywood is they will humble you quick. Now, Michael, this is where it comes in with the same thing. You may need to get if this is true, you may need to humble your ass too. Otherwise, you're going to end up not getting a lot of work. But I definitely think that, as much hard work as you put in the business, you do deserve your things. You do deserve to command $18 million a movie when Will Smith back in the 90s was making $20 million. And you've proven that whenever you make a movie, it does well at the box office. But according to the Insider, that's Jeff Snyder's page, website, Jordan's new rep at WME, James Farrell, told him to wait until after the Oscars to finish negotiating, which is why I guess they're saying why we haven't heard any movement on this Miami Vice situation. Because I'm like, damn, I thought he signed on already. Apparently he didn't. Now they said, yeah, wait till after the Oscars. Once you see whether or not you win the Oscar, then you come back to the negotiating table on where you want to be financially. Now that he's an Oscar winner, you can make a lot of demands on a movie set. So Jordan won the Golden Statuette. and he is asking for a lot more money. Now, they said Jordan has now increased his salary demands for Miami Vice. He wants $18 million, according to Snyder's well-placed source. That would be around double the salary his co-star Austin Butler would be getting. And if the rumors are true that director Joseph Kosinski wants Tom Cruise to play the villain, then you have nearly $50 million of the budget going to just 3 actors. Now, is Jordan worth the $18 million? Maybe, maybe not. Who's to say? Well, they said hard to say, but I'm saying who's to say? Because remember, that was a line in The Color Purple. Could be not. Who's to say? But his filmography does include Sinners, Black Panther, and 3 Creed movies, which, last I checked, did well at the box office. So if you, excuse me, if you appeared in 5 movies, that would be Sinners, Black Panther, and 3 Creed movies, and they've all done relatively well, you're damn right I'm worth $18 million. Look, back in the day when Will Smith was starting to build his career, y'all didn't hesitate to give him $20 million. I mean, I don't know how, if he had to endure some things, racism, whatever the case was, in order to get that ask, but he was paid $20 million. He was getting the type of payments that Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt and all of them was making back in the day. So, but I also get it was a different landscape. Money was flowing like wine in a glass. So the dynamic and the way people consume movies and the internet wasn't what it was, and AI isn't what it was back then. AI wasn't even really all that existing back then. So when we're talking about it now, I know money is tight. And yeah, if y'all trying to do something like this, I mean, yeah, Austin Butler has appeared in a couple of movies, but he hasn't proven that he's worth the same amount of money of 18 million. So I don't understand why we're doing the comparisons there. Of course, if you have Michael B. Jordan, who is the draw, that's going to get people in there. And I'm sure there's a couple of white girls that like Austin Butler. They'll show up for that too. But yeah, he's worth the 18. I don't see why they wouldn't give it to him. But they also said that if I'm Universal, they said this. They said, if I'm Universal and Kosinski, do I wait it out until next year? Jordan's already shot his next film, a Thomas Crown Affair remake, which I've heard is forget about it. You can read between the lines. He directs and stars of that film, which is set for a March 2027 release. So they're basically saying, so I'm guessing what they're saying is that this Thomas Crown Affair movie that that he basically is directing and starring in is not that good. And so they want to be like, so maybe we'll be able to turn the tables by saying, let's put this on ice for now. Let's wait to see how this movie does. And if the movie flops, then we can say, but the Thomas Crown Affair didn't do well. So now we still don't want to give you that money. But I just feel like that's BS. You should give him the money that he owes. Now, if Tom Cruise is too expensive, you might have to just get rid of Tom Cruise and go for a less expensive actor. I don't know who that would be. Maybe a Daniel Craig. But then again, I'm thinking Daniel Craig might be just as expensive because he did those, James Bond movies. So if Tom Cruise is too expensive for y'all to be the villain, if he can't understand, like take a pay cut or just get a percentage of the back end, the box office gross, then instead of wanting a certain amount up front, then if actors can be willing to, split it up a little bit and not be so damn money hungry for certain type of movies because y'all worried about it's going to be too expensive, then don't make the franchise or just don't hire somebody that's expensive. So shout out to you, Michael B. Jordan. Like I said before, I definitely think he deserves whatever he's getting because he's worked his behind off to get where he is. He's busy. He's pretty much built the career slowly. It's not like Michael B. Jordan just started acting last year and now he's just demanding $18 million. Michael B. Jordan has been has been out here performing and acting since the 90s. So I don't know why we're not allowing why he can't get his things. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of if this turns out to be true from what Jeff Snyder had to say on the End Snyder, that yeah, Michael B. Jordan is now demanding this type of money and they're feeling, and I guess maybe they're feeling like he doesn't deserve to be asking that. But I guarantee you, if it was Timothy Chalamet that demanded $18 million for money, for a movie after he won his Oscar, I don't even think this would even be a conversation. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. He said Sarah was a 90s icon. We can never go wrong with her. Agreed. Michael B. Jordan. Yes, look, we've been saying that he could play Blade. Funny enough, I believe that Ryan Coogler was offered Blade until he decided to do Sinners. And you could definitely see some of the Bladeisms up in there. Sinners was good. Michael B gave me 90s action star. He definitely gives that vibe. Yeah, and it was terrible. Him and Colin Farrell. Maga Minaj is refusing to pay Pink Friday 2 costs. Wait, there was Pink Friday 2 costs? I was like, wait, when did that happen? Hold on, let me see what this story is. Okay, they said Nicki Minaj allegedly. Wait, I was like, why is it not coming up? All right, hold on. So let's go through this as a class, since this is breaking news, Chad. It's gonna be an 8-hour show. Hold on, because we can share the screen so y'all can read it right along with me. Okay, so it says Nicki Minaj or Maga Minaj sued for refusing to pay $275,000 bill. Well, y'all probably have to do what y'all did to her to get her to pay. You might have to do her again, which I had to do to give that bodyguard. And then what was it? Was he a bodyguard or was he somebody that worked? I know, security guard. The security guard that was at the concert that her husband put pause on, and she had to pay that money, and she refused, but then she ended up paying it in the third, and at the, what is it called, the 10th hour. So they said Nicki Minaj is being dragged to court for allegedly failing to reimburse a company that claims it fronted more than $255,000 to cover production and other costs for 2 concerts. Probably because none of y'all was spending money to go see this show. Now, according to court docs obtained by TMZ, a company named 24/7 Productions is suing Nicki and her company, Pink Friday Productions. 24/7 said it first worked with Nicki on the 2022 VMAs, where it provided live entertainment production services. In late 2023, the company says Nicki asked them to help with her concerts at Jingle Ball and her album launch for Pink Friday 2. The company claims it provided budgets to Nicki's team, which they say were approved, and gave Nicki team advanced planning, on-site management, staffing, audio, lighting, rigging, ground transportation, and overall logistics. 24/7 Productions said it advanced more than $255,000 to Nicki for expenses, which were to be paid back. The company said Nicki's company. The company. Okay, if I got to say company one more goddamn time. Now it says the company says Nicki's company was paid around $650,000 for her Jingle Ball performances alone, but never settled the bill with 24/7. The company says it has, why do y'all keep calling it shit? The company has attempted to collect the money for years, but claims Nicki's team has responded with the mantra-like phrase, "We'll look into this." Y'all ain't looking into shit. The company is suing for breach of contract and more and demanding in excess of $250,000 in damages. When it rains, it pours with this idiot. Somebody said Mega Barbie a deadbeat like the clown. Well, that's the latest on that. I guess I'll keep you guys abreast of that story as it develops, but that's the breaking news. So, since All My Children alongside icon Susan Lucci and Amanda Seyfried, is he getting residual? Probably not. I don't think. I mean, do they get residuals? I don't even know if soap still get residuals or whatever. That'd be a good question. Maybe Andy Cohen could ask that in the little group chat that he has with Sarah Michelle Gellar and Kelly Ripa, because he had to let us know that on Watch What Happens Live, because I did watch the one with her and Dorit, and they were asking her about Pedro Pascal. So, yeah, they were basically asking her about Pedro Pascal and all this stuff, and their friend, does she remember working with him? And she was like, yeah. She said even at one point, and he told the same story she told. She was like, yeah, he was one of so many people come in and out of the show. And she said at one point, why does this guy have to die? Because she had a real good big connection with him, and they went for ice cream and they talked for hours and a bunch of other stuff. So all this stuff regarding Pedro Pascal, this is a long time coming, I guess, with his career. You said I tagged you in the comment section of a post on the Twitters. I hope that works regarding Lana calling Ethel Kane not an abuser. Yeah, they don't do reruns. Because remember when we had SoapNet? We don't even have SoapNet anymore. So, well, I'm not sure. I shouldn't say we don't have SoapNet anymore because I haven't seen SoapNet. So I don't know if SoapNet still exists. But I hope it, I feel like my mother used to watch SoapNet when I was growing up. But I don't know, because I told you I ain't seen cable in a month of Sundays, so I have no idea what's on cable, what channel, whatever. So then there's that. Okay, so now let's see. Because I got so many damn windows open, I'm trying to keep focused. You said something reruns. Yeah, or why they continue to do the shows. All right, so now let's get back into the show. I guess we get into some gossip. So let's get into this Justin Bieber and Usher thing. So the other day we talked about Usher and Justin Bieber and why, they didn't say the reason why they had a falling out, why they almost came to blows at the Oscar after party or whatever the case was. But nevertheless, something went down. I speculated that may have had something to do with, who knows, Diddy, and Usher pretty much pushed Justin to be groomed by Diddy in so many ways. Kind of like, remember when Usher was growing up? I think he was like 13, 14. He stayed with Diddy. And there's a little weirdness going on based off of the kind of what we were picking up of the whole situation. And Usher won't talk about it, but I definitely feel like he got Butch Queen tendencies. I don't care how many goddamn kids you got. But, and a lot of Butch Queens out here do have children, trust and believe. Femme queens too. But, so I guess Justin was feeling a certain way. He was feeling like you weren't protecting him, that you were aware of the type of person Diddy was, and you pushed him on him and left him in his sights and didn't protect him. And so I guess Justin's seeing a lot clearer in a lot of situations and has been kind of distancing himself from a lot of people. Because I had totally forgotten that they were saying that one of the other situations that may have transpired, that this may have been going on for a long time. And when the tea leaves, when people started to read the tea leaves, was around the time when Usher was doing the Super Bowl. And remember, there was something that they said that Justin was supposed to perform and Justin declined. That was the tea that came out around then. So let's get into the story. And shout out, because I think the Daily Mail was spilling some tea too. So the long-standing tension between Justin Bieber and Usher has quietly simmered for years, but recent events suggest it is finally reaching a breaking point. What once looked like a successful mentor-protege relationship now appears strained by unresolved issues, personal choices, and lingering resentment that insiders say trace back to Bieber's early rise in the music industry. For years, insiders say Usher has felt increasingly sidelined by Justin Bieber, the very artist he helped produce to the world. That tension reportedly erupted during Oscars weekend. They said on Oscar night, it reached a boiling point, insider told the Daily Mail. Usher feels Justin's behavior of late, and in particular on the night, has been out of line. Now, the confrontation allegedly took place at Jay-Z and Beyonce's after party, where emotions ran high. According to sources, Usher approached Bieber with intensity, though the situation never escalated physically, even though there were some people that said it did, but they said it didn't. Now, Usher held himself back, the insider claimed. Out of respect for Jay-Z and Beyonce, he chose not to escalate the situation further, but some feel like he was ready for a fight. But how you want to compose yourself that way when you step into this young man, because y'all ain't no boys up in here, y'all both grown-ass men, and now you're going to sit and step to this kid, and for what? You feel that, why don't you return my call? Are you feeling very Brandy, what about us? Like, is that how we feeling right now? That you just mad because Usher has kind of left you on read? I mean, Justin has left you on read. He's been ignoring you. He doesn't want anything to do with you. And y'all just, as I said before, y'all just need to come together and hash it out as men and try to move beyond it. Resolve your issues one-on-one. or maybe you do need a mediator, because I don't know. Usher gives me very much, there is no compromising. He's very much a Libra, where a lot of y'all just want to be yelling and don't want to, like, okay, I don't need all this extra bells and whistles. I don't need the dramatics and all the other shit. I need you to relax, listen, and learn. And let's see if we can come to a resolution. And if you can't come to that, then I'll go my way and you go yours. So they also said that from Usher's perspective, the issue goes deeper than a single interaction. Sources say he felt brushed off yet again, reinforcing a pattern that is built over time. Now, from his perspective, there is a level of loyalty and gratitude that hasn't been reciprocated, and the distance between them has come off as dismissive and disrespectful. The first source continued. They added Usher, who played a key role in helping Justin get his start, feels that history matters. And I agree with that, because Usher's old school. Justin is somebody who was this little white kid from Canada who pretty much became famous off the backs of black music. Sounds familiar when it always happens when y'all try to bring in these blue-eyed, pop stars or soul artists, and they don't respect the game. They don't respect the people that put their ass on. And this is the situations of that. So maybe he does feel like he's being ungrateful, because like, well, I helped you with your career. I mentored you. I told you all the do's and don'ts and the ins and outs of the business and how to present yourself in public. And you didn't want to take that advice. You was going on singing One Less Lonely N-Word and doing this other foolishness out here. Maybe it was just because you was up under Scooter Braun, because him and Ariana Grande was out here being problematic in the early stages of their careers. And so I know he feels it's disrespectful, but like I said, maybe from Justin's standpoint, it's like he was respectful and he was understanding. He wanted to be around the whole situation, but also, y'all, with you mentoring me, you should have been protecting me from whatever it is that he feels you didn't protect him from. So now they said that the statement has become central to understanding Bieber's mindset. A second source pushed back on claims of disrespect, suggesting that Bieber's behavior may stem from internal struggles rather than hostility. Because, he's dealing with all his whatever that's going on. It ain't enough amount of praying to that sky daddy that's going to kill you or heal you from whatever internal issues you got going on. They said Justin was at a party with his friends and with his wife, Haley, and having a great time. What Usher's taking as disrespect may actually be him feeling guilty or ashamed. Another insider added that Bieber's strained relationship with his past management plays a significant role. He feels taken advantage of and had some disdain for his past management. A third source told the Daily Mail, there's always been tension after Justin blew up. These comments point to a broader narrative, one where Bieber is reassessing relationships tied to his early fame. And so they said this, to understand the current fallout, it's important to revisit how the relationship began. Usher was instrumental in Bieber's rise, helping him secure a deal and navigating the industry at a young age. He said, quote, I saw a future of an artist who was very bright based off his passion, Usher told Oprah. I saw the potential of success. It was really always left up to him, and I always told him that. I said, you can go as far as you want to go if you want to go there. Now, Usher's belief in Bieber helped open major doors, including a pivotal introduction to L.A. Reid said the kid was beautiful, like a woman can be beautiful and men really are, and he turned it on as soon as he stepped into the room. Reid wrote in his memoir, "Sing to me my story." First of all, I would not be calling a boy, a child, beautiful. It's looking a little like, y'all, it's giving a little Chester the molester tease. Now, he also added, Usher didn't just bring me a kid with an amazing voice. He brought me a born entertainer, someone who could become the biggest of them all. However, that early exposure also brought Bieber into circles that have since become controversial. His connection to the diddler resurfaced in troubling ways during Combs's legal issues. These experiences appear to have shaped Bieber's current outlook on trust and loyalty within the industry. And then they go on to talk about that, how the fracture became more visible, particularly around the Super Bowl halftime show in 2024. Now, sources say Usher had hoped to share the stage with the Biebs, but the younger star declined. An insider previously shared Justin is flattered that one of his mentors, Usher, wants him to be part of the Super Bowl, but he is leaning towards letting Usher do his thing, and Justin would rather have the opportunity to do the Super Bowl on his own in the future if he were to be asked. While Usher publicly supported Bieber's decision, insiders now claim it hurt more than he let on. The moment reportedly added that the added to the growing emotional distance between them. So they said that the Oscars encounter was the first time they've been in the room for years. So maybe that's what it was, is that Justin been kind of ducking and bobbing and weaving and trying not to get in the way or run into him. And now at this party, which you should have kind of known that Usher would show up, because he is cool with Beyonce and Jay-Z. He is in part of Black Hollywood. I'm not talking about the Chitlin circuit that's out in Atlanta. We ain't talking about the Tyler Perry equivalent of Black Hollywood. We talking about the real Black Hollywood, meaning like Oprah and Gayle, the uppity, sophisticated Negroes, Jay-Z and Beyonce, and Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, like that, and Cookie and Magic Johnson. Those are the elite Blacks. That's who Usher is rolling with. So now at the heart of the feud, they said lies a fundamental disagreement about loyalty and independence. Now, Usher, according to sources, believe he deserves recognition for his role in Justin Bieber's success. Bieber, on the other hand, sees his journey as one he ultimately navigated on his own. Well, Chad, that's bullshit. First of all, you can't be like, oh, I made it on my own. No, everybody gets help and mentorships and guidance in the industry. Now, how you decide to take it is different, but for the most part, you definitely have people who are going to be in your life, particularly like a Usher, who help navigate you and open doors that you wouldn't have been able to open on your own, because you wasn't getting no meeting with L.A. Reid by yourself, sir. It was definitely going to be Usher doing it. So I don't see these two reconciling anytime soon, but according to Rob Shutter, because he had this on his page, he said that this didn't start that night. It's been simmering for a long time. Justin feels he's finally seeing things clearly, and he does not like what he sees. At the center of the rift is Diddy and Bieber's early exposure to powerful figure in the music industry. Usher brought him into the world when he was just a kid. Make it sound like he gave birth to him. The insider explains Justin trusted him to look out for him, and now he feels like that did not happen. Now, sources say Bieber, now older and a father, has been reassessing his past and distancing himself from people tied to that chapter, saying he's not that teenager anymore. He is looking back with very different eyes. And some of those realizations are painful. The one close relationship that quietly unraveled, but insiders say the emotional shift is what really matters, saying this is not about the one argument. This is about years of built up feelings. For Justin, this is deeply personal. And now there's no sign, as I said, of a truce. If they said he's not interested in going backwards. He's closing that chapter for good. And look, like I always say, and I'm probably going to say it again when we get to the Madonna story with William Orbit. People come into your life a reason, a season, and a lifetime. I truly do not. I mean, I would love relationships, whether they're business, personal, whatever you want to call it, to last forever, but nothing in life lasts forever. So that's why I always kind of look at it that way. And if people consider that being cold, oh well, you can go find the nearest train track, lay on the tracks and wait for that train to come if that's how you feel. But for the most part, I just feel like if things absorb and evaporate and we come to an end of a friendship, we come to an end of, okay, go about your business. You're not going to fight. What am I fighting for? I'm not fighting. I don't fight people unless I need to. And I'm not fighting for something. Like, if that's what you want to do, I'm not holding you hostage. You are not a prisoner. So if you want to go off and explore there's the door. Walk right out it. You have the freedom to be you. You are in charge of you. I don't control you. So if Justin feels, that he's at a place in his life where he wants to kind of put all the people that, you may have helped me out a lot of ways, but you also you caused negative impact on my life. I don't want to keep revisiting it. I don't want to be around that. And if he's got beef with Usher and he doesn't want to deal with him, just leave the boy alone. Let him do what he's doing and let him do what he's doing. And if the artists or his fans want to support him and he has a little small group of fandom that still want to listen to his music, they'll support it. So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of this story? What do you believe has to be the reason behind their split? I definitely believe it has something to do with the diddler and a lot of stuff that he bared witness to while he was hanging out with Diddy, hanging out with Usher, and that sort of thing. Because it's like with these kids, they trying to grow up and learn the ropes of the business, and you be surrounded by these grown ass people, and they're not thinking about, hello, there's children present, there's kids around, and they're seeing things, they're hearing things, and they're sponges, they're absorbing and stuff, and this is not the right way to go about it. We don't need Justin coming in trying to all of a sudden develop a black scent, kind of like Quentin Tarantino does every time he's around black people, and thinking that, oh, well, I need to start acting a certain way because I'm around a certain group of people. No, be yourself. We don't need you coming up here and trying to act like you, the Biebs. I was trying to think of what was his rapper name be? So, yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Ooh. I was like, I should have waited until after the segment to be drinking on camera. Justin Usher knows the reason why. We all know the reason why. I think it definitely has to do with the diddler. I feel like Justin is fed up with people using him. Welcome to the business, because there's a lot of them out. Usher needs to tell the truth. I believe it. I definitely believe that he was touched as a child, that he may have witnessed some things and some things may have happened to him. Usher needs security alleged. I know, right? Because didn't he get into a fight with Chris Brown? Chris Brown people jumped him or whatever at a party. So maybe you definitely need to roll around with security, because you can't be up in here acting like you gonna pop off and fight every damn body, especially if you're not good at fighting. All right, y'all. So now let's go from one Justin, that'd be Bieber, to another Justin, that'd be Timberlake. And let's talk about this hilarious and pathetic DUI video. I don't know if y'all saw it. I actually did. I watched all 12 minutes. They were releasing it in pieces, which was kind of annoying. But I actually managed to find one video that had the footage of him in the car, the body cam footage, and when they took him down to the precinct and they had him handcuffed to the desk, and he started making comments about when he said white. I'm just kidding. I'm like, yes, sir, you're white. We know you think you black. Faux shiz, when you around Timberland, and when you in the studio with them making that music. We know you think you black then. But it's like, no, sir, you are a saltine from Tennessee. So let's get into the story. So footage of Justin Timberlake's infamous Hamptons DUI arrest has been released despite his attempts to block it. Now, I was like, you did all of that and they still released it. And then I watched it. I'm like, it's not bad. But in case y'all didn't see it, as a class, hold on, because I'm pulling up the wrong damn thing. As a class, I thought it'd be fun to sit and watch the full video.
This bra lifts your bust.
So
the reason for it stops is
who told you to play an ad? Damn it. Well, I'm glad it got out of the way. So yeah, we're gonna get into this video and we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk. Please hold.
So the reason for it stops is because you're keep veering off to the left and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Is this your vehicle? Whose vehicle is it?
I just saw a rental.
It's a rental? Okay. Do you have any registration with it? Do you know if they can put it in the glove box?
Let me check.
It's not the glove.
How long are you renting it for?
Just a couple of days.
What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on the world tour.
A what?
It's gonna ruin the tour.
World tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain.
The cop is sending me though.
World tour. I'm Justin Timberlake.
What's your name?
Justin Timberlake.
You are Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
You have a license with you?
Yeah, I do.
It's like, I thought you got a license. Okay, girl, you got a license though. Let me see that license and registration. Yeah, I'm gonna be pausing in between, so y'all get mad. Oh well, but you're getting the gist of the video. But I'm sitting there like, it's hard to explain. Well, it's hard to explain you a douchebag. I mean, it's not that hard. Just tell people your name is Justin Timberlake. But I will say this: at least he was humble enough to be like, I don't know how to explain. Like, okay, I'm a celebrity or whatever. Because all these other people, don't you know who I am? I'm glad he ain't pull that because that made you look more of a dick. You started coming across a little dickish when we get to the precinct, but we'll get to that in a second. But now let's get back into the video because I got to give y'all commentary as we watch this.
And then when we do this, just like you're doing right now.
Now hold on, I got to also pause again. You saw that big old jump cut? We redacting stuff like this, the Epstein files. Like, what was the other piece? First of all, I want to know this because he said he was following his friends home, right? When I was watching the video, I'm like, where the friends at? Like, I ain't seen no other car. Immediately while he's doing that thing, that crazy lady that shows up at the end, I'm gonna read her ass too. I don't know who that lady was, but she about to get dragged in this video too. What I don't understand is how was it that she pops up and later on in the video, I'm like, where he was following the friend home. I'm thinking it was somebody else in that car with him that he didn't want us to know that was in that car. And I'm thinking it was another woman. Because Justin got a reputation for messing around with people while he in a relationship. Ask Brittany and ask Jessica, who's still with his dumb ass. But we're going to get into Jessica in a minute because she has responded to this video and everything that's come out because I'm sure that she probably watched it like the rest of us. But anyway, so yeah. Let's get back into the video.
Feet together, arms by your side. You're doing it just now. I'm just going to re-explain it before we continue, okay? Arms by your side, feet together, and then you're going to keep your head straight and just keep your head straight. Only follow with your eyes, okay?
Okay.
You understand that?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So left foot on the line. Left foot on the line first. And then you're going to put your right foot in front of your left. Stay just like that. Okay? You're going to heel to toe like this. Heel to toe. Up.
Mm-hmm.
Put your left foot on the line. Yep. You're going to have your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to put our left foot on the line first. Put your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe.
You put your right foot in, you put your right foot in, you put your right foot in, and you shake it all about.
So it's going to be a series of 9 heel to toe steps. I will demonstrate this like you're doing right now. Like this. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9. Followed by a series of small steps around. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9 back. This is going to be heel to toe. So you're going to be clicking your heels as you're going. Arms by your side. While you're doing this, you're going to look down at your toes.
Guys, I'm just following my friends back to my house. I'm not doing anything. I'm just following my friends back to my.
Yeah, okay, you're full of shit. Number one, you're drunk. And number two, I don't understand how you can't follow simple procedure. Put one foot in front of the other. It's not that hard, unless you're fucked up and you can't do it. So, of course, what I want to understand, because didn't he say he only had one drink, or was it 2? You either must be a lightweight or you're a liar. I'm starting to go with the latter because there's no way in hell on 2 drinks you that shit face. And then they said he was swerving and he failed to make a turn, whatever the case was, and that's why they basically stopped him, whatever the case was. Where were those friends? Because like I said, there's not 2 cars in this whole thing. I kind of wish I had the other video to show the other angle, but you could clearly see in his face that he is 3 sheets to the wind. He can't follow simple questions. And he goes, I'm not doing it. No, what you wanted to say was you're not drunk, which would have been the lie, because when they offered to give your ass a breathalyzer, you refused it. That clip is coming. But for the most part, Justin, you a mess. The police did the right thing, and let's just continue to watch this downward spiral in real time.
Will you do these tests?
Sure. And then just walk. I'm sorry.
Ready?
I'm a little nervous.
Left, right foot in front.
You're not nervous, you're drunk.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, okay? Hang on. Let him tell you when to go. You gotta tell me when to start, okay?
Sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
No, I want to make sure we want to make sure you do this right.
Right foot in front of your left.
Is this my line?
Perfect. Yep.
Imaginary line you make, that's the line you're gonna walk.
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000.
Remember, just continue. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, gotcha.
Sorry. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. You want me to keep going?
Yep. Yeah. Until I tell you to stop. Yep.
Okay. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000.
All right. That's all good. All right.
By the way,
He can only make
these
it
are
to 5 before he will lose his balance.
These are like really hard tests.
So the way
Not
this
that
device
hard.
works, you just put your lips over it and you blow into it like you're blowing a balloon. No?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He knows. He was good until he had to blow in that breathalyzer.
Observations. You're under arrest for suspicion of driving while intoxicated. That's what I could do. Just turn around.
Guys, come on, man. Like, I'm just following my friends home.
You going to jail?
All right. Just turn around for me, please.
That's crazy. This shit came out in 2024 of June.
All right. I'll take you right on.
Put your right leg up, put your left leg up, put your right leg up, put your left leg up, whatever, whatever, whatever.
I know my hair sucks here, but like I usually look good.
So at this point,
Here come this
he's with
bitch.
us, Okay?
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, why?
He's being arrested for intoxicated.
Stop it.
DWI. Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Don't say it.
Yes. Come back with us. Okay. So you look. You're okay.
Don't say
Drive.
that.
Okay. I don't see any. Your eyes look perfectly fine.
See, now I got to say something. The cops, y'all were annoying for that. You should have locked her ass up too. Number one, for being annoying, and number two, because y'all listen to blah 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 and all that other bullshit. I'm like, first, you should have locked her ass up too, because she looked about as fucked up drunk as he did. But you let her drive? Okay. So I don't know. I kind of got irritated over that. I'm like, nah, she should have shared a cell with him. But she was more annoying than he was, because now she over here trying to do the whole privilege thing, or how dare you can't lock him up because he's a celebrity. But shout out to the Sag Harbor police. I told you, these Long Island cops, they don't play. But the Sag Harbor police, because it was like, you're not above the law. You are a celebrity or regular person. You out here drinking and being an idiot. You two will be locked up. Because what if he unalive somebody? God forbid.
Your speech isn't slurred.
You're
you're
arresting Justin Timberlake right now?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yes.
Why?
He was driving drunk.
All right. Just take a
Then why? Chill. You going to jail? Let me
Right
tell
now,
you, it is.
he's under arrest
Under arrest.
for driving while intoxicated.
Stop it. Justin Timberlake's under arrest. Can you help me, please? Can we do anything? Can you please stop it?
For
I'll do
sure, do
anything.
suck his
No,
dick.
it's what it is at this point. Okay.
So you can't put him in jail.
Why
He's
not?
gonna be held for the night.
I
And then
can't take him home.
He's arraigned
No.
for the
No.
morning.
There has to be a moment of talking.
No. Not anymore.
Please help me.
Not anymore.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on.
This
Can
is-
I?
This is the registration.
Karen, calm down.
It should stay with the vehicle, okay?
I have his phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys please just do me a favor, because you loved Bye 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 or
I'm
like
happy-
Sexy Back?
so-
Like,
I'm
do
happy-
me one favor. Let me.
Child, they don't know them fucking songs, nor do they give a damn who that man is. He is going to jail, and that is that.
Ask him if he wants me to give him his phone.
Yeah.
This is
that's-
insane.
So it's not gonna be a long thing. I'll let you walk up real quick.
Please.
Okay, so my partner here, I don't know. They didn't
She
care
was
about
acting
it,
like
someone
a
stopped you.
Karen up in
My
that
partner
video.
here observed you some kind of traffic violation, started a traffic stop, believed you have impairment, did a series of routine tests on you, right? Field sobriety tests, okay? You performed poorly on those, okay?
Hold on. I need y'all to take a look at the face. Now, Justin looks, don't sit up here and tell me y'all can't see it. Justin looks fucked up in this shot. His face is swollen and puffy. The eyes is looking a little watery. He's like, huh? What? Where am I? He don't even know he in jail. That's how fucked up he is. What the hell was you drinking? What else was you doing besides the alcohol? Because 2 drinks is not going to have you looking like that. There's no way in hell 2 drinks is going to have you looking the way you looking right
based
now.
off of his observations, you are intoxicated.
Okay.
So you were under arrest for DUI. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. All we're asking is if you understand what was just read to you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna reread this again. We're gonna go through the rest of it, but at this
No,
at
I
this
got
point,
you. I got you.
At this point, it asks your initials. If you don't want to initial, you're not required to. You can't be forced to. And then I will read the rest of it. Okay? Will you initial or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll read the rest of it. For you.
Boys, like,
Now, do you consent or refuse to the chemical test?
no, I'm not doing a chemical test. Like, guys, I don't mean no harm. Like,
I understand. We believe you to be under the influence of alcohol and
okay,
operating a motor vehicle, right?
okay, but I don't mean no harm.
I didn't say you did, right? Everyone makes a mistake or two in their life, right? You had too much to drink, you drove the car, right?
Sure, it's not the first time he's
Whatever,
done
you know.
that. It's the first time
I'm
he's
not
done
here
it.
to judge it. We got a job today.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your understanding.
And by the way, I appreciate that you're doing that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. What was the traffic violation I missed?
I observed you.
Just so I know for future reference.
I observed you failing to fully stop at the stop sign, and then while you were driving, you failed to keep right on numerous occasions. So you're very.
Wait, start over? Sorry.
So
One more time.
you failed to stop at the stop sign, and then while you were operating the motor vehicle, you failed to keep right on your side of the roadway, and you continuously moved off and veered to the left of the roadway.
Okay, well, I was just following my friends.
Okay. Yeah, I understand, but we are where we are right now. Okay.
Oh, and by the way, the broad that was working my root canal nerve, her name is Estee Stanley. She's apparently a designer. She's also a bullshit artist. So she's talented. She's got two talents.
You boys treat me like I'm a criminal.
I don't want to say that because, I mean, you're being arrested. So for misdemeanor DUI, I don't like to call names, Mr. Timberlake, but which is the situation that we're in, unfortunately, okay? I'm trying my best to treat you like anybody else, okay?
Hello.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, man.
A lot of people don't cooperate like this, so it goes a long way in my book. I appreciate it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, happy to answer anything I can.
Is this the normal process?
Yeah, yes, everything is pretty standard. Nothing of the ordinary. We do this for everyone that gets arrested for DWI. Is there anything specifically about it you are wondering, or just
No. I just wondered, like you really cuff people up and like.
Yeah. I mean, you're in our custody. We have to make sure that people who we lock up here don't leave. You know, you can't just leave. We got to process you, everything like that. Your safety, our safety, things like that.
Yeah, you gotta realize they don't know you. Yeah, you Justin Timberlake, faux shiz, the R&B singer, well, R&B pop singer or pop singer who does R&B music. But they don't know you like that. I'm not going to unhandcuff you because you Justin Timberlake. Because if you swing on me, you definitely get your ass beat. I mean, look at Shia LaBeouf. I guess he's gonna be the target of the whole show with this because I've been referencing Shia LaBeouf a lot up in here. But anyway, let's get back into the clip.
Standard protocol.
I appreciate you boys for doing your job, man.
Keep saying that.
I appreciate that you understand that we got to do
Yeah, I
our thing.
appreciate you boys for doing your job. I had one martini and I followed my fucking friends home.
Yep. He really must be a lightweight. How do you have one martini and that does that to you?
Just look it over real quick before you sign.
White? I'm just kidding.
Yes, sir. You a cracker. You a saltine. I don't even think you black.
So
no, you white.
you're being held for the night, and then in the morning is the arraignment. So in the morning, usually around 9:30.
Being held all night?
It might not be this one. You might be over at the other one, and they actually have blankets for you.
That's a wow, man.
And again, like I said, you can make a phone call if you would like, the attorney and things like that. You're allowed to call right now if you wish, or you can call later.
Yeah, any point you want to make a phone call, let us know.
Yeah.
Right.
You are entitled to have phone calls.
So you'll be in there alone with your thoughts, thinking about what you did. But anyway, so there's that. In case y'all didn't see the full footage with commentary, you don't have to chime in and give my opinion. But yeah, that was a mess. My thing was this: that footage was not as bad. So I don't understand why he fought so hard to have the footage not be seen by the public. I mean, we get to see what you're vulnerable, that you're a hot drunken mess, that you out here drinking and driving and doing irresponsible things that humans, or that I guess there's a lot of humans do. So I don't understand why you wanted it. You didn't want us to see it. But anyway, so I also came across this story where there was someone, well, how does Jessica Biel feel about the whole situation? I guess we're done with the video, so we don't need to show that again. So apparently, according to reports, they said that a source told People on Sunday that the Better Sister actress is not happy about the renewed attention, noting there's a reason they pushed back on the footage being released. Because he didn't want to disappoint his wife, which I've heard stories that Jessica Biel is sort of like the one who wears the pants in that house. That she sort, because Justin, is very close to his mother. He's a mama's boy. And basically, Jessica has 3 children and no husband. She got Silas, Phineas, and Justin. Those are the 3 kids that she's pretty much running up in that house. And she's pretty much the one that is holding down the fort. I've also heard she's a bitch in real life too. So, and my thing also is that I believe that Justin is not happy in this marriage. And it makes total sense. It definitely gives that he's not happy. Because remember when he hooked up with Alicia Rainwright? The girl that was in Raising Dion, she was on that show and they did a movie together. I can't remember the name of the movie. It might have been Palmer or whatever, but they were shooting in New Orleans. He was also under the influence at the time of alcohol. They were sitting on a balcony and hand was on his thigh, whatever the case was, and they was being very touchy-feely. And he probably told her that his marriage was sort of like rocky and they might have been split up or whatever the case was. And he probably put that out there, but it definitely gives me that Justin is not happy with his personal life. And the fact of the matter is that you're staying in an unhappy marriage for the sake of your children, which anybody who is in a relationship will tell you the worst thing you can do is stay in a relationship with someone if you don't particularly like their ass. So you're all living separate lives, but for the sake of the kids, y'all want to keep it together. If the marriage is irretrievably broken and there's no trust there, which I'm sure is probably Justin's fault in a lot of ways, or maybe it's the fact that, he doesn't like the way that his wife treats him. He probably went off and was doing other things and want to still live the bachelor life, even though he has the wife and the kids. That's the problem with a lot of you straight people. I think a lot of y'all mad because y'all don't have the freedoms that the gays do. That we don't have to confine ourselves to a lot of the rules that you all have. A certain age, you got to get married. Certain age, you got to have kids. Certain age, you got to be able to hit X, Y, and Z in order for you to have the life that society says that you're supposed to have. So he's in an unhappy relationship, and this is what you're doing. So, she ain't going no damn way. She gonna stick by him. And I've heard that the friends are saying, if y'all not happy in the relationship, then don't stick around in the relationship. But neither one has seemed like want to budge. And they think they're just going to put their lives this right behind them. But I'm like, look, this is what y'all want to do. If this is the way you want to continue to keep your relationship, then that's a decision y'all have to make. Y'all both grown. You're in your 40s, still trying to perpetuate the certain image. Because remember, once upon a time, Jessica Biel, when she got with Justin, she was a big old groupie. Now you realize the type of man he is. Now you feel like you stuck. So now they said his lawyer, Edward Burke Jr., was previously adamant that the singer was not intoxicated at the time of his arrest. The police made a number of very significant errors in this case, he told Page Six a month after his client was arrested. Okay, well, if that's how you feel, and this is the stunt and shows y'all want to pull, then be my guest, because we all got eyes, and I hate being in this type of environment in society now, where we live in a society where people will sit and tell you what your eyes are seeing is not what you're seeing. And it's like, I know what the fuck I'm looking at. I think I know what somebody looked like when they drunk. And trust and believe, He was drunk. They had him undergo a series of tests. He told me it was hard. It is not that hard to walk one foot in front of the other. Sir, you do choreography for a living when you get on the stage. If you can follow that shit, you can put one foot in front of the other. Or lift your leg up and say 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. And if you wasn't drunk, you would have made it past 5,000, 1,000, but you didn't. Twice they had to do it. Then when they asked you to blow in the breath, no, I'm not doing it. Why? And now if you only had one drink and you wasn't as fucked up as you claimed you was, I would have blew all up in there. But you're a liar. You were drinking way too much. And you knew what the situation was. Hence why they locked your ass up and put you in prison. So in jails. This is the thing that irritates me. A lot of you celebrities, particularly people like him, doesn't understand what accountability is. And when you have people who are around you that are enablers and will sit and try, you're arresting Justin Timberlake. Oh my God, the world's going to come to an end. Fuck that. If you're going to go out here and you're going to start drinking and getting behind a wheel, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, putting people's lives in danger, then yes, your dumb ass need to go to jail. And as somebody who's 40-some years old, your grown ass should know better. Especially when you could have gotten yourself an Uber because you have the money. Y'all rich people out here don't want to spend the fucking money y'all got. Overpriced ass concert tickets, and then y'all don't want to sit and spend the money to get you a goddamn Uber to take you where you need to go. Fuck out of here with all of that. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to the Sag Harbor Police Department for doing your job. And do you think Justin learned his lesson? No. He just got caught on a situation. He'll just try to do better the next time, I guess. Because if you actually do get behind the wheel while you had one martini and you end up taking somebody's life, then sir, you're going to jail for manslaughter. So would you rather them did what they did then as a warning from the universe to tell you get your shit together and be responsible, or do you want it to get to a point where you charged with vehicular manslaughter? The choice is yours, sir. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? The footage, the commentary, Jessica Biel's non-comment. Because she out here, oh yeah, I'm disappointed. I just want to put her all behind me. Okay, lady, you give me sister white tees. Now let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. It was like, damn, y'all really went up in here with the comments. Do you think rap helped or hurt the Black community? I don't think it hurt it. I definitely think that hip hop has definitely helped Black people in a lot of ways. But then, of course, there's the dark side, which is the colonization of, the genre and certain people being allowed into the cookout, like Jack Harlow and a bunch of others. So I don't think it's hurt it. I feel like every genre has its good and bad parts to it. Timberlake is not a dry saltine, not even with salt. You said he's an uncooked and unseasoned chicken. So I could not prevent the smile from forming on my face when I was watching this oh, you didn't even see it? That's why I said, whether or not y'all watch it for the first time, we go watch it as a class. Oh, child, let me tell you something. I was even going to lay it on thick. I was going to go in the other room while this was on. I was going to get my popcorn that I got from Madison Square Garden from the Madison Club. One of my coworkers gave it to me. And I was going to eat the popcorn when I was watching it. I was like, but I'd be laying it on too thick. I have a flair for the dramatic. But I was like, no, I'm going to just be regular and try to act like I'm reporting the news. Without gloating a little too much. He said, I could not prevent the smile from forming on my face when I was watching this for the first time. I wanted to sympathize with him, but no, there was no sympathy gained from watching that footage. The cops said, they were young. I believe the guy who didn't recognize Justin Timberlake was like 23 or 24. So they don't know no damn NSYNC. NSYNC came out with like, 2 or 3 albums? And then they split by the time the 2000s came around. So they didn't last long because Justin was so quick to want to be a solo act. And not everybody listens to Justin Timberlake. He's not as relevant as the current state of musicians. Yes, he already has a fan base that he's secured. So for the rest of his life, Justin Timberlake can announce a tour and he'll sell out the arenas. But he's not culturally relevant to this current generation. And that's no shade. I'm just saying. Because if it was, his last 2 albums wouldn't have flopped. He said, yeah, JT team argued it was an invasion. It happened, but I was like, it happened in public though. An invasion of privacy. Sir, I pulled your ass over in the street, had you get out and do a breathalyzer. Well, you refused the breathalyzer, but I had to do a series of tests. You cannot sit up here and tell me it's an invasion of privacy. When you outside, you have no privacy. When you're in your house, that's where your privacy is. When you got the blinds drawn and all that other stuff, you can do whatever the hell you want in your house. The minute you step outside, you are public consumption. That's why I said it was definitely redacted. I was like, what is this, the Epstein files? Because I'm sitting there like, that was a hard jump cut from when he was in the car to when he was on the back of the car. So I'm wondering, because it was like, yeah, just redact the parts where there was somebody else in the car with me and I was about to go home and sleep with somebody I ain't supposed to be sleeping with. That ain't Jessica. He said, is this really the man who said, yes, he is, because he didn't bring Sexy back there. And look, remember when Prince said Sexy never left? And then Justin decided to be disrespectful to Prince? I said, okay, here he go. Little shit, rude ass piece of shit up in here disrespecting Prince. But Prince was always shady. That just came with, the territory, because he tried to mock him for being short. I was like, you can mock me for my height all you want. I can play multiple instruments and you cannot. I can write many iconic songs and you cannot. You need a co-writer. He said, you have a team, have someone else drive. Far too rich for this. I don't go up for cops, but you can't. Yeah, I agree with that. It's like, yeah, I'm not out here protecting the cops or being all like, yeah, the cops are blah, 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 because they be problematic too. I believe he had 2 drinks at that last spot. Not at the last spot. So you're trying to say, oh, he was pre-gaming before he went to the last stop. And those were the 2 drinks that really hit. Because let me tell you, a martini, I'm not going to hold you. Martinis are strong. I've gotten fucked up off of martinis, but not 2, not 1. I had 4 before I got So, have y'all ever had a Bombay Sapphire martini? When I used to go to the Web, that was my drink of choice. That's basically gin, which is an acquired taste. So I would always have a Bombay Sapphire martini. So, because I was feeling very James Bond, except he wasn't drinking gin, he was drinking vodka. So you said, I believe he had 2 drinks at that spot. He didn't count where he was beforehand. You know how drunk tards are. They get slick with the math when they get caught in a absolutely. So I only had 1 because I was like, ain't no way in hell you have 1 drink or 2 drinks and your face is that swollen. That your face is puffy. Your eyes is all bloodshot red. You didn't even look like you knew where the fuck you was. There's no way 2 drinks will do all that. Now, you would be tipsy, but you wouldn't be fucked up. He was fucked up. That's what, yeah, exactly. That's what we should call it, a DUI, an obstruction of justice, and just being plain annoying. Add that to the list. His eyes was bulging almost the whole time. He had the Wendy Williams eye pop. He said, I'm not mad at the lady. That's her job. Well, not really. I mean, she's not a publicist or his manager or agent. She's a designer who he was having dinner with, her and her husband. Not you boys to treat me like a criminal. Well, that's what I said. What you think you're in jail for? We didn't just arrest you because, we bored. We arrested you because you are criminal. Mama, I'm in love with a criminal. They say, yeah, you basically did some shit that you weren't supposed to be doing. Now we had to lock you up for it. But at least we gave you the test. We followed the procedure. Not was he drinking gasoline. Pink booger sugar mixed with cocktails. Oh, Lord. Can you imagine? Because what was that? What they call that? Tucci? The pink booger sugar? That was becoming all the trend. I don't know if it's still trending, but I remember it was a trend. This was around the time when, before Diddy got locked up, there was some of the pink booger sugar. We probably had 2 drinks at the last place. Who knows how many before that? Exactly like what Linnea said. Yeah, he was speaking as I like to call, when you drink, I call it slurred English. Lord, I missed an hour. Damn. But you can always rewind. That's a good thing about these shows. You can rewind it to the parts you missed. He said, I wish they showed the part where they slammed the cell door. You stupid. And it makes that clinking noise like how you generally hear it in the movies. No, they was like, that's good enough. Y'all already know. We locked him in the jail. He stayed in there overnight. I'm like, child, that's bringing back memories. The time I had to spend a weekend in jail. He was like, I don't think anybody that wears the pants is the one to get cheated on. No, well, sometimes when you have a bossy ass wife, trust and believe a man will go out and cheat on her because he tired of her bullshit and her basically trying to have a leash on him. So they will find a reason to go out and sleep with another person. I mean, now if she out here beating on him and stuff, then that's a whole, like if she doing to him, well, what's that lady name from The Bachelor? Taylor somebody. What's her name? That dumb broad. Taylor Frankie Paul. If he was doing if she doing to him like what Taylor Frankie Paul was doing to her man, what's his name? Dakota, then we got something to worry about. Well, you know, there was a method to my madness by picking that picture. He said, the split screen with his drunk face. He said, 100 get a damn driver if you need to go out and get another bag. Exactly. I was like, I was like, if I'm going out and getting fucked up, trust and believe, if I had Justin Timberlake's money, I'm like, I would definitely be having a driver on standby. Like, call the driver, have him come get me. Not if he was a Backstreet Boy. Well, look, the Backstreet Boys are getting in trouble too. Remember the story about Nick Carter? I don't know what's going on with that. I do like his music, but he just should have apologized. And, well, you know, the one thing about, and trust and believe, don't get me wrong, I like Justin Timberlake's music. I don't particularly like him and his personality. Over the things he's done over the years has turned me off from him. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I wasn't a Justin Timberlake fan. Like I never bought, I didn't buy Justified. I did stream it on Apple once I got around to it. I did buy Future Sex Love Sounds and the 2020 Experience. So I was out here supporting Justin Timberlake as a solo artist. So I'm not going to sit up here and act like I wasn't a fan of the music. But then over the years, when he started doing the thing with Britney and Janet and all the other things that was going on, and I think when I was young, I didn't understand all the nuances and complexities of accountability and the things that was with the misogyny and stuff that was going again, and the racism against Janet Jackson and the misogyny against Britney, where everybody was out here treating her like a whore for some of the decisions that she was making. I'm like, she's just a girl that was making music and trying to live her life and do things on her own terms, and y'all out here trying to control that girl. So she's just been traumatized and beat down and browbeat and all this other mess. And so I didn't understand all of that. But years later, when I got older and started looking back on it, and people started bringing these videos and doing their little think pieces on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and all these other places, then I started seeing the forest for the trees. I'm like, oh no, this boy been a piece of shit. So that's when I had my come to Jesus moment. Oh, she definitely was. But I hated the fact that she was trying to do the oh, y'all doing this and Justin, but Britney, I was like, no, I don't give a good goddamn who it is. If Jesus Christ was coming down from the heavens and got his little stage and buggy, his horse and buggy, and was out here drinking and swerving in the street, oh, trust me, I'm pulling his ass over. I'm going to give him a breathalyzer. He's going to have to do the heel toe thing. He's going to have to do the 1,000 lift the leg up situation. And if he fails it in them sandals, I'm locking his ass up too. So I don't understand why people think because certain people, one should be exempt from the other. If Britney out here being irresponsible behind the wheel by coming from places and being erratic on the street and driving, she should be treated the same way. I don't give a damn if I'm a fan of somebody. And this is why people need to stop admiring these celebrities. Stop with the celebrity worship. These people will end up disappointing you. Trust and believe. I mean, y'all out here surprised over Chappell Roan. And the way I said, this bitch been showed y'all who she was. But it took her for chastising an 11-year-old for all of a sudden, that's the breaking point. I said, Britney got TMZ mad because her mugshot wasn't issued because of California laws. Well, she was smart with that. Well, I guess in California, you can't get a thing from, you can't get I can't even talk. A mugshot release if you're in California. I didn't even know that. Because they be getting all kinds of mugshots. Yes, it is. It's a strong gin, too. Yeah, that was back in the day when I was going to the club. Trust and believe, I wasn't drinking none of that watered down shit. It was top shelf. He said celebrities are shocked now they're not. And that's how you know you're getting further because you're drinking the good shit. They're not getting to use their privilege with the generation. Absolutely. And I think that's what it is that this generation is calling people out and they want people to be held accountable for the things that they do. You can't get away with stuff like you did back in the day anymore. Those days are gone. Huey better being one of those quiet artists. His music should speak, you would think, but not him. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show because we got more drama going on. Let's talk about the Pussycat Dolls. So the Pussycat Dolls, well, at least 3 of them, showed up over what was it, last week? I think it was Friday or whatever the case was. They went on a talk show. I think it was, what was it, Today? The Today Show or whatever. No, it was, oh yeah, because they do like a city concert series sponsored by City, I don't want to say Citibank. So they basically popped up over there on Today, the 3rd hour, because they got to let you know what hour it was. Okay, it was Friday, March 20th. And Nicole Scherzinger, Kimberly Wyatt, and Ashley Roberts showed up, and they announced that they were going to be coming back as a trio throughout America, Europe, and the UK. So they finally decided to go and sit down and I guess promote the tour and all this other stuff. And you would think one of the very first questions that you knew was going to come up was, so what's going on with the change up, the lineup? Why is only 3 of you? Whenever we saw the Pussycat Dolls, y'all were pretty much like a K-pop group. Before we even knew what K-pop was, you had 6 members. Yeah, we knew about all the drama and stuff that was going on up in the group, but there was a bunch of y'all, and now I'm only looking at half the group. What's it giving? And what had happened was Nicole's brain decided to malfunction while she was being asked the question. But because I got to pull up the video, but I may have to do a little trickery because I don't know. NBC, y'all like to play in my face when it comes to the stuff. So I think y'all can hear it, but I won't be able to show it to y'all. So yeah, her brain started to malfunction, and Kimberly had to basically come in and save the day because Nicole couldn't say why the girls wasn't coming back. So we're gonna come back. We're gonna play this clip, and then we're gonna come back and talk.
Proudly sponsored by Citi.
Oh, welcome back. That's song that you are hearing on this Friday morning is the newest single by the legendary girl group, the Pussycat Dolls. It's called Club Song.
You know, the band skyrocketed to fame 2 decades ago with iconic hits like Don't Ya and Buttons, and they went on to earn a Grammy nomination for their song, Stick With You.
Now, after a 6-year hiatus, the ladies are back, this time as a trio, and they're celebrating new music, plus going out on tour, and they're making a reunion stop right here on Today. Kimberly Wyatt, Nicole Scherzinger, and Ashley Roberts. Good morning, ladies.
Hey. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Y'all can hear it, right?
That debut album. What's it like? Getting the band back together.
It feels epic. I can't believe it's been 20 years.
Right?
But to be able to link up at this point in our lives, feeling nice and grounded, ready to sort of set out on this new adventure together, it's just amazing.
And actually, the last time you performed together was 2020. So here we are in 2026. You get the call. Let's do this reunion. I mean, does it make you nervous? Are you excited? How do you feel?
Everything.
Everything all wrapped up in one. But I mean, we're women now, right? We're 40 and fabulous, excited to get back on that stage, share that energy with the fans, perform our songs that everybody knows and loves, plus some new things we've got going on. And I'm just excited. Like as I said, being a woman, putting the outfit back on, being our superhero selves.
Yeah. Able to reclaim the Pussycat doll within us in this era in our life as the women that we have evolved to become and are still becoming is super exciting and empowering.
The Pussycat doll within.
I love that.
Like a superhero.
So what does the prep look like for going out on a big tour? Are we doing like intense workouts? What's that look like?
A lot of stretching.
Yeah.
A lot of warm-ups. I didn't need to warm up so much. We gotta warm up extra now. Okay. No, but it's exciting. We've been throwing around ideas. I mean, 2 decades we've known each other. So we've got so much love, so many creative ideas that we can't wait to throw at this tour, something to reconnect with the old fans, but give something for the new generation and new fans.
As you probably know, some former members of the Pussycat Dolls, they made some headlines recently after they found out that you guys were coming back as a trio, not as the original group. How did you arrive at that decision?
Well, I mean, listen, we we are so, as women today.
I mean, it has been an ever-changing lineup, and this is what it looks like now.
The brain
In
malfunction.
2026, you never know what comes next. And I think ultimately we've got to protect our peace. And when something like the Pussycat Dolls has so much history, we have ruptured in the past, and right now we are repairing, and we're sort of on the same page with that.
But what I wanted to say was that we have so much love and respect for all of the women that have been part of the PCD legacy, and once a doll, always a doll.
Yeah, and a couple of names that we know now opened for you guys back in the day. I think about like Lady Gaga and Rihanna. I mean, isn't it wild to think like who they are now, that you guys worked together back in the day?
Yeah, Rihanna. I mean, I remember SOS, and we're we like this too. She's gonna do all right. Miss Gaga and her bubble outfit on the piano, just banging it. Like
her feather lashes.
Yeah, I mean, how grateful are we though that we got to share the stage with these people? And then exactly, and then in the States, we supported Black Eyed Peas, Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears. Like, it's amazing.
A lot of artists on.
All right, so I think y'all got enough of the tea regarding that situation. I was like, hold on, because I'm gonna make sure that now I can bring it back, and now we can get into the convo in regard to that. So I had to, I gotta jump through hoops and pull little stunts and things up in here because they like to demonetize. So if I play the audio and y'all don't see the video, then we can get around it. So with all that being said, I know that pissed a lot of people off, especially what Kimberly Wyatt said, we need to protect our peace and all this other stuff. I was like, well, what peace you talking about? You saying that it was problematic with the other girls. I mean, we know that Carmede has come out and said some things. Jessica Sut, I believe, is a freaking bigot now, and she's a Trump supporter. Then you have Melody Thornton, who I believe, from what I'm hearing, they did ask her to come back and she declined. There's been a lot of things, and Nicole and Melody didn't really get along. They were always over here fighting over vocal time and all this other stuff, and Nicole was made out to be the superstar. But it was like, it was funny watching her malfunction. She was like, what I wanted to say, girl, you didn't even get them. You couldn't even collect your thoughts, which is why Kimberly had to come in and try to save your ass. But it gave you a moment to collect your thoughts. So, I want to read what some of the people is saying over in the comments on YouTube. One said Nicole got majorly choked with the trio question. Another person said the first time Nicole has ever been happy to let another doll take the lead. Ooh, y'all are shady. Kimberly came and saved the day. Nicole's soul left the body for 20 seconds. Another person said Kim has excellent communication skills. She speaks so clearly and confidently. Another person said they really thought the elephant was just going to chill in the room without getting addressed. Another person said at 2:38, listen, we are so, as women today. Another person said Kimberly did a nice save for Nicole. Even though Nicole is a lead singer, Kim should definitely be the leader. She is the one that knows how to communicate the best between everyone and knows how to handle difficult situations. Well, I'm sorry, but Nicole, girl, you've been in this industry for over 2 decades. You should have been able to have media training by now and know how to navigate really difficult questions when it comes down to it. Because for as long as PCD has been a thing, this whole entire group has been shrouded in controversy. And so, with the fact that you were saying you sang all the parts, you did all the heavy lifting, but it was you and the shady ass entertainment industry, which I was doing behind the scenes, is why there was all of this infighting and so much drama and so much of this other stuff going around. I don't know if you was as innocent as you trying to come across when you was doing it behind the music and all the interviews that you've done over the years. Pretty girl, very talented, great voice. And yes, I did see somebody say in one of the comments that Blacklist, I thought Nicole was on Broadway. Yeah, she was. She's done. She's done with Sunset Boulevard. And so now she wants to come back and doing the pop thing. I did hear that the word on the street is they want to turn Sunset Boulevard into a movie, even though it's already been a movie. But because of the success of the Broadway play, they want to look back on making it a movie and have Nicole in it. So she's not doing anything right now on Broadway. She wrapped that up, I think, last year when she was done. So now they want to come out and do the pop thing. Now the question remains, with all this drama surrounding the girls, are y'all interested in wanting to see them live? I mean, is anybody out here really thinking about the Pussycat Dolls and want to see them actually out here performing Don't Ya and Buttons and Stick With You and all these other hits? I mean, it might be cute. I definitely feel like what they should have did was release a song and a video, get the feelers out there, see if people are remotely interested in Pussycat Dolls as a trio. My thing is this, I'm not bothered by them being a trio because I understand what Pussycat Dolls was supposed to be. The fact of the matter was the people behind the scenes and the people that put this whole thing together have just not been honest with the audience in regards of what they wanted the Pussycat Dolls to be. They wanted a soul female singer, and that would be Nicole Scherzinger. Because remember, when we first came across Pussycat Dolls, it was one girl that would come in and sing, and that would be the Gwen Stefani or Christina, Brittany, whatever. They would come in and do, they would be the sole focal point. And then you had the burlesque girls behind you. They wanted to create a pop star version of that. Yeah, they wanted to come in and be like, oh, we'll try to make it like a Benetton ad. We got a white girl, a black girl, a Polynesian girl. We got all these different girls that's up in here where you want to show different things. But of course, the industry is racist, full of racists and bigots and idiots. A lot of horrible fucking people working in the music business. And so, of course, when it comes to girl groups, y'all want to have that infighting and all that drama and all that other stuff coming up in there. And instead of just these girls want to come in and live their dreams. So you have her going up in the studio recording a full-fledged album and then pass it off as the Pussycat Dolls. Because Nicole's out here thinking she's going to be a solo artist. But quiet as it's kept, y'all didn't care about her solo music. Y'all wasn't out here listening to What You Like, and I think that was the name of the song. And Her Name is Nicole. That whole album, what happened to that? That album disappeared. You can't even find that on Apple Music. So Nicole wanted to be the solo star. Y'all didn't care about her because she's too pretty. I guess she's too perfect and she lacks a personality. And clearly in this interview, you definitely could see pretty girl, dead behind them eyes. No personality there. So it'll be interesting to see how this tour goes. Like I said, I don't mind 3 girls being up there as long as y'all got a bunch of backup dancers. Because Kimberly is a dancer. Ashley is a dancer. Not necessarily singers. They can do a little They can do that in the mic, but you ain't got to do all the heavy lifting. They'll have Nicole and they'll just do like what a lot of the artists doing. Instead of hiring background singers, they just have all the harmonies and everything stacked and done. So by the time they go on tour, they'll basically just have all of that playing in the background. And y'all have the inner ear in, and y'all just have to go and be on cue with everything and on beat. So we'll see how the tour goes, because it definitely seems like the Europeans are here for the tour. I don't know necessarily if the American fans care, but definitely let me know. But before we get up out of here, there was another thing I want to get into. So there was a story that came out, an old story regarding Britney Spears on the set of When I Grow Up doing, the music video. So PCD, well, the 3 that's left, went on Sirius XM's Page 6 radio and revealed what had happened with the whole Britney thing, because Britney was supposed to make a cameo in the video. They said, they addressed, a long-standing rumor that Britney was supposed to make a cameo in the video. They said, when we turn and we wave, it was going to be Britney we were waving to. Wyatt exclusively revealed to Sirius XM's Page 6 radio on Thursday. I think at one point she did film it, but for whatever reason, it just didn't end up. I don't think her team allowed it to move forward. You heard it here first. Now, the girl group famously opened for Spears during her 2008 The Circus starring Britney Spears tour while they were promoting their second studio album, Doll Domination, in which When I Grow Up served as the lead single. The Pussycat Dolls officially disbanded in 2010. But earlier this month, Page 6 reported the news that some of its members would be reuniting. So, then they said on March 9th, Music Insiders told the Buttons hitmakers were prepping for a world tour after a 16-year hiatus, and that frontwoman Scherzinger is definitely back with the band. Days later, the ladies officially announced the North American tour. Now, here's what I heard. I mean, I don't necessarily know how true it is, but I remember I heard that she was on set. She was in the room in the back, like she was in she was in like the trailer, and somebody who worked on set actually went to the trailer to go retrieve Britney. Now the problem is that when they went to go retrieve Britney was not in the best mood. They said something or another that she was feeling down and depressed or whatever, because I think around that time, that was when she was dealing with Kevin Federline in the custody battle, got the kids taken away. I don't know if the umbrella situation happened around that time, but Brittany was going through it at the time. And the person who was in the trailer at the time said that they noticed that Brittany was, you know, sad. And then they tried to cheer her up while they sat in her trailer depressed. And so while Kimberly's saying that I think that she shot her scenes, but it never aired, I don't think the shooting ever happened. I don't think she even came out of her trailer. And then they decided to go with a different scenario in that situation. So, because I'm feeling like if she wasn't in the best mood and she was feeling sad, it's going to show in the work on camera. So they probably opted not to go along with it. But in a way, it would have been cool to see Brittany make that cameo. But if it was going to be detrimental to her feeling and her depression and sadness and all other stuff, I'm glad it didn't happen. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Nicole's brain malfunction? And while they were asked one of the first questions, I would have thought they would ask, why is only 3 of y'all instead of 6? And the whole thing about protecting our peace, I need you to elaborate, because Kimberly, you just open up a bag of worms, making it seem like, yeah, there's still some unfinished, unsolved drama and beef between a lot of you ladies. And because you and Ashley are still in good standing with Nicole because y'all are not threatening to her, whereas the other girls probably would be, because maybe they're very strong-willed in their convictions and are willing to stand up to Nicole and the bullshit, that you're easier to deal with. So now I want to know more, because you out here spilling tea. Spill all of it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on. Okay, let's see. You said all of their radio interviews avoided this question, so I think it shocked them that in the U.S. found the questions. Well, come on now. I guess maybe in the UK and all other places they weren't going to ask it, but it's like, how do you not address the elephant in the room? Well, good to know it worked. It was like, I don't have to show the bit. I thought Nicole was. Oh yeah, I read that one. Ready? I explained that one too. We are so as women today. Okay, and you said, did Nicole forget the PR script they practiced? Apparently, or like they said, it was omitted from all the other ones, but they neglected to let the American people like, oh, you're supposed to ask her. Nicole Scherzinger was the same one that told the Soul Train host, "We got soul and we on Soul." A mess. Don Cornelius probably gave her one of Aretha Franklin side eyes. PCD is Nicole. The other girls didn't even have backing vocals. They were glorified backup dancers. She probably don't even remember all the girls' names. You mean like RuPaul and the girls on Drag Race? But I definitely agree with that. They pretty much molded Pussycat Dolls to be Nicole Scherzinger and the Pips. That's basically what the group is. And for people to try to sit up here and act like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna go because of this person and that person. And quiet as it's kept, Melody Thornton's vocals were not that great. When she was trying to hit a lot of those notes on the tour, and I would watch the videos, she was pitchy in certain areas, out of breath in a lot of areas. And it's like, girl, you trying to do them Nicole runs, and it's like, you're not Aretha. Stop it. You don't have the range. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. Let your vocals be what it is. But when you over here with egos and all this other stuff, I'm gonna do a run. I was like, now you sound a mess, and now you're embarrassing yourself. So when people sit up here and try to act like Melody was this great singer, she wasn't. Are you saying nope? Not that, meaning I guess you don't care enough to go to the tour. From my understanding, is the tour has to be done. Robin owed Live Nation a Pussycat Dolls tour. Basically, Nicole got mad when she realized Robin was shady. But I get it. It's a contract fulfillment. They can't come out here and tell you all the logistics, because it's probably that tour that they were supposed to go on before when COVID hit. That was supposed to be the fulfillment of the contract. Now we're now we're in a different scenario, and no ban because today's technology replaced ban. Yep, unfortunately. Or you could just get one person up there that could just play the guitar and program all the different sounds and stuff in the show. Ciao. Hasn't it happened before where there were some members of a former group decide to form another group? I don't think it worked out. Their understanding is 2019 there was more excitement, but today not so much because the three girls and the ticket prices, they're willing to pay $20, but because we're broke, so we're very selective. Exactly. And look, child, quiet as it's kept. Harry Styles got a tour coming. The kids are trying to save for that. Well, he got a residency. So people got priorities and shows and other things they want to pay for. Gaga got one more damn show at the Garden. People spending money on that. FKA Twigs just had a concert at the Garden. People got a lot of priorities and they spending all their money on things. They ain't trying to be out here spending money on frivolous crap. I just want the best for Britney then and now, even if that means watching Justin get arrested. When I watched the video of Brit saying there's no joy in it anymore inside that car. Yeah, when it's like when they killed, not a lot of people, you know what? I try to have empathy for people. Not a lot of people can handle fame. Very few people can handle this fame thing. He said they probably thought Hillary Duff selling out shows. But unfortunately, Hillary Duff impacted millennials more than that's a fact. And plus, Hillary Duff was on people's TV screens. So when you were a kid growing up and seeing that girl in your house every week, that's different than the Pussycat Dolls. They weren't that impactful with their music. No shade. Like when we talking about girl groups at the time, who was out of the time of the Pussycat Dolls? Okay, well, we had the Black Eyed Peas. They were technically a group. We had Destiny's Child. We had 702. We had Black. We had, I don't even think TLC was still doing stuff. Or was it TNC? So we had a couple of girl groups, but when Pussycat Dolls had their moments, but they were never like that group that, oh my God, I got to see a Pussycat, like child, for quiet as it's kept. I would pay to go see. Well, didn't you say that they brought up that the Salt and Pepper's about to go on tour or something or another? People don't realize how rare it is to have Aretha, Whitney, Mariah technical vocal talent, hence why Ariana was praised so early in her career for being near their level. Well, she definitely can sing. Justice for Melody and vocal lessons for Melody. And you say Hillary selling out arenas. Yeah, she got a tour. I think she's doing 2 nights at the Garden. So Miss Mullins is definitely popular. That shocked me too. She's doing 2 arena nights. I was like, really? She could actually do that. I didn't know she was selling out arenas. And then Demi Lovato got a tour coming. It's a lot of people. You said Christina sounded better than Melody as a child, but I don't know her history with training. Well, then there's that too. Oh yeah, it was Danity Kane. First of all, I was living for Danity Kane more so than Pussycat Dolls. I wasn't listening to PCD. They had a couple of songs, but I was not into them like that. I definitely agree that I was more or less into Danity Kane. They had better songs. TLC with Salt and Pepper and In Vogue. Okay, that's going to be a good tour. First, but then they keep changing. Speaking of lineup changes, and In Vogue kept changing their lineup, and y'all still was out here rocking with them. Christina said, "Oh yeah, I read that one already." I know, I'm shook too. I'm like 2 nights at the Garden, really? Look, I almost said the same thing about FKA Twigs. When I did her show on Saturday, because me and the security kept looking in the arena, because I told her I was outside the arena, not outside like outside, but I was in the building outside the arena as people were coming in. So in the floor. So when I was watching, when I went, we kept peeking in. I'm like, damn, ain't nobody here. Where the people at? So I was a little worried. I'm like, is this mama's gonna sell out this store? And then when I went in, I'm like, okay, now it was packed in there. So I ain't gonna hold you. She definitely sold out that show. Yeah, Destiny's Child was out. You said there are 4 PCD songs I grew up listening to. When I grew up, Buttons, Don't Ya, and Jai Ho. Everything was crazy. Yeah, they never had like a lot of bops. And they're going to have to do something with these songs. I don't know. And I'm wondering, did they mention anything about an open? Oh, yeah, they did mention open act. Little Kim and Maya. The closest thing to New York is Darien Lake. And so, I don't know why when you said Darien Lake, I was thinking of the drag queen. And Saratoga Springs, the amphitheater section. You might need to do a group vacation. Yeah, I was like, yeah, when I was thinking of Darien, I'm like, the drag queen? All right, let's get back into Mo mess regarding this show. And let's talk about The Bachelorette. Now, for the record, I do not watch this show. I don't care about this show. However, if y'all do cancel it, then I will do my little tap dance in the street. Because I don't understand how, after all these years, this crap is still on. But nevertheless, it took some psycho broad from a Mormon reality show for damage to be done to this franchise. Because word on the street, I was still trying to understand what the hell was going on because I was hella confused in regards to the story. So there's this woman named Taylor who was on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives or something or another, and then she ended up doing The Bachelorette. Now, they filmed the whole season knowing her full-on reputation that she don't know how to keep her damn hands to herself, and now that things are and they try to say, oh, we ain't know nothing about it. It was a focal storyline on the show. So how do you not know this? And number one, that's number one. Number two, the show is on Hulu, which is owned by Disney. Y'all don't know what's going on over there under your own umbrella? So we supposed to believe that? But anyway, this crazy broad, don't know how to keep her hands to herself, was seen in footage putting paws on her man named Dakota. We got 2 people out here with girl names, by the way. And it was a situation where she pled guilty on a 2023 assault charge when they hired her to lead the 22nd season of The Bachelorette. And she also, I should say this, so she was on that show and she also does a lot of mom talk videos, whatever. So she does that, but they also said if ABC keeps season 22 of The Bachelorette on the shelf, the network is about to eat a loss of $30 million or more. So ABC pulled the show, which has been rescheduled to premiere Sunday from the air on Thursday. The decision came after the video surfaced of a 2023 DV incident between Bachelorette lead and Secret Lives of Mormon Wives star Taylor Frankie Paul and ex-boyfriend Dakota Mortensen, saying, quote, in light of the newly released video, it wasn't that new, just surfaced today, we have made the decision to not move forward with the new season of The Bachelorette at the time, and our focus is on supporting the family, Disney Entertainment Television said in a statement. It's kind of like to be selective when y'all want to talk family entertainment. The fact of the matter is that Secret Lives of Mormon Wives show makes y'all a shit ton of money, and I guess it being on Hulu, it's probably more. It's probably watched more than the Kardashians, because I don't know anybody that still keeps up with the Kardashians over there on Hulu, but that's probably what it was. So now that the controversy and everything got so hot, now all of a sudden ABC wants to play the victim. But y'all had every opportunity to pick some other broad instead of going through this. And what is up with reality shows not doing background checks? Or is it that y'all just don't give a damn no more? Because I remember once upon a time when it came down to dotting your I's and crossing your T's, y'all always made sure that y'all did the background checks on the people that you were bringing. Y'all would do psych evals, all of that stuff. Now all of a sudden, y'all just decided, oh, she's a pretty girl. She's popular from the show. Let's put her on without checking into her past. Which, like I said before, this whole situation about her putting hands on Dakota is common knowledge. Y'all were aware of it. You just didn't give a shit because of but then until the controversy became too much for y'all to ignore. So in case y'all were wondering, an episode of The Bachelorette cost $2 million to produce, which depending on its episode count would likely put the season's budget in the 20 to 25 million range. ABC has not released an episode count for Paul's season prior to scrapping the show. Regardless of whether the season ever airs, ABC is on the hook for a license fee to Warner Horizon, which produces The Bachelorette and other shows in the franchise. Marketing costs would add several million more dollars to the season's budget, putting the total somewhere around $30 million. Now, ABC will also take an ad sales hit based on industry sources. A 30-second commercial on The Bachelorette costs about $100,000. With a half hour of ads per 2-hour episode, the amounts of several million dollars in revenue per show. Or that amounts to several million dollars in revenue per show. ABC will, of course, still sell ads against whatever programming fills the Bachelorette spot on Sundays. For this week, it's an American Idol rerun, but at much lower rates. Wait, is American Idol over? I don't be paying attention to that damn show because I'm talking about a rerun. The network will also likely have to pay make goods to advertisers that bought time on the now scrap season. So this is all a mess, and this all could have been avoided had y'all just did your due diligence and did a background check and made sure that you wasn't putting somebody on that would be so problematic and so controversial for Disney's perfect little, image. Now look at you. About to lose all this money for what? Because I want to put yet again another mediocre ass person on The Bachelorette. So they said there's also a big if surrounding the sunk cost. ABC and Disney could at some point decide to air the season of The Bachelorette. If that happens, the network might not recoup all of its costs, but the red numbers would be considerably smaller. It's also worth noting that for ABC and its parent company, $30 million or so is relative pocket change. ABC's entertainment division, which includes ABC, had $11.6 billion in revenue and an operating income of $1.1 billion in the final quarter of 2025. Now, I do wonder if what they're going to do is, can't y'all do this as not air it and do it as a tax write-off, kind of like how Warner Brothers did with Batgirl? I mean, maybe you could do that. But then again, you had contestants on the show where there's a lot of drama surrounding it, and now they're talking about that the contestants might sue. There's also what I was reading for Rob Shutter, because when they signed on, this I guess was to make their dream come true, and they're supposed to have get some career or get some kind of 15 minutes where they could benefit from being a part of the show. And now no one's going to see them on this show. But according to Rob Shutter, sources said there are now serious internal conversations at ABC about shutting down the entire franchise, not just one season. The word being used internally is toxic. No one believes this show is about love anymore. Well, that's one of the reasons why I say y'all should have got rid of the show. Why is it still on? You're spending all this money for what? A bunch of bored white women to sit at home and just watch a bunch of people on a dating show that they know once the show airs, maybe a couple of weeks later, they're going to break up and go their separate ways. There's only, I believe, one person that's found love on that show, and that's Trista and Ryan. Everybody else is just like, who have stayed together from The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, The Golden Bachelor, The Child Bachelor, The Bachelor, like all these other different iterations of The Bachelor, only one damn couple stayed together in all the seasons, in all the franchises. So who's really going on the show trying to find love? Y'all not trying to find love in a hopeless place. Y'all are going on there to blow up and get famous, more famous, because then after this, I would have been like, if she wasn't controversial, if there was no baggage on this Taylor chick, she could have she would have been on Dancing with the Stars next. Excuse me, because isn't that where they go right after? They go from The Bachelor or The Bachelorette straight to Dancing with the Stars the next season. That's what they do. They like to keep everything in-house. So they said the word being used internally is toxic. No one believes this show is about love anymore. Instead, insiders say the focus has shifted, and not in a good way. It's about casting messy people, rewarding bad behavior, and chasing ratings. That's the formula now. Well, I think it's pretty obvious in them casting this lady that it's all about controversy and ratings. It's not about love. The formula is they got to keep that money coming in. They got to keep those ads coming in. And linear television, I told you, it's on life support. So the way people are accumulating TV the old way, they're not doing it anymore. Like we even heard, like they decided to put, like over there on Bravo, they decided to put the Real Housewives of Miami on pause. I'm like, wait, wasn't Carmen Carrero supposed to be on that show? Because none of y'all are watching it. So it's like these shows that have been these long in the tooth reality shows people are moving on from it. They just finally gotten around to canceling Jersey Shore Family Vacation after 9 damn seasons. But the final season got to air before it's officially done. But you know what I'm saying. So they said it used to be escapism. Now it feels exploitative. The recent controversy and forced cancellation may have been the tipping point, saying this is messy, but honestly, it was bound to happen eventually. So they said no final decision has been made about future shows, but they said the conversation is real and it's happening at the highest level. So I'm like, if they cancel, I won't feel no waste time because I don't watch the show, but I just don't understand how shows like this get to last and be on for so long. There's so many interesting ideas out here or interesting concepts that I'm sure people can come up with that never see the light of day that shows any kind of diversity, but they don't do it with these mid-ass shows. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of the story surrounding The Bachelorette and all the other craziness that's coming along with it? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oops, hold on now. We'll take that out. Are you a fan of Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton? Child, that situation was a mess. First of all, wasn't he married when she was messing with him? He said the creator of Love Story. No, please, no. If you start to go into that, wait, what was the relationship where Elizabeth Taylor was best friends with Jenna Reynolds, who I believe, isn't that Carrie Fisher's mother? There was something that was going on where she was messing with Carrie Fisher's father. Was it Eddie Fisher? I believe was his name. And that whole situation that went around that, you was good friends with the family, whatever, and you started sleeping with her husband. Elizabeth was a mess back in the day, especially when it came to her not closing her legs to certain men or whatever. But I know that Richard Burton was like her love. She kept going back and forth with him. But I'm like, you know what? I guess Ryan Murphy likes being controversial and really stop being a thorn in people's ass. So if that's something that he want to do and he's ready to tread them waters, I'm like, okay, sir, good luck. But I wonder who they'll get to play Elizabeth Taylor. Not Kim Kardashian, because we know that bro wants to be Elizabeth so damn bad. The men are taking ABC to court, and apparently so is the lady, as in the file they said you knew that a video existed. Some are saying her baby daddy sold the video to TMZ. Probably to ruin her. Oh yeah, and then on top of that, I forgot that she lost custody of her child. So remember, Megan wants $1 million. Oh yeah, I remember that mess. It's like y'all really don't like keep up with history because it's always doomed to repeat itself. And here we are in this situation. He said how that scandal killed VH1 celebrity reality shows and set New York, unfortunately, on a huge reset as she lost the channel that made her a star. Mm-hmm. Now that you revealed that tea about Elizabeth Taylor, I'm even more excited for this. Yeah, because I remember there was a story. Wait, I said, now I got to look it up because now it's going to bother me. Yep. Because here's what happened. Because I was remember, according to Wikipedia, they said Eddie Fisher left Carrie's mother, Debbie Reynolds. I don't know why I was thinking Jenna Rollins. Jenna Rollins is a different actress. She was in what was the name of that movie? There was a remake that Sharon Stone starred in with the kid, and she had to protect him, but she was a mom's girl or whatever. Something I can't remember the name of it. But Jenna Rollins has been around for a long time. I think she passed away too. But anyway, so Eddie Fisher, who was a singer, he left Carrie Fisher's mother, Debbie Reynolds, to marry Elizabeth Taylor in 1959. And then Elizabeth became Carrie Fisher's stepmother for a short time following the scandal. And they were married from 1959 to 1964. So that was a mess. And I know that Debbie Reynolds hated Elizabeth because of what she did. So there was some drama around that. Now they might actually, if they bring that up in there, that'd be interesting. But then again, I guess this might be a safer story to do because Carrie Fisher is dead. Debbie Reynolds, didn't she die like shortly after Carrie passed away? And Eddie Fisher ain't here. Now Jolie Fisher's still alive. So she might have something to say about it. All I know about old girl is that she inspired the American Horror Story character with the same name, and that Taylor Swift just made a song dedicated to her. Well, and I remember White Diamonds. These have always brought me luck. Hello, her perfume line. So I liked Elizabeth Taylor as an actress, but yeah, her love life was a mess. And I know that'll be good. That'll make good TV. I think Cleopatra's on one of the streaming services. I'll be wanting to sit through that movie, but that shit is damn near 4 hours. I'm like, I don't know if I have the bandwidth or the patience to sit through a 4-hour Cleopatra movie. Shade. It sounds like Liz Taylor was the Ariana Grande of her time. I mean, she kind of was. Oh, Hollywood is definitely, was definitely interesting. I kind of wish they could bring that back. I don't know necessarily about the exclusivity, and you got to be, if you gay, you got to be in the closet, and you got to be in these lavender marriages or whatever the case is. But rumor, according to Keith Edwards, J.D. Vance might invoke the 25th Amendment. So his pimps are saying time to pull it. Can't wait till 2027. Not his pimps. He's about Peter Thiel. Yeah, because Trump's out of control, and we're not getting our word on the streets. Iran's not interested in negotiating. This war's going to keep going. It's like, if y'all willing to put your American troops on the line, so be it. Because we have an incompetent idiot for a president. Now he's sending ICE agents to the damn airports. So you got people that y'all paying to detain and kidnap people in the airport, working with the TSA agents who not getting paid. Okay, make sense. But anyway, let's get into some more mess regarding reality TV stars, because this one is even more disgusting. Let's talk about these old inbreds, the Duggars. So a story has come out that Josh Duggar was arrested after, Joseph Duggar, Josh Duggar, whatever the hell. Joseph Duggar apparently was running around here, got arrested because he diddled with a 9-year-old. That I guess they said that he had her sit on his lap. That's what the little girl put out there. I don't want to get into the gross details because it's just like, ugh. But had the girl sit on his lap, and then his hand would grace her nether regions. So, and now the wife of them got arrested. They said that he was, actually what it says is he was hit with additional charges, as his wife, Kendra, was also shockingly arrested in Arkansas on Friday. Now, as a result of the continuing investigation, additional charges have been filed in this case against Joseph Duggar, who's 31, and Kendra Duggar, who's 27. God damn, that's some hard living y'all be doing out in Arkansas, because that is not giving 27, chair, and 31. A release from the Tontitown Police Department read on Friday. The statement noted the arrest warrants have been issued for each of them on 4 separate second-degree counts of endangering the welfare of a minor and 4 second-degree counts of false imprisonment. Kendra was released from the Washington County Jail a couple of hours after the arrest. Joseph is currently being held in the Washington County Detention Center for a case out of Florida, according to local news outlet KARK. Now, per an Arkansas local, police have confirmed that the Duggars' charges in Arkansas are unrelated to Joseph's case in Florida. However, TT Police Department in Arkansas said this separate investigation was launched on the heels of the alleged incident in Florida. A rep for the Duggars, who married in 2017 and have since welcomed 4 children. Child, you better hide the kids, because my thing is, if you out here grabbing 9-year-olds by the thing, that's literally what you did. Shouldn't he be around his own children? Because they be saying like, if he out here touching somebody else's kids, I wouldn't be surprised if he was touching his own. Now, TLC star Joseph was arrested in Florida on Wednesday and charged with lewd and lascivious. Lascivious. I almost thought I said the word wrong. Behavior involving a victim younger than the age of 12, and lewd and lascivious behavior and I used the word twice, conducted by a person 18 or older per a Bay County Sheriff's Office. The victim told authorities she was 9 when she was involved in multiple alleged incidents with Joseph during a Panama City Beach, Florida family getaway back in 2020. She claimed the reality star requested that she sit on his lap and that he allegedly touched her genitalia during the getaway. The victim also alleged that Joseph apologized and stopped the behavior after he rubbed her thighs. According to the sheriff's office, on Tuesday, ahead of the dramatic arrest, the victim's father confronted Joseph and confessed to town authorities. Joseph's brother Josh, who was sentenced to 12, oh, that's why I was thinking about Josh, because he's in jail, was sentenced to 12 years in prison for receiving and possessing child SA material in 2021, labeled the allegations false on Thursday through a lawyer. Now, back in the early 2000s, Josh was also infamously accused of SAing 5 girls, including sisters Jessa and Jill Duggar. Jill and her husband, Derek Dillard, said they were shocked by Joseph's arrest in a Thursday blog post, but emphasized they support the victim and strongly condemn abuse. My thing is this: if there came from a show called 19 Kids and Counting, where did y'all learn this from? Because if you got 2 of the boys who are touching girls inappropriately, one of them in jail for molesting their sisters, and then you have this one who's out here was inappropriate with a 9-year-old. I'm starting to like, where did they learn this behavior? This is why I use the inbreeding thing with them and having all these damn kids and all this other stuff, and y'all thinking it's cute that, oh, we get a TV show off of some lady that literally looked like somebody at Little House on the Prairie giving birth to 19 damn children. In counting. So it's cute or whatever that y'all hear my thoughts are with the victims and all this other stuff, but it's like, well, where did your children learn this from? Who did they learn this from? So what was said in a statement, they said in a statement obtained by People on Friday, cousin and 19 Kids and Counting alum Amy Duggar said she was sickened and deeply angry about the situation, saying, my first thoughts are with the victim, a child who deserved to be safe, protected, and surrounded by people she could trust. The courage it took for her to come forward, especially after years of carrying something so heavy, cannot be overstated. The bravery deserves to be honored above all else. She also noted in part that she's not surprised that another alleged predator has emerged from the toxic system. So, these people are sick. This is disgusting. And here's the thing. So now Rob Shutter had another exclusive that I want to bring to y'all. So word on the curb was everybody trying to act like they're innocent and all this, including TLC. But the word on the street is TLC was well aware of the things that was going on behind the scenes. So they said for years, the network built a ratings juggernaut around 19 Kids and Counting, turning the family into global stars, while conversely, controversy quietly simmered behind the scenes, saying this was a surprise inside the industry. One source tells Naughty But Nice, there were red flags for years. TLC finally pulled the plug in 2015, so they've been off the air for about 10 years, after revelations about Josh Duggar surfaced, but even then, the network didn't walk away. Instead, it launched a spinoff, Counting On, keeping the franchise alive. So it's like 19 Kids Accounting is tainted, but if we spin it off and we bring other people in there, but this person doesn't appear, we could still financially benefit from this thing, but we did one of those to the person that was involved in the mess. But you're still profiting off of this family, which goes to show you that the industry don't care about protecting nobody's well-being or livelihood or whatever the case is. All they care about is making money. So they said they didn't walk away because it was making too much money. The franchise was a cash machine. It wasn't until 2021, after Josh's federal arrest and conviction, that TLC officially cut ties for good, ending the family's long-running reality TV presence. Now, new arrests involving Joseph Duggar and Kendra Duggar in March of 2026 have reignited scrutiny. And they said at some point you have to ask how much they ignored. This didn't happen overnight. Insiders say the network profited for years while serious issues were bubbling under the surface, saying they built their empire on that family and now it's collapsing under the weight of what was always there. So for many, the question isn't just about the Duggars, it's about the system that kept them on TV. Saying TLC didn't look away, the insider says they just kept filming. So it's like, yeah, all they care about is we're benefiting, we're making money, we're sitting pretty, we're making a profit, and we don't care who we hurt in the process. Welcome to the entertainment industry. Eat or be eaten is all I can say on it. But now we're at a point we're getting to a place where the people are tired of supporting and giving money to and getting behind problematic ass people. It's like we were talking about before with Taylor from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and now the Bachelorette, that is like, well, will people support the show if they decide to air it? Who knows? But this is a mess. And I guess, I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of this mess as it develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this messy ass story? I told you it's going to be a messy day of topics. But let me know what you guys think of this story, because we're now in an era of accountability. But let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not was she a child bride? No, they said she was 9 years old. But I think she's older now. But when it first happened, she was 9. So, yeah, that whole thing about child brides, and we live in a country where people are like trying to make it a normal thing to be marrying, dating, hooking up with children. Like, I don't get nothing sexual. I don't get anything interesting and sexual about children. And you said no, the wife. Oh, I don't think she was a child when they got together, right? They said 20. What the end of this? I don't know. I don't remember. You said TLC didn't do jack shit. Yeah, they didn't. Well, unless you mean jack shit as in protecting the people on the show. All they cared about was making money. Wait, how long did they say they was married? Like, what, 2015? I think they've been married for 10 years. 17, I think, would be legal age that you can get married and have kids and things. In certain countries, 16 is the legal consent age. So it all depends on where you live and those statutory laws or whatever, if that's what they call them. All right, let's get into this mess. Let's talk about Chappell Groan and the fact that she got into it with the child of Jude Law. Well, Jude Law got like 7 kids. I don't know if y'all know that, but apparently, his ex is married to a soccer player. I think he's Brazilian, by the name of Jorginho Frio. And so he went on social media and he revealed that Chappell Roan was a see you next Tuesday to his stepchild. I guess what happened was the kid basically recognized her and she went and sicked her damn security guard on the kid and left the kid traumatized. But anyway, so we have his full Instagram story that he put in there. I hate when people put Instagram things in there and don't put it on the page, because it's like it's 24 hours. It could evaporate after a while, but it gained enough traction that people talked about it. So he basically said this. He said, I went through a very upsetting situation with my family earlier today. My wife at Cat Cavelli is in Sao Paulo for Lollapalooza, Brazil. This morning, my daughter woke up incredibly excited, even made a sign because she was so happy to see an artist she really admires, or used to admire, at Chappell Roan. By coincidence, they're staying at the same hotel as this artist. During breakfast, the artist walked past their table. My daughter, like any child, recognized her, got excited, and just wanted to make sure it was really her. And the worst part is she didn't even approach her. She simply walked past the singer's table, looked to confirm it was her, smiled, and went back to sit with her mom. She didn't say anything, didn't ask for anything. Well, let me stop it there. Maybe she probably felt that was kind of annoying. Like, why you coming up to my table staring at me and running back? But it's a little innocent thing. A lot of times kids, when they see something, it's like, I just want to make sure that's my celebrity. Because let me tell you something. When I've seen celebrities on TV, and I've seen many a celebrity, especially working at the Garden, I've seen a lot of celebrities in person. I be having to do a double or triple take to make sure they are who they are. So a lot of times, upon approach, you don't look like how y'all be looking on camera. And that's no shade. I'm just saying. She said, and the worst part is she didn't even approach her. She simply walked past and said, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. What happened next was completely disproportionate. A large security, of course, they're always large. A large security guard, unless you with Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga's security guard is fine. That man is muscular. But anyway, or for Lopez, where she be walking around with them fine ass security guards. But for the most part, she had a big one. But anyway, says that a large security guard came over to their table while they were still having breakfast and began speaking in an extremely aggressive manner to both my wife and my daughter. Excuse me, saying that she shouldn't allow my daughter to disrespect or harass other people. Honestly, I don't know at what point simply walking past the table and looking to see if someone is there can be considered harassment. He even said he would file a complaint against him at the hotel while my 11-year-old daughter was sitting there in tears. My daughter was extremely shaken and cried a lot. I've lived with football, public exposure, and well-known people for many years, and I understand very well what respect and boundaries are. Plus, this kid's father is an actor. So I think she knows what to do in those situations. She didn't ask for an autograph. She'd go and be like, oh my God, you're my favorite singer, blah, blah, blah. Can I get an autograph? Like, she didn't do any of that. And here you go being a bipolar bitch. Apparently, she probably forgot to take her medication. Her and Shia LaBeouf. Now, they said what happened there was not that. It was just a kid admiring someone. It's sad to see the kind of treatment coming from those who should understand the importance of fans. At the end of the day, there are the ones who build all of this. I sincerely hope this serves as a moment of reflection. No one should have to go through that, especially not a child. So that was the full post. And they said the blast reporter, they said the stepdaughter simply smiled and recognized the singer, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then Roan addressed the claims on her IG story. She made it clear, she said she had no involvement in the alleged altercation, but if you're at a table and your bodyguard is there, and then after the kid comes by, the bodyguard goes over to the thing. Number one, you said it was secure, it wasn't your personal security. Then who was it? Because she said, I'm going to tell my half of the story. It should have been your side. What happened today, and a mother and child who were involved with a security guard who is not my personal security. She emphasized that she wasn't even aware that anything had happened at the moment. So then who the hell was this person that walked over if he's not your personal security? She said, I didn't even see. I didn't even see a woman and a child. No one came up to me. No one bothered me. She said she had just been simply sitting at breakfast. Well, if they sitting at breakfast and you aware of, oh, I was just sitting at breakfast and I was in Brazil. Yeah, I was at a hotel. Yeah, I was sitting at the table. Yeah, my bodyguard was there. But all the other stuff you don't remember happening? It's like, okay, sis, you so used to being this crazy bitch that always wants to talk about fucking boundaries and every goddamn thing that you don't even know which end is up. But you got to realize, if you are in public, and I'm tired of people who are trying to make it like, celebrities are victims and stuff and all of this. If you're going to be in a situation where you're going to be around people, that you leave your hotel, that you're going to be out in public spaces, you have to know that people are going to look at you. People are going to approach you. People are going to want a moment. And you can either respectfully decline or take the photos. I don't understand why people have a problem signing autographs and taking pictures. My thing is this. If I'm the only place I would say is off limits, if I'm in the middle of eating, please don't come up to me and ask me for no damn autograph while I got a mouthful of food. Because it's like, at least wait until I'm done. And I walk outside. Can I get your autograph? I'll sign the paperwork or whatever. Not paperwork. I'll sign the autographs or whatever and keep it moving. But like I said before, there's a lot of celebrities out here who talk about they want to be famous, who always want the fame. This girl has always wanted to be famous, didn't want to be a barista at the Starbucks in her town, and wanted to be a star. And she comes from a lot of people was dragging her over her political leanings. But they said that she's very performative and a lot of, there was one article that I remember I posted on my page that was like, yeah, they pretty much summed it up with her whole background, her history of like, yeah, she's got a relative who's a Republican in the town that she grew up in that's against LGBT marriage, whatever. A lot of people don't think she's a real lesbian. They think it's performative. And she's also been out here culturally appropriating drag culture for a sense of fame and relevancy that, all of a sudden when she got famous, then she wanted to prop up drag queens. And drag queens are so happy they get any piece of recognition and any kind of accolades that they just invite everybody and anybody to the damn cookout, even when they're not real allies. And we just had a conversation the other day about fake allies and things like that, especially when we were talking about Carisha being invited to judge a ball, and you had Solange and Beyonce untalented relative Jules Smith up in there hosting a party at a gay club with what talent? And we got so many other artists out here that y'all could be hitting up. Destin Conrad, Duran Bernard, T.S. Madison, Funky Dineva. You can even call my ass. I'd have showed up. But y'all don't want to give people with talent actual moments. But y'all keep propping this broad up if you want. Now, she said, while acknowledging the situation may have caused comfort, Roan expressed sympathy, saying, if you felt uncomfortable, that makes me really sad. You did not deserve that. So now she's up here playing victim. But I also got a comment from the wife, who went to her Instagram and told her side of the story. Now, I got that clip because we're going to take a trip over there so y'all get all the sides, and we will come back and talk. Please hold.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Bon dia. I wanted to say something because I'm getting so many messages about this now. And honestly, I didn't realize it would get this crazy, but a lot of people ask me like what actually happened and everything else, and I know that Chappell has responded saying that it wasn't it wasn't her security and that she didn't do it. So 100% this security guard was not a security guard of the hotel. That's what I can say. He looks after artists, so I don't know if it was her personal security guard, but he was with her. So that is all I know. Did she send him to do it? Again, I don't know. Look, I would like to hope not, but at the same time, I think that you have a responsibility when you are a celebrity to make sure, I guess, that the people that work for you and that act on your behalf are acting on your behalf. So would he do that if he didn't have her authority to do so? I don't know. If he does, then obviously that's a big problem, because then he's representing her in a way that she doesn't want to be represented. So I think that's really important for her to notice and realize that's not correct. What happened exactly, as she said, she didn't notice anything or anyone because, as my husband said, nothing happened. Literally, we were staying in the same hotel. We were at breakfast, and we noticed a girl walk past with long red hair, very curly. And I said to my daughter, "Oh, do you think that's Chappell Roan?" And she looked and she said, "Oh my God, Mum, do you think it's her?" And so she said, "I'm going to go and have a look outside." And she was sat just outside in the garden area, which we were also free to go into. The door was open. And so I went back to the table to sit and eat, and my daughter walked through the door. She didn't have her phone. She didn't try to take a picture. She didn't approach her. She literally didn't do anything. She just looked at her and smiled. And she came back and she actually said to me, "Mom, I don't know if it's her." Because obviously she looks like, with her costumes and everything, she looks a little bit different. So my daughter said, "Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if it was her. I think it was her, Mum. It really, really looks like her, but I don't know. Maybe it's her sister." She said, "Maybe it's her sister." And I said, "Oh, I don't know, darling." And that was it. We continued our breakfast. And from that, then came the security guard, who, as my husband said, had a very aggressive tone. And I feel like if she did not send him, even if she did send him or she didn't send him, I don't know. For me, I feel like it really overstepped a boundary, because he is quite an intimidating, he is very large. So for him to come over to a table with just a woman and her daughter eating breakfast, to kind of like berate and scold us and say that he was going to complain and tell me that I should be teaching my daughter to be better and that she's badly educated and we should respect people's privacy and we should not harass people and all of these other things. And I did try and explain to him the situation, that she's a child and she was just very excited to see her an artist and singer that she admires, and can he not understand that was all she was doing. And I explained to him also that my husband is also very well known and that she's very used to being around people that are well known, and she would never cross someone's boundaries or overstep a mark. She very much knows the limits, not to ever be rude or make anyone feel. She understands very well. And I tried to explain this to him, and he just kept saying, well, if that's the case, then you should know better. You should know how it is. You should.
All right, I think we got the point, because this is going on and on and on and on. Y'all got the point. We got the gist. It still is no damn excuse. Chappell, you are not Madonna, girl. I don't know why you sit up here trying to act like that you have this big boisterous career. You got a couple of damn songs, Hot to Go, Pink Pony Goddamn Club, and that's basically it. And you pretty much do cheerleader bop. Like, you are this generation's, what was the lady that sang, oh, Mickey, you so fine, you blow my mind. That's what your music gives. So I don't understand why you sit up here and try to act like that you just the biggest, baddest performer, singer, songwriter on the planet. Like, you just some random bitch that wears a lot of makeup, got red hair, and tries to act like you a damn cisgender drag queen. Like, that's what you're giving. But the music is not, like, you're like the white equivalent of Lizzo, except you don't got her rap skills. Because I tend to like Lizzo's rap songs more than them little jingles she be writing and singing. So your music's not all that. I don't know why you sit there. And then she's talking about, I don't know this, I don't know that. And it's like, yeah, you don't know that maybe she probably gave the guard way too much authority, and then he took it upon himself to go over there and chastise someone's child. Maybe that's what had happened. But she's like, I don't know for sure if she sent him over there, but nevertheless, he is a part of her detail. He is somebody who was working with her. She tried to pass it off as, oh, that he's not my security. That was probably the hotel security. I'm like, first of all, if you work in a hotel, you're wearing in your security, you're in a uniform. You're not dressing in like some regular outfit. That's not what you're doing. You're literally dressed up in as the hotel in a uniform, in like a suit or whatever. If you're part of Chappell's detail, she probably has them wearing plain clothes, as you see a lot of the bodyguards do, or a lot of security does. They either wear a suit or they'll wear. I'm talking about like in the hotel, they're wearing a uniform. They got the name tag. They got all that other stuff on. You're not doing that if you're a regular guard, protecting a celebrity. And she's like, I'm in the industry, so I know there's certain people who they float around and they protect different artists in different situations. You'll see some of the same guard working with different celebrities, so don't just protect one person. So for them to make it seem like the mother's lying was kind of bothering me, because like, yeah, I don't have all the details of whether or not that she sent the person out, but he was a part of her detail. So fans basically went in, and after Chappell said what she said, and they said that shortly after Harding aired her displeasure about the situation, fans trooped to the comments to air their thoughts. Some rallied behind the 34-year-old, noting that Roan's story didn't add up. One fan revealed they weren't shocked, as the singer was known to be rude to her fans. A second person shared, no security guard yells at people for no reason. They do what they're told. They follow orders from whoever's paying them. Exactly. Now guess who's paying them? A third person also commented, so sorry to hear about that. Ada is an amazing girl, kind and very polite. Any approach in that tone toward a woman and a child is disrespectful and aggressive. On the other hand, many fans slam Harding for blowing things out of proportion and being unsure about the facts. Well, maybe she's unsure because when you've been screamed at, you're going to fumble the details a little bit. But everybody is a goddamn expert when they're under pressure. So, and blowing things out of proportion, okay, so if your favorite artist cursed your ass out or had some security guard come over there, then I want you to keep that shit to yourself. Don't say a word. Don't get on social media. Don't express it. Keep it to yourself. We don't want to hear it. So, according to them, they said Roan had revealed that she hadn't sent the security guard. And of course, because Chappell said it, y'all believe it. And Harding should have let things be, since she said she wasn't sure whose guard it was. She said that she knows that he works in the industry protecting celebrities, if you were listening to what she said. But apparently y'all got selective hearing because y'all be wanting to protect your fame so bad. Because somebody had the nerve to come up in my comments over on social media when I was talking about this and said something of another about, but she took pictures with Jamie Foxx. I was like, because Jamie Foxx's daughter, you know, the one that walks around with that dry ass hair that's covering her face all the time, the one that y'all be seeing sitting next to him at the Grammys every year. Yeah, her. So Chappell, I was like, okay, but why wouldn't she? Whenever it comes down to celebrities, they gonna take pictures with each other. And I think that Chappell seeing Jamie Foxx, she knows him more than she would know this little girl related to some soccer player, because she probably don't even watch soccer. Soccer's not very popular in the United States unless you're Hispanic and you like soccer, or you're someone who's very European, because soccer is very much popular overseas. So, but then they said, so you don't even know if it was her, but maybe she sent the bodyguard. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Leave her alone. No, y'all just choose to not understand what the hell was saying. But some of the memes up in here was funny. Hold on, because I'm going to pull this up so y'all can see some of these memes. One posted this, that a second child has approached Chappell alone, sir. I was like, oh yeah, I remember this infamous photo. Then there was this one, Chappell, whatever you do, don't look behind you. 11-year-old's got an autograph for you to sign. The witch from Hansel and Gretel. Now that's funny. And they put blank 8. Well, I think I 8 children. Like, another person, OMG, it's Chappell Roan, security guard, and then they saw them tackling somebody. Y'all are so damn stupid. Chappell Roan, security guard, being sent to deal with some not who's that, Palpatine, about to approach young Anakin. Y'all are a mess with all of this. So yeah, that's and now that's the tea, as they would say over on RuPaul's Drag Race. So oh yeah. And last but certainly not least, before we get up off this, I did come across another Rob Shutter exclusive, courtesy of In Touch. There was about this. They said Chappell Roan reportedly gains, and even if the lady got her shit confused regarding this whole situation, what we're not going to do is try to act like that this is not her first time at the rodeo, which she's been disrespectful, because people said that this has been Chappell's MO for a while. So let's get into this other story to conclude with this. They said Chappell Roan denies sending a security guard to reprimand the 11-year-old fan. However, people are saying that her attitude towards the very fans helped make the former Starbucks barista famous is nothing new. Now, Chappell Roan is at the center of controversy after Jude Law's younger daughter was allegedly left in tears, but a new report claims the drama related to the Pink Pony Club singer isn't necessarily surprising. A source told journalist Rob Shutter for a Monday, March 23rd post on his Naughty But Nice Substack, people have been talking about how she treats fans for a long time. The public back and forth began this weekend after professional soccer player Jorginho Freo claimed that his wife, Catherine Harding, and her daughter, Ada Law, whose father is the Black Rabbit actor, who's 53, were approached by a security guard accused of harassing Roan, who's 28. The three were all staying at the same Sao Paulo hotel while in town for Lollapalooza, Brazil, and Ada apparently walked past Roan's table at breakfast to see if it was really her. According to one of Shutter's sources, the hot-to-go singer doesn't engage unless she has to, and when she does, it can come off cold. Following Freo's lengthy Instagram rant, Roan shared her half of the story. We already heard, we don't give a shit. So saying that she didn't even see a woman and a child, I did not ask the security guard to go up and talk to the mother and child. I did not, blah, 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 so on and so forth. However, Shutter's source pointed out, security doesn't act on their own. They know what she wants and they enforce it. Because I'm sitting like, this is not their first time at the rodeo. They probably had to encounter celebrities before. Guests before, regular people, and they know how Chappell gets. So before she could even get in her little mood, they were like, let me go handle this stuff now. The guard may have taken it upon himself to go handle it because they saw something and it was a trigger because this is something they're used to. This is something she makes her security do. When it's like, whenever a fan comes up to approach her, she wants them to kind of like throw them bowls and be like, why are you coming to people's table? Why are you looking at her? Why are you doing, like, what is this, the fucking Minority Report? You gonna arrest me for looking at somebody? Because you know there's a lot of celebrities out here that it's like, yeah, the stories are with certain celebrities. You can't even look at them when they come in the room. You gotta look the other way. Otherwise, they'll get you fired or whatever the case is. The insecurity runs deep with people in this industry. So I don't believe that it's like, oh, they all of a sudden just acted on their own. They know her. They know her takes and what she wants. So then she can go plead the fifth and play the victim. No, I didn't tell them to do that yet, bitch. Yes, you did. Even when you didn't say nothing, you told them to do it because this is what they become used to working for you. Now, whether or not Roan is right or wrong in the situation, a source told Shudder that when you hear the same thing over and over, it becomes a reputation, implying that it's not the first time they've heard a similar scenario involving the Grammy Award winner. Fans made her, now they're the ones asking if she even likes them. Quiet as it's kept, y'all will gag when I tell you this, but a lot of your favorite celebrities don't like y'all. They like it when they put out new music and they want you to buy their merch. They like it when you buy their music. That's when they want, when they got something when they want something from you, they love you. But when they come down to really showing that love and truly loving your fans and accepting them, oh, they're not here for it. So I feel like at this point, maybe what we need to start doing, can we actually just start ignoring Chappell Roan? Can we act like she doesn't exist? Like, I feel like if she ever goes on a red carpet, I feel like photographers need to be extra shady, put their cameras down, don't even take pictures of her ass. Make her look like a fool on that damn red carpet. Because she likes to chastise people. She likes to confront people and be rude. It's like, bitch, who are you talking to? Because if I was on that carpet, you're not talking to me crazy. I will cuss your ass out. I don't give a fuck who you are. So you can't just go around treating people like crap and expecting people to just sit and take it because of who you are. Girl, you're not even that relevant. You got a couple of songs. People know a little bit about you. Yeah, little kids hop up and down from off the floor whenever your stupid little Hot to Go song comes on. But other than that, you ain't Madonna. Like, even then, if Madonna was behaving that way, she get cussed out too. Because I'm like, even at your big age and your type of career, you shouldn't be treating people the way you treat them. Nobody should, regardless of your status. So that's the latest on that. I will definitely keep you abreast of this story as it develops. Or if we at a point that we don't care anymore, we're ready to move on. So I say all this to say, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story and all this tea that I just spilled? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I gotta scroll off some more. If you're in the music industry, you're going to have to accept people who want to talk to you. Or in any industry, if you're going to be in the public and be a public figure, like one of my coworkers who shares the same name as me, he's actually leaving and he's going to be doing more behind the scenes work, like in live entertainment and stuff. He says that if it goes with his degree and everything, and he says, I realize I don't like dealing with people. So I'm going to be more back of house where I don't have to deal with the public and all that stuff. And like, not everybody is good with the public. I'm good with the public. I've always been good with the public, even though the public get on my goddamn nerves. But nevertheless, I'm good with dealing with problem solving, all that other stuff, dealing with the public, all that stuff. So me, I don't mind it. But not everybody can handle it. And my thing is, if you're going to be a public figure doing public things and dealing with the public, you can't be nasty to the very people that made you famous. Because remember, they're the ones that buy your music. They're the ones that buy your merch. They're the ones that stream your shit. So without them, what do you have? You can go back. I mean, if anything, you can go back to your barista job if the music industry is so hard for you to handle. If somebody walks by your table wants to make sure it's you, because like I said, there's a lot of times where I will see a celebrity, and because of how you see them on TV and when you see them in real life, completely different. You don't even know that was them. Yeah, the stories in that of someone said Chappell was playing semantics and said it wasn't her personal security because she hired a different level of security for the time being. And yeah, not everybody walks around with the same guards. There's people when they go to another country, they will hire people. There are, what do you call it, freelancers. That exists too. But it's like, that's why I said, like, people don't really understand how this industry works. They just go by what they're hearing from somebody on a thing and just run with it because that's their fave. Well, if you want to sit and be drinking the Kool-Aid and be in the cult and believe in people when they full of shit, be my guest. That's why I be here trying to tell y'all the truth. I saw a Reddit user stating that she was rude to a couple of drag queens she worked with and was nasty and disrespectful. I think she hates humans instead of the tired excuse, it's social anxiety. That mean, didn't she say she's bipolar too? I think she mentioned that. I'm like, girl, well, they got medication for that. The reason why celebs don't like signing autographs because most of the time they end up being signed by on well, yeah, they do sell them on eBay. There's a lot of that culturally appropriate drag culture. I mean, I do. Look, that's how I be feeling when it come to her. He said, I did a quick double take when I spotted the redhead lady from Abbott Elementary at a Broadway show last year. She looked me up and down like I was a peon. She definitely lost a viewer that day. Wait, what was you mean Lisa Ann Walter? She was rude? Not Lisa Ann Walter. I'm like, girl, look, you've been on the struggle bus with your career. And now that you finally got something. But there's some celebrities, because there have been times where I've walked down the street and I will recognize a celebrity. I'll lock eyes with them and they'll lock eyes with me. If we do the head nod, I'm like, I recognize your ass. And they'll say, I see you recognize me. We say, hey, how you doing? And keep it moving. That happened with me and Sandra Bernhard. One time I was walking in the Village. I think I just came from the gym and I was on my way to the bar or whatever. And I seen her and she was walking down up the street and I looked right at her. She looked right at me and I did one of those. She did one of those and we kept it moving. So you'll run into random people on the street. Said Carisha is and is untalented. I hate the sound of her voice too. Because I understand some celebrities have crazy fans, but the girl was a kid. She could have taken a picture or hugged her or something. But it's like the kid didn't even want to go and bother her. She just wanted to make sure it was her because that was like one of her favorite singers. Not so much anymore. A lot of people in the South have a family member that supports Republican values, especially white people. There will always be that one person. Yeah, we know. Especially but they feel like that she's very performative with her support of the community. So I'm just a pop star. And I'm like, really? Because you always got an opinion on everything else. You jumped up there on the Grammys and was talking about you want you want health care and stuff. That's political. Oh, you said being an uncle to 6 kids, this would piss me off if one of my nieces and nephews went through that. Oh, they're already dragging her online. The memes were hilarious. And you said celebs like her need to learn how to navigate fame. You need to embrace that you are a star and an artist at the same time. Play up the role at least. And yeah, that's what I said. When you walk out the house, I know people want to talk about they want to be normal, but it's like you are not normal. You had the normalcy before you was famous. Once you jump on that other side of the fence, and now you have the money, success, the fame, and the glamour, and all the stuff that comes with it, you have to put on this. And I know probably people feel like it's inauthentic, but you have to put on a performance when you out in the street. Even if I'm just going to breakfast looking regular, I know I'm on. I got to be on. Meaning that at any time, somebody could approach me, somebody could take my picture, and you have to always have that in your head. I know when some people's like, but people have a right to privacy. Yes, you do. When you in your house with the blinds drawn and the curtains closed, and you in your own house where nobody can see what the hell you doing on the other side of that door and the windows. That's when you have your right to privacy. The minute you go out in public, you are Chappell Roan, whether you want to be or not. You're not Kaylee when you outside. I know you want to be Kaylee, but you got to come to grips with that. That's just part of the game. You know, you don't get to just enjoy all the perks of being a celebrity, but not the other side of it. So nasty and so rude. He said Toni Basil is yeah, thank you. She was very much giving that with her music. Madonna is a trailblazer. Chappell doesn't even know how to ablaze a trail. She don't even know what trail mix is. And you said Chappell can't even get the first. Or the party. Get the party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. Sending out the message to all of my friends. Why am I up in here singing Paint? You said important to note that she said the bodyguard that went up to the child that was her damn bodyguard. Exactly. You ain't Madonna. He said, did you really have to go there with a lot of people who don't think she's a real? I'm just repeating what I've been hearing. There's some people that do not believe she's a real lesbian. She don't be really eating the box like Nicki Minaj claimed that she, she's a bisexual. And what's the other one? Katy Perry kissed a girl and liked it. I told you I don't make the news. I just report it. I knew it was something about her I didn't like, but now you found it. I told you I saw JoJo Siwa at Disney Springs back in 2021. She saw I recognized her, but I left her alone. But she smiled at me. Exactly, because they know it's like she saw that you recognized her, you left her alone. I know that redhead woman. Not the redhead woman. Y'all know that song from The Money, Success, The Fame, and the Glamour. That was Macaulay Culkin sang that song. It's a Party Monster. I love that. I used to wear that soundtrack out. They used to say, the little girl might get bullied. Well, I hope not. You should celebs hide out in their houses all day if they want the right to privacy. The reason why oh Lord, here we go with this mess again. Because of what? The whole situation with Carolyn Bessette and JFK Jr. My thing is nobody put a gun on her head and told her to act the way that she acts. Chappell was not plucked out of nowhere and thrust into fame. Trust and believe, she went to the most prestigious of schools to get vocal lessons, performance lessons, all of that stuff. She comes from money. She tries to act like she doesn't, but she does. She's in the same wheelhouse as a Timothy Chalamet. A lot of connections. She wasn't just plucked from obscurity. Trust and believe, Chappell Roan has a background where she knows a lot. She's got a lot of people in a lot of powerful places. That's the illusion that she sold y'all. Mm-hmm. I said she sold y'all on a lie. A lot of these artists do. Now we're gonna actually talk about somebody that was plucked out of obscurity and came from nothing with $35 in her pocket to dropped off in Times Square and made a name for herself without any celebrity connections. Let's talk about Madonna. Had to set that up. So apparently William Orbit has been out here in these streets talking and basically said that, well, I saw it on his Facebook. I was like, I definitely got to make this into a story. So he basically said that because, Madonna has a sequel to Confessions coming out. Who knows when? It's supposed to be this year, but at this point, lady, you are starting to irritate me because I'm like, where is this album? Well, we haven't gotten it yet. But anyway, so we're supposed to be getting a sequel to Confessions, but William Orbit, who produced and co-wrote a lot of, I think all of Ray of Light, said that he has a successor to that album and that Madonna has pretty much left him on read. Like, she pretty much has just been ignoring his phone calls. So Madonna has been back in the studio, as you know, in recent months, working again with British producer Stuart Price to put the finishing touches on COADF Part 2. The Daily Mail reported last week that the singer has filmed a big budget video for one of its tracks, so fingers crossed we can expect a release soon. Now, although the original Confessions on a Dance Floor was a critical and commercial success when it dropped in 2005, its sales are outshone by an earlier work. 1998's Ray of Light. That album, made in collaboration with another British producer and songwriter, William Orbit, was Madonna's best-selling album of the 90s. And I think that was after all the controversy surrounding, the erotica, the sex era, all that other stuff. Then she decided to come out and be demure and mindful, which, we live for the spiritual side of Madonna and the birth of Lourdes and all that other stuff. I'll give my opinion on how I feel about COA. I mean, not a COADF. We definitely want a Confessions sequel. But a Ray of Light sequel, I'll give my opinion on that in a second. So, Orbit briefly worked with Madonna again on 2012's MDNA album, co-producing and co-writing 6 of the tracks. But we all know how we felt about MDNA. MDNA was a chop. So I wasn't really feeling that record all that much. Now, in a new Facebook post, Orbit has addressed constant speculation as to whether he'll work with Madonna again. He said, right, let's put this Madonna ROL 2.0 thing to, well, you know, ROL Ray of Light, 2.0 thing to rest here and now, folks. Can get exhausting. It's not going to happen. Why don't I just lay it out? Because I get asked constantly. I have an album ready, and in my humble opinion, is indeed the successor to Ray of Light. Everything about how it was made and how it sounds yells that from the first few bars. As I reached out, and there has been heard nil response. A week later, I speak with many close to her, including fam, but have not had a single syllable back in over 2 decades. Now, this is likely a slight exaggeration given Madonna. Madonna. I think it's because I'm saying Madonna because it's MDMA, which it is MDMA, the methamphetamine, play on her name. Y'all know the situation. So they're saying it's not 2 decades because of the 2012 situation. But I'm like, maybe it was different circumstances at the time when he was working on those songs. Who knows? Maybe I'm wondering, those MDNA tracks, were those like leftovers from previous work that you had did with during the Ray of Light era that she started reworking on with different producers? Or so maybe he is right about the whole 2 decades thing, but it just so happens that a lot of songs, demos that she had worked on maybe for the Ray of Light era were reworked for the MDNA era. So he said, there I said it. I only sort of hint we're pals, so not to ignite a firestorm of speculation. And wish nothing to come over as bitter because of my life and art now. I'm finally where I want to be with, and the very opposite of bitter. Sweet as a nut, but interpersonal relationships, you know, human stuff. No idea whatsoever what's in her head. I believe she is very happy. She looks fabulous and full of life in recent pics I've seen, although I don't really follow. Busy lives, all of us, but yet last time we spoke was in Midtown Manhattan, MSR Studios for MDNA. Orbit went on to say that he had absolute zero hard feelings, saying, are you kidding? I will always love that woman for real. She made my career, but am I crying? Look at me, crying with mirth and glee these days. You can't shut me up squeaking or squawking about the table of lovely musical goodies laid before me. He went on to say that he was writing a book that would contain more candid reflections, adding he no longer gives zero fucks for the music biz. Well, because the music business is a lot of crap you got to deal with. So for the history books, she doesn't love me anymore. Wah. Oh, no icon for Billy. Never mind. There will be another. There'll be another one along for my ROL too. Now, here's the thing. There were some people out here because they said they want to hear the music. They did give some recommendations on maybe who we can give those songs to. So they urged Orbit to please contact Kylie Minogue and see if she'll be interested in what he's created. On Instagram, some suggested Lady Gaga and FKA Twigs. So here's the thing. While on a selfish level, I wouldn't mind a Ray of Light. To be honest, I feel like a lot of the newer generation have been using a lot of those Ray of Light influences in their music. So when you hear FKA Twigs, an Addison Rae, a Caroline Polachek, a Shy Girl, Lorde, Billie Eilish, Arca, a lot of these artists, they're incorporating a lot of those squabbles and squeals. What did he say? The squeals and squabbles? Squirping like a chirping like a. When you hear a lot of those sounds and influences in their music. So a lot of people have been deeply influenced by Ray of Light. Now, as far as like a sequel, I don't know. To be honest, I feel like that sounds. I mean, yeah, like I did say before, a lot of artists are incorporating it into their music, but it's just different. Like they found a new way to kind of take those influences and take it to the next level. I would be curious of what that would sound like. And my thing is this, I wouldn't mind Kylie, but Kylie, I feel like if Kylie was to work with William Orbit on those leftover tracks, what that's going to feel like, people are going to, oh, there she go reheating Madonna nachos. And one of the things that Kylie has always been compared to Madonna throughout her career. And she's always been very graceful in regards of how she answers that question. She never comes across as bitchy or whatever the case is. She talks about how much she loves Madonna and the influences and all other stuff, and she is the queen. She's, I used to love her when I listened and loved the music growing up and all this other stuff. So she's always said the diplomatic thing. And I'm not saying that she's being fake. I genuinely feel that that's how Kylie feels. So for her to come in and just work with the same person, although Kylie did work with Stuart Price after Confessions for Aphrodite, which Aphrodite was her most solid body of work that we've gotten from Kylie in years. So it was, but it wasn't like she was copying off of Madonna with Aphrodite. When you hear Aphrodite, it definitely sounds like Kylie Minogue. It doesn't sound like, oh, well, she just worked with a producer that Madonna worked with and was like, give me Confessions. Like, I want that sound. She does her own thing. So if Kylie was to work with those songs, you got to generally make it her. As far as Lady Gaga goes, I don't know if that would be a smart idea, especially when, how the monsters are and all this other stuff with the comparisons to Madonna and all that other stuff. So her trying to get out of the shadow of that, even though you did kind of like base the beginnings of your career around Madonna's, aesthetic and a lot of things that Madonna was doing. So you doing that, I can totally understand it. So she probably wants to stay as far away from that as possible. FKA Twigs is already giving some of the Madonna, like when you listen to Usexual, you definitely hear a lot of those Ray of Light influences in the music. So I wouldn't mind it, but and then not only that, so then we had this before I forget. So apparently Shep Pettibone decided to jump in and throw a little shade after what was written by what the hell's his name? By William Morris. Funny, I forgot his name that quick. So according to Encyclopedia Madonnica, we've now heard from William Orbit, who's made Madonna wouldn't record an entire, y'all should have proofread this before y'all hit send. Ray of Light 2 album he's completely written. Shep Pettibone, who probably blocked the release of those Bedtime Stories demos, and now also Patrick Leonard. So many Madonna producers, creative partners speaking out of turn. Next up, Jelly Bean. Check both slides. So one said, Shep Pettibone went on to say, I ditto your comment, but I think your careers were made before Madonna. It's a shame how she just drops people. And Bobby Woods went and posted, Shep Pettibone, hi Shep, you fucking genius, XO Bobby Woods. Why do they sound familiar like I know him? Patrick Leonard also posted this, with all due respect, and I really mean that, I've got a comment for you, William. Form follows content. Always has, always will. Form follows content. I really would like to understand what he meant with that. But to me, it definitely feels like Shep Pettibone is feeling a little salty about the situation. And my thing is this. I know this might be cold to say. Madonna doesn't owe y'all anything. The fact of the matter was, creatively, I needed someone to help get across my thoughts, my visions, my ideas, all of those things. We worked together. We made magic at that time. And now with the next album, I was on a different journey. I'm trying to come up with something new and different and creative. And that's where my head is at. I'm not going to work. I'm not Janet Jackson. I'm not going to make 18 albums with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. And that's no shade to her. I'm not staying in a safe space and just going to reheat my damn nachos with every record and just work with the same damn producer. If I have a creative idea, I want to work with people who can get those ideas across. And if I work with you, like I said, one of the way I see things, I see people, reason sees in a lifetime. So whether the friendships last 20 years or last 20 minutes, you did what you did for me in that time. I'm insanely grateful. Now I'm ready to move on and stretch my creative wings. And if Madonna was to stay content in one place and just be doing the same type of music with the same producer, she would not be able to grow as an artist. She wouldn't be able to have the many number ones and the many dance remixes and many dance singles and been seen as someone who has pushed so many different trends and boundaries in regards of performance, art, live entertainment, and the lot. So I don't understand why a lot of these producers out here are feeling away. Now, if she was a horrible person you in the studio, then we could talk about that. But you getting bitter over the fact that you said, I don't like the fact of how she chews people up and spits them out, how she just drops people because she's a Leo. And that's how Leos are for the most part. It's like, when I'm done, we done. Thank you for your service. Next. That's the way that it's just very busy, business minded, very direct. I'm the same way. I was like, thank you for your service. Now I'm moving on to the next thing. And if you find that it's cold, don't know what to tell you. Sorry. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you feel there's some sour grapes going on between William Orbit and Shep Pettibone and all these other people? Because my thing is this, is like, maybe that's not where her head is at. You know, Madonna's always been the type that's like, I don't go backwards on things. I only move forward. I don't want to keep going back and revisiting what I've already done. But at this point, when you've done everything, what else is there left to do? I mean, how dance music is always evolving, so you can always go and do that and try different things and see what happens there. But yes, I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this story. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Erotica visuals with COADF sound and Ray of Light lyrics would be incredible. You want to know something? When I was watching FK Egg Twigs' tour, what's it called? The Body High tour. It was definitely giving Madonna, like very much girly show, erotica. Like it was a lot of those vibes in there. Like when she opens the show, she comes out on a bed. So I'm like, it was definitely giving Madonna influences. Especially when, and then of course with Drums of Death, when they were dancing on the chair and doing all these sexual moves and stuff. The men up in there, I'm like, the flexibility and the muscle mass on them, I was like, okay, now y'all better work. And then the voguing scenes, I was like, it was definitely Madonna coded with that tour. Madonna ex-producers were having conversations. Well, William remixed Justify My Love, Erotica, and I remember before he worked with her on Red. I do remember that he was doing the remixes. And I think a lot of times Madonna will work with someone based off of, and that's how I think it kind of was in those days. It was that, oh, if you heard a remix of a DJ or whatever the case was, and you liked the type of sound that they brought, then I was like, oh, I might want to work with you. That's like, I loved a lot of the Club 69 remixes of Madonna's songs. Like when Peter Rohofer, may he rest in peace. That was oh my God, I used to love that damn DJ. When he would come in and start remixing a lot of her stuff. Anytime a Peter Rohofer remix came on, child, I would just be done. I was like, oh, I got to listen. Because he was like one of our favorite DJs back in the day. So, you know, that was hard on the club community when he passed. Ray of Light and the more popular album, we are literally witnessing a younger generation. Yeah, definitely. I feel like they are discovering it. And you see a lot of younger artists who are influenced by that record, and you could definitely sense those influences in the music. He said, I always thought it would have been more wise for a part 2 to Ray of Light rather than, I guess because Confessions was the more popular record. It was, I mean, don't get me wrong. We love Ray of Light. It won all the Grammys. It was a very popular record. Confessions, it was just like, finally, her return to form. She's up there dancing. She's giving like that full dance record that we knew that she could give us. And this is the more commercially successful one. Ray of Light was like the artistic era. But maybe creatively and mentally, that's not where her head is at. When you look at dance music is sort of like youthful. And, you know, Madonna's always trying to maintain her youth. With Ray of Light, it was very much a mature record. I watched the interview Madonna Songbook did with Stephen Bray. Oh, yeah. I haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I tell you, I've been so busy this weekend. I've been, like, even when I was putting the show together, I was catching up on little things. And I'm like, damn, I barely made a dent in my TV. All these YouTube videos I be having to watch, I'm like, I still didn't catch up. I would love for her to work with Nelly Hooper again. I definitely loved when she worked with Nelly Hooper. That was a good one. Wait, Nelly Hooper produced Bedtime Story, right? Which was written by Bjork, by the way. Did he produce Sanctuary? I'm trying to remember. I liked a lot of the Nelly Hooper stuff. And I think it's because at the time I was listening to a lot of Nelly Hooper, because, you know, with Massive Attack and Portishead, and also when he did damn it, the song was just living in my head and I forgot. Did he also produce songs for No Doubt? I think he did. Madonna has been getting a new appreciation from Gen Z with young people reacting to her music in concerts. And we love it. So when everybody up in there trying to call her old or lady grandma or whatever the case is, it's like, the kids love them. They said, last time you mentioned industrial, get her on a track with Trent Reznor. That'd be interesting. Remember back in the day, I don't know if y'all remember. Remember back in the day, Aaliyah said that she wanted to work with Trent Reznor? I was like, now that would have been an interesting look. If Aaliyah did an album produced by Trent Reznor of 9 Inch Nails, oh, that would have been iconic. I know I just mentioned it recently, but I will always wonder what the Aphex Twin produced album could have sounded like. He saw it through her and said she cares about who can make me look younger. There was something I was supposed to watch or read or something or another there was something about that mentioned Aphex Twin. I don't remember what it was, but it just reminded me of that. I like Aphex Twin. I always like this stuff. He said Bobby Woods worked with Madonna around the erotica era. I remember, that's what I said. I know that name sounded familiar. You can drag me, you're going to drag me, Chris, but I think Ray of Light is over. See, then that's why I said you are the demographic that definitely feels that people like Confessions because it's the more commercial record. I think people put too much emphasis behind Ray of Light. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Ray of Light. I like a lot of, and I also feel that sometimes things about the album can feel a little outdated, but I think people find Confessions the more commercial record because it's very much in your face. And you will still get the spiritual stuff similar to what you got from Ray of Light, but it's easier on the ears. With Ray of Light, I always feel like I'm getting a little education, like I'm in class. It's very much it's a heavy album. It's a good album, but it's a heavy album. But I would say, I think that it is an innovative record. It was something that she really pushed herself out of her comfort. Like we wasn't expecting her to put together an album like that. Booby. Nelly Hooper produced. And I think he also produced Hella Good from No Doubt. Aren't we supposed to be obsessed with youth? That's gay. Hello. The gays, that Peter Pan syndrome. Unpopular opinion, but I think Hard Candy is underrated. Give It To Me should have been a bigger hit. And look, that's why I said all the songs that she worked with Pharrell were the better songs on that album. The stuff she did with Timberlake was all right, but Timberlake and Justin Timberlake. But I liked her stuff with Pharrell better. Give It To Me is definitely a good song. Definitely like that the Sticky and Sweet tour. That was like another one of my favorite tours of hers. I don't know, for some reason when I think about Hard Candy definitely gives me the production overshadows the rest of the record, like the lyrics and all that other stuff. So that's why I kind of feel about it. But whenever I put Hard Candy on, I definitely enjoyed the record. I can listen to it from beginning to end. I like Ray of Light, but it was seen as too preachy for us millennials. But it seemed music and COADF were my generation's favorite. Yeah, I think at the time because I was in my preachy, pretentious bag when it came to Ray of Light. So I was like, oh yeah, I want to feel smart and sophisticated, even though I am smart and sophisticated, but I wanted to feel even more smart and sophisticated, listen to that record, even though I didn't understand a lot of what was happening on that album, the spirituality aspect. And I even walked around acting like I was in Kabbalah with the red string around my wrist. I was doing all the performative shit. Then I came to my senses. He said, I remember Andre Betts said they recorded The Beast Within in one take. That was a good song. Was the book about Aphex Twin Such Great Heights? The complete history of the explosive of indie rock. Might have been. There was something I don't know. There's something I came across that had something to do with Aphex Twin. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I think at the time when I was trying to read it, I was on the train, signal was shit, and then I gave up, and then I forgot about it. The one time Pharrell Williams wrote a track and the Neptunes didn't produce it. Look at the credit of Hella Good. Well, I may have to. It's the Hard Candy is underrated. It's the album cover that's ridiculous. Why she look like a wrestler? Yeah, she was going through this whole boxer era. I'm like, what is that? Pharrell had a signature sound. You could tell when he did something. Yeah, that's true. Definitely. You always knew when they did stuff. That's like when I listened to the new Clips album. I'm like, yeah, Pharrell is all over this production. American Life is her worst for me, but the political commentary, I respect it. I actually like. I know a lot of people come back to it and talk about how they were wrong about American Life, that they actually liked the album once they came back to it. It was just a crazy time. It was the weapons of mass destruction thing. We were under the Bush era. We didn't think things would get worse politically, and then we got this current president where we've gotten. So it was just it was a different time, and you couldn't question things back then because the internet was the internet. But if this would have happened today, it would have been a different story. Ray of Light would have probably been not Ray of Light. American Life would have been a huge hit if she would have dropped it during this administration. The photo shoot was from the Interview magazine shoot. I like the boxer theme with the old school subway newspapers all around her. Yeah, that would have been cool with Aaliyah and Trent Reznor. If you're my age, you'll know Subway original design and my favorite sandwich, seafood and crack. You talking about Subway as in the sandwich shop? I haven't had Subway in a minute. It might have been 2 years since I've eaten a Subway sandwich. All right, y'all. Let's see how many more topics we got. We got 5 topics. All right, so we got 5 more topics, y'all. So before we get to our final 5, that's all homosexual themed. If you can please do me a solid, if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have super chats, super stickers. If you want to become a member, you can do all of that. But if you don't want to donate a little coin tada, look, I already got paid by Google today. And when I saw that money that came in, I was happy. Especially on top of that, was like, I got paid on Friday from working the Big East. Plus, on top of that, I got paid by Google doing this show. So when y'all be watching the show and stuff, it definitely helps out. The check hit the account, and I was happy as a clam. So the coin totters is not needed, but the likes and subscribes, it definitely helps with the show and all that good stuff. So I want to thank you all for constantly appreciating this messiness that I come on here and do. We about to hit 4 hours, and I still ain't even done with the show because look, it's been what? When the last time I was on? Thursday? Wednesday? It's been a minute. You probably answered this already, but is the tension with Iran reminding you of Iraq? Yes. Definitely feels like a case of deja vu. My mom's getting TLC tickets tomorrow. She's okay spending $250 per ticket, so I'll get front row. Well, yeah, with a show like that, they don't need to spend a whole lot of money to see TLC and Salt and Pepper and, In Vogue. But Pussycat Dolls asking for Lady Gaga type prices, I'm like, no, that's not happening. And funny enough, Gaga got that money. I mean, she got the money she asked for because that show was sold out. 9th, and we'd had the banner in my job too. MSG welcomes Lady Gaga 9 consecutive sold out shows. Yes, we put all that up in there. I wanted to take a picture and I was going to send it too, but we have and I did sneak a picture of the stage that I sent it in the group chat, and I had to do it quick because, some people be up in there like, don't be filming rehearsals. Don't be filming stage stuff. You can't be up in there filming all that stuff. So I got to be real careful when it comes to that. Because if they see you, then they come up to you. Did you take a picture? What'd you do? What you doing with your phone? Why you in here? Like, I've seen people deal with that firsthand. So I'm like, I've had somebody accuse me of taking a picture one time because I came and it was the Knicks were doing their you know, they were doing the shoot arounds or whatever. And nobody was supposed to be in the arena. So I happened to just peek in a little bit, and somebody literally came up to me and was like, did I take a photo? I'm like, I didn't have my phone out. Like, what are you talking about, Willis? And he said, no, because they never really enforced the draft, which was surprising. That wasn't something that George W. Bush thought of. So no, we didn't have any fears over it because it wasn't even, as far as I remember, I don't think it was brought up. I think they need to lower the tickets for PCD. I see $50 to $150. I was gonna say that y'all don't need. I mean, unless you're gonna be having some crazy stage stuff, there's no reason why you charging people Lady Gaga prices for your tour, especially one nobody asked for. And it's no shade. I'm just saying. All right, now speaking of opinions and things nobody asked for, let's talk about this Chitlin Circuit actor who is a part of the Tyler Perry production by the name of Xavier Smalls. So there's this light bright by the name of Xavier Smalls who decided to take it upon himself to lecture people on sins and homosexuality while he was on his Instagram Live. And of course, you have some bird brains going, but that's his belief. He entitled his belief until he says some shit that piss you off as a Black woman. And then all of a sudden you want them canceled. So because it doesn't affect you, then y'all want to come in with this. They have a right to their opinion, man. I'm tired of slow ass birds up on here getting mad when people say something against a community that you don't particularly fuck with, but you want them doing your hair and nails though. So anyway, after he went and said what he said in this live, which he since pulled, I would have liked to have gone on and looked for it so that way we could have played what he said, but I didn't care enough to look it up. So but the conversation definitely needs to be had. So Xavier Smalls is apparently now apologizing for some disparaging comments made about members of the Levitical Plus community last month via Instagram Live. He's hoping for some level of understanding despite what he said while taking accountability in the process. Now, in a statement shared to Instagram, the actor said he has taken time to reflect and acknowledge the impact of his words, writing that he now understands why my approach may have lacked the love, humility, and awareness that I believe God calls us to have. Now, I do have his IG post, which we could probably, it's so damn small, you probably won't be able to see it, but I'll still pull it up for y'all to look at. No, that ain't it. That's the other one, because I got two of them. So yeah, now I'm going to try to squint or open my eyes up really big or whatever as I can read this because it's so damn tiny. It said, after looking back at what I said on my IG Live, I've taken the time to really listen through very different eyes and ears to understand why some people felt judged and dismissed. I understand now how my approach may have lacked the love, humility, and awareness that I believe God calls us to have. Since the resurfacing of that clip, some very smart people who are greatly who care greatly about me have helped me truly understand how hurtful my words were and the damage they could create. They shared their perspective with me and corrected me in love. They did not condemn me, but instead helped me gain greater insight and understanding. I don't understand how at your big age, when you playing a whole faggot on a damn Tyler Perry production, that you sit up here trying to act like all of a sudden you up in here judging gay people on their life and how they live their life, which is their life to live. Same as heterosexuals get to going around living their life with whoever they want to be in a relationship with. Gays are doing the same thing. So you didn't have understanding, especially being one of Tyler Perry, you know, in the harem of the harem of Perry, the house of Perry, Haus of Perry, where, you know, the many light brights that he like, because, you know, Pastor Perry got a type. And look, nobody believed that photo of him and Marlo, by the way, because I'm sure, did y'all see that? There was a thing that was going around of an AI video, because we found out it was AI. Marlo and Tyler Perry were at a Jason Lee dinner fundraiser. I don't know exactly what it was. They took a couple of photos, but then somebody decided to put it through some AI and make it like they were dating, they were kissing all over each other. And of course, the lavender marriage comments started, or lavender relationship comments started. Everybody was up in there talking about Tyler is a butch queen, that Tyler ain't really into women, even though he got a child on. But I'm like, okay, we know in vitro fertilization or insemination, allegedly, and all the other things that's going on. And people was like, but y'all act like people can't be bisexual. Nobody said that. We talking about Tyler Perry. So, anybody believe in Medea like vagina? So he said he takes full accountability for the fact that the damage done by his words and that it outweighs the intent behind them. He regrets that his words caused pain, and I pray that you are able to see my heart in the midst of all this. I just don't understand why religious people always feel the need to assert their personal beliefs in other people's face. Nobody asked your opinion. Nobody asked you to give your opinion on people's bout with religion or LGBTQIA plus people, but you felt the need to get up your big ass on social media and tell people about something because not everybody believes in the sky daddy that you worship. So for you to come up on here and judge people, and you wonder why black gays particularly, like to run around hiring allies and all this other stuff to come up in our community because we want that acceptance from y'all so damn bad. And here y'all come with this bull. So for those of you who don't know who Xavier is, he is on a show called Beauty in Black. I believe that he's like gay on the show. There was a scene where he does a strip tease for some terminal ill older dude or whatever and was touching all over him in the video or whatever. And so that's what he's playing. So you up in here, you can make money playing a homosexual, but then you want to condemn the gays and lecture them on sin? Suck a dick from the back, sir. Or maybe that's how you got the part. So one person said, how can he be gay and homophobic? It just doesn't make sense. Nobody's saying that he's gay and homophobic, and nobody said he's gay, number one. Or is he gay? Am I missing something? This is based off a character. I don't know what he's like in real life. I don't know who he sleeps with off camera. So I don't think you can be gay and homophobic, but there is undeniably an amount of self-hatred that exists within our community, especially among queer people, where just like there's some coons out here in the streets for black folks, we have the same thing that we enjoy in the gay community, where they like the hunching part, but when it comes down to all the other things, they will throw their own community, they will chastise and condemn their own community for clicks, likes, clout, whatever you want to call it. And so there's that. So I don't think that he's homophobic. I just feel like, they're saying, how can he be gay and homophobic? I don't know if like I said, I don't know if he's gay, but in general, you can be gay, but there's that self-hatred. So I don't know if you can call it homophobia. Maybe, I guess it is. Maybe it's a fear of being gay because of what you've been taught, especially from the church, which talks down on gay people. Oh, you love when they're up in the choir and playing the piano and all the other stuff and being the choir director. But when it comes down to actually being gay, oh, you don't see it for them. You saying they're going to hell and all this other mess. Now, they said that he was not only was he in Beauty in Black, but Medea's Destination Wedding. First of all, Tyler Perry's another one who don't like being, he don't like that side of himself. So your job is saved. He's not going to get rid of you unless you decide to file a lawsuit because the payments ran out and you end up trying to talk about how you a victim like Derek Dixon and the other guy. What's his name? The other Spanish dude that decided to come out and say that Tyler was inappropriate with him because the cash flow stopped and now they want to get their little payout. So as I said before, a lot of people said they wasn't buying what he was selling. There was, I did notice he did turn off the comments because he didn't want y'all to eat him up in the comments. But over on his post where he posted 36 weeks ago, where he's thanking Tyler Perry and Tyler Perry Studios for giving him a shot and how his career changed because Tyler Perry plucked him from obscurity. And we know that Tyler has a habit of picking guys who can act their way out of a paper bag, but because you got a certain look, you light, you got the curly hair and you cute, and Tyler may want to slide his tongue through your ass crack like a credit card, that, he's going to give you an opportunity. for a little quid pro quo, allegedly. So people was up in the comments when he posted hallelujah or go watch Medea's Destination Wedding, blah, blah, blah on Netflix. So one person posted, well, that's from 36 weeks ago. We'll stick with the new shit. So one person said, not impressed with your anti-two-spirited LGBTQ plus comments, especially considering who and what puts money in your pockets. Another person said, while promoting Madea, I know you effing lying. Another person talking about the gays when you sit them here posting a man in drag. And another person said, now I understand why your last name Smalls. And because look, quiet as good. When people was like, who is this guy? I'm like, I don't know. The only Smalls I know is Biggie Smalls and Naomi Smalls. Those are the only famous Smalls I know. Now, another person said, quick question. Will you get into heaven playing a gay guy because you said gay people don't get into heaven? And that's another, because I think Nico Aesthetics even said that too. He's like, I don't think you get into heaven because you played a gay guy on TV. So you playing a gay, but you talking about they not getting into heaven? And who are you? Because the only person that said you'll never get to heaven because you're scared of getting high was Kylie Minogue. And you don't have the wherewithal to tell somebody who and what is not getting into heaven because you are not the gatekeeper of this imaginary place you speak of. Now, another person said, Streets is saying you traded sexual favors to get the role. Element, damn, they all are in these comments. Another person said, ain't you doing the bending? Hashtag abomination. And there he goes. Thank you, everyone. Love y'all. But yeah, they was up in the comments just trolling him. So yeah. At the end of the day, nobody can sit up in here and tell you where you going and how to live your life. As long as you live in your life not hurting nobody, who gives a hell what this old butch queen has to say about the gays and sin and all that other shit? Worry about your own goddamn sins instead of trying to condemn people for the so-called sins you feel like they're enduring. So I say all this to say, because, you know, like I said, a lot of people wasn't buying his apology. People was dragging him on social media, and rightfully so. And I'm not buying the apology. I think you're full of shit. I do feel like if this wasn't brought up, you would have stood 10 toes down on it and wouldn't apologize. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said it was mentioned. Okay, well, I guess I didn't believe it. I didn't believe a draft was going to happen, and thank goodness it didn't. So, and it's the same thing. It's like they're using the same playbook for this administration. He said, we were brainwashed at a time to believe the war, but over time, we were very liberal when we realized what happened. Especially when we found out that it wasn't even Iraq, it was Saudi Arabia that attacked us. But now you got a current president doing business deals with Saudi Arabia and the Ellisons using Saudi Arabian money to buy Paramount and now Warner Brothers Discovery. All right, so American people die at the hands of Saudi Arabians, and y'all want to do business with them. This will show how fake these politicians are. I heard there's rumors on the internet about a draft. We're not going to enlist a draft. George W. Bush started in 2004. Mm-hmm. Xavier Smalls is probably feeling the weight of his playing a character that is straight but mooching off of a closeted gay male. He's not good enough actor to separate the two. You would think. But maybe that is what it is. Maybe it's that people are clowning him for playing this character. I'm like, if it's acting, you wouldn't let that stuff bother you. And these people are clowning, they're probably jealous because they can't get a role like you got a role for doing a Tyler Perry movie. Why y'all be worrying so much about what other people think? So now you got to go on here and because you can't reconcile your whatever inner demons you got. And so you want to go on social media and start posting crap about sin and gays and all that. It's like, boy, go sit your ass down somewhere because you're not even well versed to even have an intellectual conversation. It's kind of hard to believe that your probably long-standing beliefs that you align with societal and religious conditioning suddenly change. Exactly. That's why I say you're full of shit. I'm not buying it. I ain't going to listen to someone who types up an apology like a late 15-minute essay for 15 for English class. I was like, okay, because that's what it was. I'm like, child, this thing is long. I gotta go and open my eyes up to Because apparently somebody wrote in the comments, my eyes too small. Well, who gives a fuck? I'm part Asian. So if you got a problem with my eyes, you can kiss my ass. He said, plus, I would like to know how one of his co-stars is taking this. Stephen G. Northfleet plays gay on the show and is gay and married in real life. That'd be interesting. It'd be nice if they would come out and talk, but they probably won't because they probably feel like they'll lose their job. But it's not like Tyler Perry said it. It is homophobic. Who is hurt by the same sex attraction? It's not the same as stealing. Even if you're believe because of the Bible, ask yourself why it's in the Bible in the first place. Which I've always said the Bible is written by man. It is not the official word. Don't even get me started on colonization and brainwashing all of us, because as someone who did a full-on sociology paper on the hypocrisies of organized religion and got an A for it in college, because as an electorate in film school, I had to take sociology. So it's like I've always looked at religion as a joke. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some good news, because I was over that mess. Let's give a huge congratulations to my girl T.S. Madison, who won a victory over this whole DL Whisperer mess. And no shade, I think we could blame Tasha K for this mess, because she was the one that was still having little conversations with him while he was in prison. Just trying to, because she needs content over there on her channel. So, his bond motion was denied. Now, apparently, during the bond hearing, the judge viewed a clip where Mr. Palmer said that no bail nor bond will keep him from getting to T.S. Madison. Now, that statement was enough for the judge to keep him behind bars. When he said that, you know what that reminded me of? Nothing but death can keep me from here. Remember that from The Color Purple? That's what it was giving. Who was that said that? Was it Nettie? Mm-hmm. But Nettie, because Mr. had her put out because she wouldn't give him any. Anyway. So now they said that, but the gag is his delusional fans are pissed with T.S. Madison, who they claim is playing victim and dragging the whole situation in order to gain sympathy from the public. No shade, but after what recently happened to Riri, where there was some lunatic was seen recording herself making threats towards Rihanna online before driving to her house with an AK-47 and firing pow-pows into the home. In my opinion, Maddie, you did the right thing by going through the courts to have her clout chasing stalker locked up. Now, who y'all really need to be mad at is Trashy K, who revealed on social media that she was in communication with the DL Whisperer and was aligning herself with him as a way to get back at Maddie, who she has a beef with. Now, you would think that she would have learned her lesson by not asserting herself in situations that have nothing to do with her, hence why she had to put her home on the market to pay the money she owes to Cardi B. And recently the story came out that Nicki Minaj donated a little money to the situation. We don't know what it is, but I heard it was like $3,000. I'm like, girl, that's pocket change. You dug in the bottom of your purse to give her that. So, if that is true, I'm like, that's a bunch of nothing, because now she went online bragging about the fact that, oh yeah, she gave me a little money, whatever the case is. I'm like, okay. The money's still going to Cardi. I don't think she cares how she gets paid. She want her money. So, but like I said, at the end of the day, with Trashy K, that ego of hers is a powerful thing, and she can't even seem to control it. So the sad part in all this is that someone who lacks talent like a DL Whisperer has to resort to hating on the success of someone like a T.S. Madison in order to get clout, basing your entire persona on being a greasy-lipped sissy, hating on trans women in order to get in favor with the insecure Black women who hate gay men and in their mind are in competition with trans women over men they wouldn't have a rat's chance in hell of getting even securing a date with, let alone a quick hit and run. Now, the DL Whisperer thought that he could get on social media and create beefs with other content creators as a way to build his brand quickly, not realizing that the shtick gets old fairly quickly. And by aligning yourself with someone like a Trashy K, was only going to make things worse, especially since she's seen as a joke in the broadcasting space. Now, if Miss Thing had some formidable talent, he would have to resort to fighting with other content creators in order to gain attention, because when the shit hits the fan, those same people you thought loved you will move on to the next big thing on the come up. Now, speaking of Maddie, the media personality did take to social media, as in her Facebook page, to celebrate her victory and said the following: "I cried a little yesterday. No tears of sadness or tears of joy. It was tears for what I had and have to do. It's crazy when you have to battle an enemy that looks like you and in the same community as you. My tears weren't for me. It's because I know what I must do, because ain't nan motherfucker gonna threaten my life and my loved one's life and still stand. No, the answer is no. Hashtag bond denied round 4. So I'm not mad at her, because you got to be out here. You got to protect your family. You got to protect yourself, and you got to protect your peace. And you can't just be letting random people out here, crazy people, because you don't know what's wrong with this boy. Like, you literally is out here trying to pick fights with content creators. I heard Armand Wiggins said at one point that Dia Whisper was trying to come after him, but when it didn't work, now I'm gonna go after and I'm gonna go after T.S. Madison, because she's one of the most popular black trans women in the industry right now. Like, with her Fag Talk show. She's traveling around the United States doing these lives with her and Craig. She's also running around doing all these different deals and bookings. We miss you over there on a Drag Race. We need more of you on there. You have so many bookings and so many things going on. And then here you got this child with no formidable talent to speak of, who feels, oh, the only way I can get famous is clout chasing, throwing people in the butt. When I first heard about this boy, I was like, I shook my damn head. I'm like, the things that some of you tired ass no talents will do to try to jump on here to try to be famous, why can't you just build something and gain your fandom that way? That's what I did. I started from the ground up with nothing. Just started coming in here. You know what? I'm going to do my celebrity news and gossip. I'm going to give my opinion. And then if people like what you say and all this other stuff, you build your foundation little by little, brick by brick. I'm not coming up on here throwing shade, being negative, talking shit about other content creators, because there's room for all of us. Just like Mims, who is a content creator, comes up in here and make it make sense, pops up in here every now and again in the comments, and I say hey, and he leaves a little something, and we move on. We got Kempire out here doing his own thing. We got Funky Daniva out here doing his own thing. We got Armand Wiggins out here doing his own thing. There's so much room for so many of us out here. That Perez Hilton over there doing his own thing, even though he said he almost died. He was in the hospital for 20 days. So there's a bunch of us out here. There's room for us. There's enough for us out here doing our own thing without us having to step on over each other and hate on other content creators. I just don't see the point in that. And you have to realize that if you're going to come in hot and negative, you have to realize you have to keep that momentum going all the time. You got to keep it up. And it's going to get old fairly quickly. So how are you going to keep that momentum up? Because then what? Now you got to go to kick in her door and live stream you literally murdering her entire family. Like, is that the level? Is that the peak? Is that where we stop? Because this celebrity obsession, or this obsession with fame and clout and clicks and likes and all this other stuff. I'm so glad I wasn't born in the era of the internet, that it's like at any point, like y'all know, I come on, I do the shows when I can, and when I'm busy, I walk away, and then when I come back, that's when I got to give y'all like 5-hour shows, because it's a lot to catch up on. But you can't let this internet thing or these people in the Matrix control and try to keep you up with the bullshit. That's why you see people like the DL Whisper is where he is with his, in jail, and why you see people like Trashy K's career is where it is, because y'all come out here and you do these things with these celebrities, and then you wonder why your career is in the shitter. So shout out to you, Maddie. I'm glad you did the right thing. And if people is mad, oh well, stay mad. And Dia Whisper, you could rot in jail, and that's all I got to say on that. So, but sure enough, hopefully this will be a lesson learned for a lot of you future content creators that want to come up in here and work in this space. Find a niche, find a thing that you're good at, and work on that. Build that situation. You coming in trying to pick fights with other content creators or doing all kinds of crazy stunts and shows thinking that's going to get you famous. Yeah, it'll get you there quickly, but your career will die off as fast as it started because you can't keep that thing up. You can keep it going, but it's not going. It's going to be hard to maintain that. So, and that drug called fame, because that's worse than crack. I mean, I wouldn't know. I never had crack, but But if I was to imagine what it'd be like to do crack, I can imagine that fame, that drug, is a lot more potent, a lot more powerful than your favorite street pharmaceutical. So I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this situation. Let me know your overall thoughts on the Deal Whisperer and T.S. Madison in the comments down below. Okay, y'all. So now let's go from a former corn star to another former corn star. And let's talk about Seth Peterson. So the tea dropped today. It might have come out yesterday, but I heard about it today. That Seth Peterson, the adult performer, had passed away. No one knows exactly why what he had passed away from. But that is the latest news that's coming out. So let's get into it. So it is with a heavy heart to announce that gay corn star Seth Peterson was reportedly found unalive in his LA home. The popular performer was just 28 years old. A cause of death has not been announced, and news of Peterson's passing was shared by his boyfriend, Cyrus Stark, aka Kobe, on Peterson's Twitter account. So Seth Peterson XXX, that is his handle. It says, "It is with heavy heart that I share the passing of my fiance and best friend Seth. I'm truly at a loss for words and my heart is broken. For those who would like to support during this incredible, difficult time, you can do so using the link below." So I guess you can go over to his Twitter. They have a GoFundMe link and all other stuff on there. I did tell you it's at Seth Peterson XXX. So if you still have Twitter and you want to go over there and get the link, or you can go to my website, chrisavalon.com. If you see the article about Seth Peterson's passing, I did put the link to the GoFundMe in there. Now, they also say it is with heavy heart. Oh, I read that part already. So then it said a statement on a GoFundMe page set up in his memory said Peterson was deeply loved and will be profoundly missed, with funds intended to help cover funeral expenses. Well, hold on. Let me go over there and see how much they've been able to round up so far. So they're looking for $9,000. So far, they've been able to get 61 donations, and they've made a whopping 4,664. So that's how much they raised so far. And it's so sad that we're in a time where people have to literally set up GoFundMes in order to afford certain situations. Now, Seth Peterson was a wildly popular and beloved performer who launched his career at Helix Studios in 2020. The stunning Taylor Lautner lookalike went on to perform at nearly a dozen other studios such as Men, Frat X, Naked Sword, etc., and was nominated for multiple industry awards over the last 6 years. Now, followers have been reacting to the news, with one writing, "I'm so sorry, Seth was so amazing and smart and just beautiful all around." Another wrote, "Oh no, I'm so sorry for your loss. My heart and hugs go out to you and everyone he loved. R.I.P. Seth." A third said, "Very sorry for your loss, sending you love and strength. I adored Seth and he always came across as a beautiful and caring man. Rest in peace, Seth." Now, my thoughts also go out to all of Peterson's loved ones and and the story will be updated if more information becomes available. But yeah, this is a sad situation. I was like, hold on, let me actually pull up the thing for you. So yeah, it literally has it here. This is the GoFundMe, and they were able to raise $4,664, and there's a couple of people in there. Yeah, because I remember, didn't they say that the Nicki Minaj thing that she donated money to Tasha K's GoFundMe? They show you the people that donate and the amount of money that they donate. So if people wanted to find out how much she donated, they would do that. But yeah, condolences. Sorry to hear about this. Definitely hope that we find out what it was from. And I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops, because this is like, hey, he passed, and then we heard about Lane, he passed away from the motorcycle accident. It's a lot of craziness going on. I told you, the Grim Reaper Miss Thing is out here carrying. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Seth Peterson? Were you a fan of his work? Were you sad and shocked to hear this news? So young. He was like not even 30 yet and just gone. Baby gone. So yeah. I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Wait, hold on. Oh, I read that one already. Linnell says, plus, I would like to know how one of his co-stars has taken this. Stephen G. Northfleet plays gay on... Oh, yeah, I read that one already. You said, oh, yeah, I read that one too. Said, wait a minute, Chris, you Asian and black? Yes, part Filipino. He said they love to bring up the Bible when it comes to homosexuality, but never had the same energy when they justify and make excuses for rape, incest, slavery, 3D-philia, adultery, greed, etc. Exactly. And those are the worst ones, but being gay is the worst thing. Mm-hmm. Sophia's in the building. Devin Smith. Chris has said he's mixed race. Well, you know, a lot of people don't really be up in here like that with all the conversations and things. He said, don't forget Brent Corrigan. Oh, yeah. There was a recent video that came out. Maybe I'll try to look that up and make that a story. But yeah, Brent Corrigan recently posted a picture of himself, and people were clowning him because he put on weight. So they were calling him fat and all this other stuff. And I'm like, Brent Corrigan is not that young little twink that y'all liked back in the day anymore. He's older. I don't even think I think he's like almost 40. Not saying that's an excuse, but he's also been through a lot. Like, he was sick. So maybe the medications and things he's taken, and, you know, side effects, it is like weight gain. So he probably hasn't been able to be in the gym like he usually was back in the day. And people are clowning him over it. I was like, y'all are just horrible. And you wonder why, and they don't talk about this enough, that so many gay men undergo eating disorders because of that very situation. Exactly. It is crazy how they all die broke. Laverne Cox is starring in a Christian film by Jesus Christ. She was irritating me when I saw her do I think it was, she was doing, what was it, the queer teas or whatever the case was, and she was up there, the way she was, I was like, okay, lady, like, why are you talking like that? That's so sad. My condolences to his friends and loved ones. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, y'all. So now we got to get in some Drag Race news. Let's talk about this whole situation that happened with Drag Race. Now, I ain't going to hold you. I thought this episode was boring. I did fall asleep on it. But then again, my excuse would be I did just finish working the Mayhem Bowl. So after that, I got home. I was tired. And I was like, you know what? It's like damn near 1 o'clock in the morning. Let me see if I can sit and watch Drag Race. I made it through half of it. And then I woke up when Discord and Nene were basically lip syncing to that horrible Ariana Grande song. Why would that be the song y'all would have them lip sync to? Make that make sense. But nevertheless, I woke up around that part, but I managed to catch up and refilling all the stuff that I had missed. So they had they had a makeover episode where the queens had to make over gay cowboys, which I did like that story. There was some cuties up on there too. I was like, I would definitely hunch some of y'all up in here. But yeah, so so they had to make over some of the queens. They had to make over some rodeo guys. I did like the one that was like he was struggling a little bit with the drag and the masculinity thing, because yeah, there's this thing in our community where it's just like you have to always be masculine all the time. But I always say the great thing about being gay is embracing your masculine and feminine side. But because of society, a lot of times it takes us a long time to come to grips with that. That's why I consider myself a butch queen. It's like I take on the masculine and the feminine and mash it together. And I'll always be me. So RuPaul's Drag Race Jane Don't has shared a loving tribute to Terry Covington, who was her partner on the show. He was the older guy. And I had no idea until I watched the episode that people said he actually died back in December. And I'm sitting there like, well, they can sit up there and put in memoriams for people that perform on the show. Like, remember the guy that did the Rusical and he was up there doing the music? He passed away. They did an in memoriam to him at the end. Why y'all couldn't do that to Terry? He was a part of the show. That's what some people was bitching about on social media. So in the latest episode of season 18, the remaining queens will partner with queer cowboys and tasked with giving them the drag makeover. Tragically, after Discord Adams was told to sashay away by RuPaul, which I'm calling bullshit. First of all, who should have been in the bottom? It should have been Nene against Darlene. Darlene was not giving with the look. The look looked a mess. I know that she likes to do the 80s thing. It was not giving family resemblance. Now, when you look at Discord and her partner, they definitely were giving family resemblance. Yes, it was two different colors, but so was Juicy's. Juicy was given the same look, two different colors, while she was safe. So I was calling bullshit on a lot of the judging that was on the show. And we're going to get into another bullshitter and another bit with their judging. We're going to get into Law's ass in a second. But we need to focus on this first before we get to that part. So, they said a memorial tribute to Jane Don't partner Terry Covington appeared on screen. Okay, I must have missed it then. Because I was like, why people was complaining? And I'm like, wait, they said that they showed it. So I must have missed that part. So Jane, who was saved after critique, shared touching messages on IG after the episode aired, sharing a photo of Terry, who she gave the name of Maybe Don't. That was a clever ass drag name though. Wrote, I feel extremely lucky to have gotten to meet Terry and to have hopefully given him the drag race experience he wanted. We didn't know each other for long, but what I did know of him was lovely and sweet and extremely patient and positive in a moment of extreme stress for all of us. We talked about how much we both loved our pets and our grandmas, and he reminded me of how much my generation takes for granted as queer people navigating a world our elders had to really fight for. He was dead set on doing well and working hard, a real cowboy through and through. Endless love to Terry's family and friends. Rest easy, my queen. And I'm glad that she said that because I definitely feel like a lot of this generation does not respect and realize that because it's so easy for y'all to navigate into I'm non-binary and I'm gay at 4 years old, that my generation and the boomers and not necessarily well, maybe boomers, Gen X, some millennials, maybe a few boomers had to fight. Well, they did, because those who survived the AIDS Holocaust in the 80s, they definitely were the ones that was out there that had to fight the big fight towards, for equality, for, equality regarding like just basic human rights for LGBTQIA plus people, and for treatment who were undergoing HIV and AIDS and all that other stuff. So yeah, a lot of the people before them had to fight these battles for y'all to be running freely out in these streets in little dresses without getting your ass beat. A lot of people before that had to endure a lot of those fights. And yeah, I'm not saying that the war is necessarily over against queer people, but it's not as bad as today as it was back when I was growing up. Well, a lot of us had to, but then luckily I was in New York where I could be free to express myself and go to a lot of different safe spaces and go to clubs and meet people and do those other things and find my tribe. Whereas other people in small towns and things of that nature aren't so lucky. So yeah, I love the stories that comes out from the older gays where it's just like, you know what? We should respect a lot of those elders, because if it wasn't for them, you wouldn't be able to acquire a lot of the stuff that you acquire today. So just always be mindful of that, and vice versa. And want to take the young people that are willing under your wing and mentor them, not sleep with them, but mentor them. So yeah, they said during the episode, Terry made it clear that he was keen to go all in, saying he would happily shave off his beard, but he was firm on keeping the eyebrows. Oh yeah, because they have a thing for wanting to shave off eyebrows. I was like, you could make it work with the eyebrows without having to shave them off. There's a lot of queens that do. And they said, well, I guess if you're good at drawing them on. So the drag duo bonded on having mullets, with Jane saying, we do have matching mullets, and no, I can connect with anybody who has a mullet. Terry said of being a gay cowboy, he said, it's my happy place. When I came out, that was one of the issues I had coming out. I was giving up a way of life. Then at my first gay rodeo, I fell in love. Jane said during a confessional, I am really struck at by just how nice of a guy he is, which is making me feel kind of emotional. This guy's led this life that is so wildly different from mine, but he is also part of the reason that I can do the things I'm doing right now. And I just really want to make sure that he has a good time doing this. And what people need to also realize with all of that is that, yeah, I mean, it's great when you can try to find your tribe. And clearly he did, because it was like, one of the things I was having a hard time with coming out is that I don't want to give up this whole lifestyle of being a country guy. And it's not seen as that's what being gay is, that you can't be gay and you can't be a cowboy and you can't bull ride and all this. I'm like, but who said that you can't? So if the mainstream rodeos aren't going to accept and allow us in the door, we create our own shit. We've always been resilient in that way. And that's what I've always loved about our community, is that when they tell us no, we create our own situation. We carve our own lane out. We build our own situation, and fuck them. Let them have their corny ass, tight ass, unseasoned traditions. We'll create our own shit over here. We got rainbow flags. We have drag queens hosting. We can have cute little boys in short shorts twerking while I'm riding that bull and go about it. I'm just saying some stuff. I'm not saying that's what actually goes on. I'm just saying we could just create and build what we want. Just like when they have with, they have wrestling for gays or whatever, but they have gay wrestlers and drag queen wrestlers and things. So the WWE is not going to give us the thing. We create our own shit, and that's what we should do. Find your tribe. And luckily enough, he was able to do that. So James co-stars have shared tributes under her Instagram post, with Mia Starr writing, "You have such a beautiful heart. I love you so much." Sierra Miss commented, "You created a moment of magic together." And Carson Kressley simply left a string of heart emojis underneath. But we know Law didn't. Now, speaking of Law, let's get into her behind, because the people is not happy with her recent comments on this latest episode of Drag Race. So, Discord Adams recently did an interview with Entertainment Weekly where she talked about her recent elimination and a bunch of other things. So, as unfounded preseason rumors indicate that she was disqualified from the competition, the Florida-based punk rocking queen managed to make it nearly to the end of Drag Race's ongoing season. And while she might not have won any main challenges, she certainly left a mark on the show's fandom thanks to her signature heavily memed runway look, edgy approach to the art form, and never quite cracking under pressure despite being declared safe week after week on the main stage. Below, in her Entertainment Weekly elimination interview, Discord reacts to some of her wildest moments from the show, including Judge Laura Roach's harsh critiques for her family resemblance makeover, Juicy Love Dion alleging she cheated by using safety pins for a prior runway outfit, and how she owned the runway walk that became the running gag, non-derogatory, of the season. So Discord also took to Twitter and said this, and this was on the 21st. This was about 2 days ago at 11:35 a.m. She said, "Laura Roach doesn't give constructive criticism. He just speaks in clickbait. He exists to appease an algorithm and not help the queens on the show. Part of the job was to make our partners feel powerful, and Laura didn't speak in a way that was helpful to anyone." And so I don't know if producers are telling him to do that, but yeah, I hated it. Like, that's not a critique. Like, bitch, I need you to, like, if you're supposed to be dressing celebrities for a living, dressing rich people, at least have, like, some constructive criticism on why you didn't like the outfit and what I could have done better in regards of the family resemblance thing. Because, like I said, I did not feel like Discord should have been in the bottom. I don't think what she was given was not a family resemblance thing. Yeah, it was two different color palettes, but it was the same outfit. So I don't understand. Like, I feel like Darlene Mitchell should have been in the bottom, along with Nene Coco, and they should have lip synced. But I guess for production's sake, it wasn't powerful enough. And so, for whatever reason, it just is what it is. I just think that they probably felt like Discord's journey was done. They had nothing more to give in regards of a story, because we already know, like, the show is not even about drag. It's a reality show. So, let's get into the article. So Entertainment Weekly asked, they said, Laura Roach had some harsh critiques for your drag family resemblance makeover look. He said he hated it more than he hates his fault. Now he hates him more than he hates his father. So now I cussed your ass out. I was like, bitch, please. I can see, and I'm gonna be like, and I see why your father don't like you. And he said, how did you feel in the moment? And Discord says, I felt like I don't take people seriously who dress billionaires for their day job. Well, Laura Roach thinks about me and my sisters meant nothing to me. Even in the past episodes when he gave me positive critiques, I don't care because he's so nasty to my sisters. Otherwise, I think he speaks in rage bait. Clickbait words for views and attention. To me, none of it comes across as genuine, helpful, or positive critique. None of it mattered. This isn't Laura Roach's drag race. You can say nasty things all you want, but those aren't helping any of us grow. They're just nasty for the sake of nasty. And I do agree with that. It's like you should come on it as a judge and give constructive criticism. You just come on being mean-spirited because you think this is going to be cute for the ratings. But here's the thing. In this day and age where we've been overtly critical of shows like America's Next Top Model, and they're doing all these citations on whose fault it was to be nasty and nobody wants to take the blame. I don't think this is a hill you want to die on at this point, Law. But I guess, this was a year ago when they filmed this, but now that all of this stuff is resurfacing with Top Model, I don't know if this is a direction you want to take with this situation. So you might want to lighten up a little bit. The days of everybody out here trying to act like y'all Simon Cowell, those days is numbered. Or those days is over, I would say. So then they also wanted to ask, did you see Laura's Oscars red carpet look this past weekend? Do you have any critiques for him? And then Discord said, your job is to call other fashion designers and dress people, and you can't even dress yourself. I'm on a TV show making my own outfits. You're dressing people. Couldn't be me. And you're dressing Lauren Sanchez. He couldn't be further removed from what my brand is or what I take seriously. Then they get into the fandom buzzing over Juicy telling judges you cheated by using the safety pins in your outfit. Did you knowingly break the rules or just hope no one noticed? She said, if I cheated, I think I would have been lip syncing and sent home that night. RuPaul told me it was a grand slam and the safety pins were on the table of items I was allowed to use. I'd say I absolutely didn't cheat. I didn't sew that outfit. It was hemmed and held together with the safety pins. I don't think I cheated, and I don't think RuPaul thought I cheated either. Jane Don't said at Roscoe's that you tried to wear a red cat suit under your dress and that you had to cut it off so that it was only thigh highs and gloves. What's the tea? And she said, that was me not understanding the rules because they told us specifically that you can wear your own tights, you can wear your own undergarments. I had this red bodysuit because I thought it fell under the realm of tights, but production came down and said, no, you can't wear that. I was like, okay, that's fine. Just cut it off me and I'll wear them as tights. In that moment, they could have equally said, you can't have these tights and you also can't have the safety pins. But guess what? They never brought up the safety pins. So let's see if there's any more to say. They talk about her runway war. They talk about all these other things. Okay, so let's get into this part. So they said, we spoke about alleged Shea Coulee drama in your first interview before the season. Have you spoken to Shea or her drag family since the show started? She said, Shea and I follow each other. It's never been an issue. Like I said in our first interview, there's not an issue between her and I. There never has been. She likes my posts all the time. I think her and I are cool. As far as talking to the girls in Chicago, I have my friends there. I was at Roscoe's. The bar was chanting my name. Everyone is going to have drag queens that don't like them, but I wouldn't say there's actual real drama. So yeah, that's the article, or as they would say, and that's the tea on that. And if you want to read the rest of the article, you definitely can head over to Entertainment Weekly for the exclusive interview with Discord Adams. And I'm glad to see that she lasted as long as she did. Y'all gonna be mad when y'all find out who about to get eliminated and ain't making the top 4. I ain't gonna spoil it because, there's people in here that don't want another tea. But, I'm looking forward to the show finally ending. I do think that, Lord, you be doing too much in regards to this whole situation. And you need to bring it down a couple of notches. It's just like, I understand y'all trying to do things for ratings and y'all want that Emmy, which I think it's gonna go to the traders again. But, nevertheless, it's just annoying that you just come on here just being evil for the sake of evil. Now, I like Law. I like, the little shade that he throws. But when you be up in there doing it, like being a little too harsh, I'm just like, okay, bring it down a keg. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Jane Don't had to say regarding you're playing tribute to Terry, her makeup co-star, and Discord makeover co-star, and then Discord basically in her post elimination interview with Entertainment Weekly throwing shade at Law for his nasty critiques over on the recent episode of Drag Race. And on top of that, did y'all even like this episode? Because like I told you, I fell asleep on it. But I got the gist of what I missed. Did you even like the makeover episode, or makeover episodes your thing? They're not necessarily my thing. I watch them, but it's my least favorite parts of the show when they do the drag makeovers for people. But let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. My concern about Seth's passing is because of his age, as to whether he had pre-existing condition. If not, then I'm bracing to sadly learn his passing is from. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. I'm like, is it that he's sick, or is it because of the other thing, drugs? A food stored in buckets and thawed seafood found by health inspectors, leading to the temporary closure of Mama T. Which y'all, I'm glad I didn't post that video while I was reading y'all, because I was gonna cut up that video and post it online of me reading y'all going in on Mama Tina's gumbo. So there's this thing out here, basically giving food poisoning to people. That you can't have food in buckets and thawed seafood found by health inspectors. Like, man, what are you doing? Do y'all not know what it is about when you're making food, or when you're dealing with a food truck, whatever the case is, how you have to keep your food under a certain temperature? Like when I worked in the food industry, they was big on that, constantly changing the water buckets and you got to keep the food at a certain degree, whether it's refrigerated or when you're dealing with hot foods or whatever. Like, how does she not know this? Or was this because you wanted to be cute up in there with Mama Tina's gumbo, that you wasn't thinking about all the other health code situations? But I guess when we in Trump's America, who gives a fuck about a health code, right? Especially when you got nasty ass RFK Jr. out here running things in health wise. I heard about that, and I was seeing in Twitter, they call Tina a witch, a bruja. When I was watching this episode, I thought Terry was so hot, and then I found out that he passed away and immediately felt bad. Something about the gray mullet. He said, well, I love a gray mullet. I saw that too, as it shows just how juvenile and mean-spirited the rainbow community is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would try to treat people with kindness. Even when I'm, especially when I'm at work, I'm always like, because you never know what people are going through. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely is high school coded. That's why I always say, find your tribe. Don't go around them old mean gays. Because I said, look, bitch, remember, y'all got to get older one of these days. So, you don't want people to give you that same damn grace. I thought Juicy was all right being safe because the gown was in the same family despite the different colors. Jane's gown was different than what her partner wore. Nene Coco, she tried it. Oh, I hated Nene's look. The butterfly. I was like, what is that? What did you think of Barry Winchell being mentioned in this episode by Nene's partner? The story always pulls my heartstrings. Wait, who's Barry Winchell? I gotta look that up. They said you mentioned The Color Purple earlier, so when you were talking about how older guys had to fight, I heard all my life I had to fight. I had to fight my daddies. I had to fight my uncles. I had to fight my brothers. Yeah, I remember that song. I mean that line. Well, I guess that was inadvertently I was quoting The Color Purple. The other one I meant to quote The Color Purple. I can't believe I actually believed those Discord. Child, we all did, because even at one point I thought it was true. I said, who made that mess up? I have a feeling Discord would have gotten Lydia treatment and been immediately brought back for All Stars in the same year if a queen dropped out at the last minute. I was thinking about revisiting that season of All Stars, but what I've been doing is I've been binging all the old All-Star seasons. I don't know. I didn't intend to do that, but I just fell into that of, you know, just binging the All-Star seasons. I'm now on the season with Kylie won. Laura Roachby and Janice Dickinson. Okay, we're the same damn bundle. Corey Kingstar. Oh, so Corey out here looking for clout, like Plain Jane. Barry Winchell was a soldier who was unalive by his fellow soldiers for being in a relationship with. Oh, you're talking about what's her name? Same last name, Adams. Calpurnia. That's what I guess you're talking about. Because there was a movie called, damn, what was it called? Soldier Boy or whatever the case was. Barry Winchell, played by Jane Fonda's son. And then we had Lee Pace, played Calpurnia. Oh my God, now I remember, because I was like, Barry Winchell, why that name sound familiar? Because you're talking about, what was it, Soldier Boy or whatever. I remember seeing that movie. He fell in love with a trans woman. Then his fellow soldiers killed him. Which was a sad movie. It was necessary for that story to be told. And I be forgetting my homosexual history sometimes. I got to remind me. But anyway, I prematurely put that up. Let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about this tea regarding RuPaul's Drag Race. So while we up in here loving all the things that people are feeling about this season, according to Rob Shutter, word on the curb is because of what's going on with Paramount and the fact that it's run by the Ellisons. A lot of people say it's David Ellison. No, I think his daddy is running it or whatever the case is. He gave him the money. And so now it's facing an uncertain future. The show might be in danger because of what's going on over there, the corporate shakeups and all that stuff. So RuPaul's Drag Race could be heading into its most dramatic season yet, and this time the real chaos isn't on camera. Now, sources tell Naughty But Nice the iconic franchise is quietly in trouble amid major corporate shakeups tied to new ownership moves involving David Ellison and Larry Ellison. Because David Ellison ain't running about him, so his daddy. Everything is under the microscope, and nothing, not even a global hit, is guaranteed safe. Insiders say the new leadership priorities are shifting fast and not everyone makes the cut. This is a colder, more calculated vision chasing a different audience, and Drag Race doesn't fit as easily as it once did. Now, behind the scenes, sources point to a deeper tension. LGBTQ plus content, especially drag and trans storytelling, is no longer being embraced with the same enthusiasm as in certain executive circles. Probably because you have people going around talking about trans people are trying to steal your jobs and are, doing all the things, but it's the oligarchs and it's the 1%, it's all the rich people that are out here cutting all your jobs and stealing all the money and leaving us with crumbs. So it's easy to pick on trans people. It's easy to pick on queer people and say they're the problem when it's not them. So now you have corporate people in these situations that are chopping programming left and right, and people are, feeling away. They said there's real hesitation around anything deemed too woke, and drag and trans voices are suddenly being treated as a risk. The show's long celebrated for its cultural impact and fearless visibility is now caught in a larger corporate reset. This isn't about ratings anymore. It's about optics, branding, and who they want to be seen supporting. Inside production, anxiety is building, saying people are rattled because no one can clearly say where the show fits in this new agenda. Well, Drag Race is what it is, but I definitely feel like the show needs a shakeup. I don't think it's necessarily, the queer storytelling and all that is great, but the show was just, I don't know. I just think that a lot of people are just overall complaining about the show. The queens aren't as compelling. The competition is kind of meh. Like some of the challenges are meh. And Ru's just, to me, no shade, but I said this before. Ru definitely feels like he's been phoning it in lately. Like you just show up to work, they put a battery in your back, they pull a little string in the back, make you just say a couple of things, and you're just there. You're physically there, but emotionally you're not present. And that's what some people feel like the show was kind of like not as exciting as it once was. So they said for a franchise built on boldness and identity, the uncertainty cuts deep. This show didn't just entertain, it shifted culture and now it's being forced to justify its place. Well, you know, everything that has a beginning has an end. I don't know if I'm ready for Drag Race to go. I definitely feel like we need more queer content on here on our TVs. I've been saying for years that we need more drag-based competition on television and not just Drag Race being the overall face of drag. It's not even like a show about the art of drag. It's a competition series that has drag queens on it. That's literally what RuPaul's Drag Race is giving. And it's now with like this big well-oiled machine. But because Drag Race is making a lot of money and is very successful, especially in the queer community, that's some good coins for y'all. But I wonder this, if the show was to be chopped, what would World of Wonder do with it? Would they want to finally take on the responsibility of producing a drag race, find some sponsors or whatever to help foot the bill, and just exclusively put it on, if Paramount decides to get rid of it, and put it on Wow Presents Plus? Like, what would they have to do to keep a show like RuPaul's Drag Race afloat? Because like we said, when Top Model lasted as long as it did, we loved the show, but we moved on from it. And I don't think people miss it all that much, even though Tyra has been threatening to give us a cycle 25. But what would they necessarily do about the future of the show? Where would it go? I don't know. So on one hand, I'm a little nervous because there's certain things about Drag Race that irritates my spirit. Y'all be hearing me complain about it on here, but the show is definitely detrimental to the community. It's definitely a show we needed. It definitely felt a coldness and a sense of, I'll tell you this, I definitely felt a sense of coldness and uncertainty at the premiere. When I was there, it just felt a little different. Like, there were some of the people that were part of the whole situation weren't there anymore. And you could definitely feel there was a cut down in the budget in regards to the premiere. Like, everything was so confined and claustrophobic in this place compared to the season before, where I told y'all when we did season 17, it was 2 floors where it was like the lower level, they had like this little Christmas theme thing where everybody could walk through and take pictures with the queens. And then we went upstairs in the elevator and it was literally took us to the spot where we got to watch the episode on a big screen. It was introduced by Simone Ye. She introduced the thing. She was also hosting, and we had like a big after party afterwards. So it was a nice big space. So they threw some money up in this thing. It definitely, that premiere definitely gave Gia Gunn, was there no budget this time around? It was a cute little spot we had, and it was a nice little club, but it just felt too small and felt too claustrophobic. It felt very much like early season Drag Race. That's what it was giving. So I hope they can work it out. But yeah, just like, I just wish David Ellison would focus on trying to build Paramount instead of starting with all this crappy right-wing dystopian Zionist bullshit that they've been promoting over there on CBS particularly and their network, because y'all stock is in the toilet, and that's what y'all need to be focused on. So hopefully they work this thing out. Hopefully that this is not necessarily, I mean, Rob Short, I don't think would just be out here lying and making stuff up, but this has been something that has been kind of in the back of my head that I've been thinking about regarding Drag Race and the future of Drag Race, and of course it being up under the Ellison, now that they own Paramount and they bought it. So these are things that I do worry about, but hopefully, things will work out the way they need to. So I'd say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that we could be facing cancellation of Drag Race? I did have a conversation with a friend of mine who does a lot of work within the Drag Race situation, and he said, when do you think that they're going to wrap up the season of drag, like the series of drag? When do you think that RuPaul will actually walk away? And I was like, I just threw a number. I was like season 20, season 21, like one around them time. So that's like 2 more seasons we got. If I was to be correct on some stuff. So I never want to hear from you. When do y'all actually think they will wrap up Drag Race? Because I can't see them doing RuPaul Drag Race season 35. By that time, Ru will be in a damn walker. So, and what do you think about this story overall? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Shut Drag Game can go back to wait, what? Go back to law. I seen they started to put episode of season 4 the other day. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a year without Drag Race after this snooze fest of a okay. Well, no, don't say that, because what if the show don't come back? You said shit, Drag Race can go back to Logo. I seen episodes of season 4 on Logo the other day. Logo is still under Paramount. That's the thing. I said release it, let it go, and let them shop it to another network. Maybe they can go to Netflix or something. I don't know. They're turning MTV into a conservative network. It was a channel to counteract the Reagan administration. This is bad. You have to quietly agree or silence. Well, nobody watches MTV anymore. My theory, the lack of a villain is making the season so boring. Discord wasn't giving them the edit they wanted from putting her as safe for 9 straight weeks, and they gave her the boot. Oh, yeah, because she wouldn't flip out. It's like, y'all not going to get me. We're stuck because the Democrats alienated men, seen as the party for celebrities, but the double standard Hulk Hogan and such. I think it's Republican forever. No, though the men are starting to turn on Trump. I've been noticing a lot of that's been going on, too. The Democrats are seen as anti-capitalist and anti-fatherhood. Being a dad is a privilege. Well, not everybody wants to be a daddy. They want to be a daddy, but not a daddy. We need like a queer version of Love Island or Big Brother. Agreed. I've been saying that for the longest. We definitely need a queer Love Island, and not just what they did over there on a recent episode of Snatch Game of Love Island. We definitely need a gay version of Love Island. But then again, we just had a situation where they, on the BBC, they canceled it. I Kissed the Girl and I Kissed the Boy. But yeah, we definitely need a gay version of Love Island or Big Brother. And we definitely need that representation, because queer people date. Queer people can be very entertaining and dramatic. Shit, I'll host the gay version of Love Island and Big Brother. We got to mix Big Brother with something. Maybe we could do Big Brother and the Challenge. Because like California might get a Republican governor because there's too many Democrats, 15-2 Republicans, which is hurting their chances to many choices. Well, Gavin Newsom's already acting like a damn Republican. Given how much this show was originally inspired by America's Next Top Model, I think they would probably wrap it up at least with Ru as host around season 24 or 25, just to commemorate it properly. I think Michelle should take it over. She definitely has the ability to come in and be like that motherly figure. I could definitely see her doing taking over as host, because I told you I didn't start watching Down Under until she started hosting it. She made it actually entertaining. That's what I said. RuPaul just gives me like, you just there for the check. Scream 7 is close to 200 mil and Scream 8 isn't greenlit, but I guess it didn't make too much money for them. Or maybe I like the idea that they're not trying to rush another sequel, especially since a lot of people complain about that script. Men are especially turning on Trump in regards to a draft. I'm not going to give my thoughts on it in fear of manifesting it into the universe. That's what I said. I've been noticing men are definitely turning on Trump because he promised no new wars and a bunch of other things. And he's just, of course, shocker, he lied to y'all. And now everybody's gagging. That means the final season with Ru as host would be around 2032, 2033, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. And speaking of we'll see, I guess I will see y'all later, because we are officially done with today's show, as I pretty much gave y'all a 5-hour show, and it's 11 o'clock at night. I was like, I knew this was going to be a long one. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please hit that like button, that subscribe, smash the notification bell if you haven't. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show. Lord willing, if we got some good topics to come out, because there was so much more that I wanted to talk about. But I was like, we got to roll those over into tomorrow. Otherwise, this will literally be a work shift. We sit up here, give me all a 6-7 hour show, which is something I haven't done yet. I've always hit like 5, but never like 6 or 7. That'd be crazy if I did that. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for your continued support. Thank you for always tuning in and the shady comments and all the other stuff in the commentary in general, in the comments and all that good stuff. And yeah, and until next time, ciao, darlings. Bye.